Cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya.
What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya. I'm just playing around. Good to see everybody tonight. Hopefully we're gonna have a good show tonight. And the title of tonight's show is moving forward, brothers. We have a new president that's going to be inaugurated next month. Whether butthurt blue, no matter who likes it or not. But yeah, we have a new president going to be elected next month, and buckle up. But in other news, well,
Cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya.
yeah, she has the sisterhood in a tizzy. Kaya for president, you ain't shit. Ain't oh goodness, yeah, Kaya for president. Oh, that's too funny. But yeah, fellas, it's a new day, and we need to move forward, whether the haters like us or not. What's going on, Snowman? Give me 1 second here. Let's copy the link, and y'all can come up. Let's see. Washing greens with Kamala. Washing greens with Kamala. That's not right, you ain't shit for that, Laffers. Washing greens with Kamala, Lord. That sounds like that doesn't sound like fun. In a bathtub too. Well, depends on whether or not she cleaned out the bathtub. To be fair. Let's see. Our first guest is the Snowman. What's going on, Snowman?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Oh, it's going.
Yeah,
Go,
it's
go,
time.
go to a first therapy section next week.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, there's some stuff I need to talk about, but
I understand. Been there, done that.
funny part is, I got to talk to Dr. T yesterday about it behind the scenes.
Nice. Very nice.
I'm subscribed to his Patreon, and we ended up talking for a bit,
Good.
and it was eye opening. He revealed some stuff. Because we were trading stories, man.
Yeah, I need to be a part of his Patreon, which I will,
Hmm.
and hoping he and a few others can return the favor from my Patreon because that's going to be my project for tomorrow.
Yep.
Getting that together, and I did a little therapy myself.
But in other news, I pissed off the feminists on TikTok.
What did you do?
Well, I may as well show what I did. Give me 1 second. Let me.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Um. All right. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me. set this up properly here.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next attraction.
There's
Yeah.
your how's that?
Pretty much. Well, I was responding to a video I'm about to show here. If it loads.
Oh Jesus! I know you.
Mm-hmm.
I've known you a few years now. That's why I'm braced, because I know I'm going to be laughing my head off.
No gynocratic heifers this time. More of a simp.
I'm surprised no gynocratic heifers, but then again, we've said that before and have been proven wrong.
Mm-hmm. And a funny story after this video.
All right.
And the comment section. The comment section was pretty
Lit
interesting
up.
too. I get accused of
generally speaking.
Oh no.
Majority of people.
Oh no.
All right.
I'll play it again, then I'll let you set it up more.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next attraction.
That's joining the Me Too movement are lying.
Generally.
Oh my. Generally speaking.
Now, before we get started, no, Myron is not the one I'm referencing here. What's going on, Ed?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, Ed?
But this simp wants to defend me too, so let's listen in.
Oh no.
To be a girl dad means to understand that you are the person that your daughter will look up to. Your daughter
I got 4 of them.
will look at me.
Actually, before we play the Simpson Soliloquy, let's play the original clip.
Okay.
And yes, Myron's a piece.
The whole Me Too movement is innuendo. The whole Me Too movement is trying to destroy a man's character.
You think that the majority of people that's joining the Me Too movement are lying?
Generally,
Oh my God.
generally, I don't believe them.
Oh my God.
I don't believe
I'm sitting here praying that your daughter never has to come to you
My God.
and tell you that something has happened to her and need proof or need you to say, well, I don't believe you, generally because you're speaking about women and you have one. It's so astonishing to me as a girl
That's not what she said, dummy.
dad. I can't fathom it.
And the rhetoric that you're speaking of is so dangerous. It's so ignorant. There are people out here that are going through that are 1 foot away from jumping off of the next bridge because of people like you. There are women that are prepared to walk into any police station and tell somebody what happened to them. And then they hear the callous demeanor of a person like you that's sitting over there with this ridiculous
Liar.
when
Pause.
we're talking about the abuse.
Pause. First of all, this chick looks like the logo of the Vancouver Canucks backwards.
Oh, stop. That's not
So
right.
this was the chick that actually had go viral over what a man of character is. And my thing is, all of this kind of virtue signaling bullshit.
Mhm.
This is what I would say to her face.
Okay.
Where that all sounds great and it sounds beautiful what you're saying. I'm clapping like the Joker, and I would do that right in her face, clapping like a Joker. Let me ask you this question: where were you when Iyanla Vanzant was getting death threats and ran off of the air because black women didn't like the fact that she was highlighting the fact that women who have the custody of these daughters were letting strange men in their house playing with their daughter to the point where she had the mother and the daughter on all grown, all of them, the daughter pleading her. She had like 3 or 4 videos, and as soon as she started doing that, y'all ran her off the air. Where was this then? Where was this then? Because let's be clear here. You can talk about Cooley all you want to. Cooley with a chick. So when you say so understand this doesn't typically happen with 2-parent households. So even if Cooley believed that he got a woman, it'll be in his ass about it. So where single motherhood is one of the biggest proponents of this behavior. And the other thing I'm gonna say, tell that to the and look, I'm not necessarily, I mean, I could take it to lead the Duke lacrosse folks, but as of what that chick said, that chick straight up out of her own mouth said that she lied. And then she literally lied like for 4 years. She ruined lives. And then on top of that, she ended up careers. I mean, technically, that prosecutor did what he did on purpose with all the evidence. But but anyway, I don't want to go in.
I'm glad you said, yo, Ed. First of all, I love you and I love hanging out with you. Second of all, I'm glad you said lives. I'm glad you pluralize that, because
of a woman, and you still sit there so callous, so disrespectful because you're looking for.
Have you taken a look in the mirror?
First of all,
because she does that. Because this every clip I see her, what she does. Now keep in mind, she's a single mother. She's basically a single mother with a social media following. That's a researcher for something. She got like 100,000 on Instagram, and basically she's not even in the relationship niche. She's one of them direct. She's one of these life coach / direct sales types that she goes into the relationship niche to basically get women into her general brand. This is where this preaching is coming from. So she's written. So notice when she talks, she never speaks to the action. And nothing she said actually disproves his opinion.
Nope.
Nothing she said. All she's doing is giving this virtual. And I would call that out. I say, look, you're saying a lot of nothing. At the end of the day, the meat, like when you look at Time's Up, it's a money grab. And a lot of Me Too, the reason why Me Too kicked into the gear that it kicked into was really in order to liquidate a lot of these big contracts that like certain people had, like the dude on ABC Morning. These dudes had, they didn't like liquidate, sunsetted those contracts, so they didn't have to get renewed. Or they got rid of Tabby Smiley.
And I want to get through this.
Yeah,
really quick.
For your time to interject, you got something that you want to say right now, because you're not here for understanding. You are here to satisfy your own ego, and you're here to spread this ridiculous, toxic message to whoever is willing to see it and agree with you.
In regards to everything that you said, you're false. You're wrong. It doesn't make sense. It's not anything that I embody.
Exactly.
Bang.
I mean, for real, because see what a chick like this will do is when that Duke lacrosse thing comes up, she'll be quiet. Even look, man, I don't know if Jay-Z did what he did, and I'm not gonna speak on like use certain words because that's a minor, but or she was a minor at the time. But what I will say is she's had interview. This is my question. My question. This is the thing that jumped out on above everything. Y'all want to know what this is? It is. Her dad, quote, said, I only found this out last week. Her dad and now her dad picked her and say that she said her dad picked her up. Her dad said, I remember her picking her up, but I don't remember going all the way over there to pick her up. And LA's a big place. I remember picking her up local one time. I don't remember going where that was at. And so her dad ain't even on code with what she's saying, but more so, he said he only found that out last week. This is her father. She knows who her father is. She's not no single mother. Clearly her dad she knew her dad at the time. Do you understand how crazy that is? For him to say he found out with everybody last week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I played that. I played that first for a reason. Now you heard what them sorry heifers had to say about the section. Now
sorry is the operative word.
Generally.
Now here the Simpson will.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, that's it. There, believe all women. Basically, that's what she said.
Means to understand that you are the person that your daughter will look up to.
You're damn right. I got
your
4 of them, you asshole.
Will look at men that they interact with.
Yes.
And base them on you.
What else is new?
Okay, stop.
Generally speaking.
Stop.
That.
First of all, that's a lie. A pastor's daughters prove that. That's not necessarily true.
Actually, in some cases, it's not true, but in my case, it is. because my daughter Cheyenne compliments me and Jody all the time when she sees my wife and I interact with each other, and she constantly says that's the kind of relationship I want. And since I've known Cheyenne, and since Cheyenne has come into my life, every guy that she attempted to date or has dated, she didn't do anything with those guys until she called daddy.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm not. There's exceptions to rules, and I'm not even here trying to establish what a rule is.
Right.
But a lot of people will try to say anything's a rule. We all know the pastor's daughter. We all know a lot of these chicks get with dudes. They rebel. Karazin had her dad, and Karazin was playing with thugs until she went into a situation. And so this idea that if the father is just there, that the women are gonna get with good men in the black community, that is absolute bullshit. And you can argue in the white community that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, to your point, Ed, he's going to prove your point in a minute. So
that is, you are their template. You are the man that they will try to see in other men. Now, I don't mean she falls in love with her dad, nothing like that. No, I mean the values that you stand for, the principles that you take, where you stand when things are good, where you stand when things are bad,
where you stand with them fingernails. Anyway,
where you stand with those glasses.
The men that she meets, the men that she dates, or marries, and things of that nature, on you.
Well,
it is your responsibility. And I'm not using the word privilege. I'm using the word responsibility to be the sort of upstanding man that when your daughter seeks men, or even if she, let's say your daughter's a lesbian, the men that she interacts with will still be based on the template that you leave. What I find so difficult about men today is their cavalier nature about that.
Don't nobody say shit.
Your sons
don't nobody say
and your daughters
shit.
will live in a world that you set. You are their foundation.
Boy, I feel sorry for your daughter if you're her foundation. Good Lord.
Both good.
So do I.
Your son will emulate what he sees. If he sees nothing, he will emulate nothing. If he sees,
no, he'll just emulate his mother. Actually,
he'll emulate his mom first.
His poor behavior, he will emulate piss poor behavior. With
just like you're
daughter,
emulating piss poor behavior
she
with
will
this
seek out what you do not provide. Okay, I am saying this as a girl dad.
Well,
if
that's the case, I feel sorry for your
a
daughters.
little girl, my daughter, who is special needs. I married a woman with 3 daughters. I understood what my responsibility was.
What the hell did you do to those nails?
I understood.
I'm hearing a lot of background noise. Who is that?
Just me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
My sons, I have to lead a life that sets an example. Did my sons always follow that? No, they did not.
I wonder why.
The first person to say it.
Yeah, thank
really
you.
Good.
You took the words out of my head.
My daughters saw me at my most vulnerable. They saw me at my most broken in certain instances, but they always knew that I was doing my best, my absolute 100% best to be the sort of father and stepfather in this regard.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you know what this...
Yeah, no, let's play it. Let's play.
You don't act like Thomas. You don't act like my dad. All right? I'm sitting there listening to this dude. And the only thing that is coming to me is fear. Not fear for myself, not fear for him, but fear for the children that he will produce. the kids that he will produce. He will create sons that think just like that. He will create daughters who do not feel safe because of the rhetoric of their dad.
How would you know?
Have you been in that
is
position,
the biggest
sir?
responsibility of being a parent. The largest. It is your responsibility.
I mean, this level of bullshit.
As a parent, to be the example that your children will one day emulate or look at in every person they interact with. If you are a supportive dad, your children will be supportive people, and they will seek relationships with people who are also supportive. If you are a principled dad, meaning there are certain things you don't do, there are certain things you don't say because you have principles, your children will be principled as well.
Not necessarily.
They will
This
seek
ain't
out
true all the time.
mates.
How fucking long is this? Is this a TikTok or a fucking YouTube video?
Your responsibility as a parent.
This has been like 4 minutes already.
Are frivolous with it. That is what your children will be. And that
Actually,
right
5
there
minutes.
is it's a disgusting
This is an infomercial
on parenting. A lot of parents want to argue that it is other people's fault that their children are the way they are. They argue that teachers are not teaching. They argue that entertainers are doing things that are not, the kids shouldn't see it and things of that nature. Celebrities, politicians, things of that nature. No, it starts at home. You are the example that your children will see.
Take a look in the mirror.
And your girls. You are. If you have no values, whether you're a mother or a father, your children will not understand, nor will they respect values. If you have no principles, whether you're a mom or a dad, your children will not have principles. Understand this. The power that you have as a parent is almost godlike. It is, because you are the first people that influence your child. You can argue that it's celebrities. You can argue that it's athletes. You can argue that it's video games. You can argue all these things, but you still, you have that responsibility to be that example that your children need. And so many people take this thing to be a joke. This guy is basically saying that most of the Me Too movement is innuendo.
Yes, it is.
Now, why is he saying this? As a guy, he can. But I guarantee you, if it happened to his child, depending on what type of man he is, and right now I can see exactly what type of man he is.
Yeah, we can see what type of man you are.
He's either going to not care when his daughter comes to him and says that this happened to him, or is going to celebrate when his son comes to him and tells him he did that. That's a sting, and it is a waste.
Who has something in the background?
I'm not in. Yeah, that wasn't me at this point.
Hold on. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, because he said all that to say all that. I mean, literally the same. He could have, like, straight up, he could have did it a minute and a half and then got to the meeting point. Everything he said was fucking irrelevant in between. It was literally him repeating the same thing a minute.
Yeah.
He said over and over again.
Yeah, let's go
to the point. It took me a second to catch on the fact that it was actually a longer video. But anyway, as far as what he said, first of all, he drew. So basically, you saying that boys are coming to men saying that they're essaying women, and you're like, yeah, man, high five. Like, do you understand how fucking crazy that is? Number one. Yep. Number two, just because somebody, basically, when people are basically challenging the idea of believing all women. So and then also completely dispute the idea that women just don't say anything, because in 2024, We just have this massive amount of pushback that people get, where quite frankly, a lot of women can basically anonymously accuse somebody, and which by the way is low key unconstitutional. You have a right to face your accuser.
Exactly.
And I don't look, man. If they're a minor, I'm willing to give a little bit more grace to that. But if they're adult, I don't care. I don't give a damn. You have a right to face them, and that is a responsibility on the victim. Screw that bull, because men don't have that in no other kind of capacity. They barely give that to male minors. So at the end of the day,
you went the way I was gonna couple that with Edward, because I had a right to face my accuser in LaPorte, Indiana 9 years ago. And I wanted to face my accuser in a court of law 9 years ago. You know, they dropped that shit before I even got everything together.
Yeah, because if it can stand up to that, and like I said, in 2024, Emmett, believe all women is how Emmett Till wound up. That's what I would say directly to him. And by the way, when they were looking for Emmett Till
wound up dead.
Black little boys, and that woman was able to die out of jail and low-key admitting that she lied over a whistle. I'm not saying the same thing. Well, that's more of a tie-in that you talk about boys are high-fiving women. You're creating this narrative where, like, in 2024, look, man, you more likely for a female to assault another female on some lesbianism stuff, than worrying about these dudes. But you won't say nothing to that because you're not trained to believe that. So it's, at the end of the day, between her preaching and his preaching, and the reason why I'm kind of getting animated, obviously it's your show, you do what you want, but I'm getting animated is because what this reminds me of is, how people try to trap you. Like, let me give you an example. Like in the MLM industry, the network marketing industry, where people try to tell somebody they're going to somebody where, and they don't tell you where it is, and then it turns out this is what it is. So you really didn't consent to going to a business meeting, and then you got to sit there without crashing out for like an hour, and then you want to punch the person in the face once you're done. Because it's like they're trapping you. And I'm not saying you're trapping me. I'm just talking about that's how it feels with hearing that dude talk. Because it's like, you're just going to preach to me until I submit to your bullshit. And then if I get mad, now I'm angry and I'm violent. Because I'm annoyed that I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about like the way that dude is talking. Like if he's like, if he's talking, can you imagine?
Let me get to my comments. Now, I commented on this video. I said, you're full of shit. You're saying it's okay for your daughter to lie on a man and ruin his reputation?
I'd rather than just come out and say that.
Without any evidence? That's what Me Too does. Then, of course, the feminists came out to defend him.
Of course.
Things only a rapist would say one-on-one. Really? You're actually kind of proving my point.
Wait, what?
Yes, you
read that again.
So Mike Nagin, that dude with the Duke lacrosse thing, basically he's the guy that felt like they had to have done something. So I don't care if the DNA evidence says there's no evidence of penetration and it absolves all of them. Fuck that evidence. And that's what got him disbarred as a prosecutor. That's the type of mentality that he has. They had to have done something because this black woman would never just say it. So I'm obligated to do something because even if I can't find evidence of it, something would have had to have happened.
Yeah, let me finish. We have a defender talking about me. Yes, we did. Check his hard drive. Good luck. But anyway, if your daughter came up to you and said someone had sexually assaulted her, you're going to not believe her because there's no evidence? Really? No, I'm going to listen to her and I'm going to verify whether or not this is true. That's protecting me and her.
If my daughters, any of them, came up to me and said that happened to them, I'm going to verify it, and I will say forward once it's verified, because my daughters have been through it, and so has my wife, and I once it's verified, I'm putting foots to asses.
Now, unfortunately,
I don't have kids, so with that disclaimer, but
yeah. Let me finish before you go, Ed. I did do a video repost to this, but TikTok deleted the audio out of the video. It's still up.
Yeah, TikTok don't kill that. Yeah. Here's my thing. You know why?
Okay, I'll let you. Let me finish.
Yeah, this is gonna be the last time, and then I'll fall back. I promise. It's not gonna be a whole soliloquy.
Okay.
I don't have kids, but I'm telling you right now, if you tell me, I'm gonna ask you when did it happen? Yeah. What happened exactly? When did it happen? I'm not even gonna say tell the truth, and then we're going to the police. If you say I don't want to, oh, you lost that. You lost that. Get the fuck in the car, because the first thing we're doing is an R kit. Like, so, because I want, before I do something, I want it to be on the books. So then it's not framed that somebody lied and I acted on it. That's a big reason why they don't tell people. They don't tell men because they know men are gonna go for the kit, and they don't want the kit because I hate to say this, it's got to be said. A lot of, and I'm sorry, you're gonna be mad. I don't care. Not you, but a big reason why a lot of these women don't like these R kits, because these R kits track all the dick that's been in them. Ooh. And they don't be wanting all the dick known that's been in them. And and I'm not saying that they weren't assaulted, but they don't be liking having those R kits because those R kits are too thorough. So this thing about people not believing them, you don't have any videos of men not believing their daughters. But I'm telling you right now, their daughters are not going to always want to go to the cops because in their mind, it may be their boyfriend. They're not sure. They may feel like a dude might have creeped on them. And it was like, no, but they still have sex. And then she's thinking about it. She feels bad. But no, you've lost the right to change your mind. If you say it happened, we're going to the cops. I don't care if you say you lied. We're still going. That's why they don't say nothing.
Now, before they cut the audio on my video, I actually got a couple of responses to my video. This first one, you can't hear it because, they cut the audio to my video. But this first heifer said, yeah, he has a bunch of restraining orders on him.
Huh? Wait. Give me this button here. Huh?
Yeah, she said, yeah, he's the kind of dude that has a bunch of restraining orders on him.
Are you kidding me?
But here's the second one I think was very interesting. This is from a white boy. Let me see the. Oh, damn, did they delete the video already? Oh, here it is. This is the white boy respond to it. I kid you not. He said, "You're the reason they choose to bear." This white boy right here.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up. What in the all types of blue hell?
Can't make this shit up, man.
In the all. Chris,
what in the all time?
What?
Your judge had to step
all of this is anger. That's all that is. All of this is like virtue signal anger.
Right.
That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
None of this, it's all this shaming language, and that's what's amazing. Like for instance, the first chick. That means, oh, I'm not sexually attracted to you, so you must be an R word. Now these are the same chicks that when remember that white boy that was for murdering him with the spaghetti?
Yeah.
Remember that? And these women talk make me, so if they're sexually attracted to you, look at the dude that shot the CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it's obvious, and they get on the app thinking, cause you're mad. I don't care if you're mad. The reality is the reason this stuff, y'all co-sign a lot of this stuff on the low.
And louder.
George Bacon, and shout out to George Bacon because he's got a different channel that's actually doing very well. And he talked about the Cheyenne Bryan situation, but he called me a homosexual because he wanted to have this conversation about what black girls go through as far as saying. I was like, yo, we're not about to have a let's bash men and say it's all men's fault conversation where these women are perpetually keeping the men out of these women's life. We're not having that. I don't care. And he was trying to have it in a different way, but he didn't want to have the greater conversation of like, you know, what's going on with these females now, as far as women on women stuff. He wanted to be like, men are just not protecting girls, and that basically justifies why black women are where they are. And I wasn't having it. He got frustrated, said, that's why you are homosexual. I don't know why I'm a homosexual, just because I don't believe all women and all this BS you talking about. But, you know, this is what these people do.
Yeah, Macon was always on that simp shit, though. But anyway, speaking of simps, here's another one.
Oh,
so
no.
He stuck to the point.
These black male podcasts.
Okay, to cook her. Intoxicate to her credit. Cook the hell out of her.
Yeah. Now listen to this simps question.
So I got a serious question for these black male podcasters.
Okay.
And a question for the black male audience that subscribe to those content creators.
Okay, this is
so many
scaring me.
issues and critiques and criticisms of black women, just constantly bashing black women and all these issues with black women. But when are y'all gonna have an issue with the issues that black women deal with? When
do you really want to go down this road, bro?
You stupid.
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Let's just listen.
When are y'all gonna have an issue with the mortality rate of black women? Did you know black women are 3 times likely to die during childbirth?
Yeah, because they have children after their 30s and 40s.
Due to neglectful treatment?
Probably that
because they neglect their neglect their own bodies when they're going through something, you dumbass.
Facilities and implicit bias. Did you know that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know that black women is the top leading demographic of people missing? We got over.
Wrong. That's actually black men. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Say that again.
Yeah, because black women don't run away. That just never happens.
Yeah, wrong. That's actually black men who are the top missing persons people.
Missing. Cars being found in parking garages, random gas stations. They wiped off the face of the earth, never to be seen again. When are y'all gonna get mad at that?
When are you gonna get mad that you don't get your facts straight? You stupid.
When are you gonna demand from all these female politicians? Shout out to the 2 black females that just got elected to the United States Senate. When are y'all gonna get in their ass about it? Why y'all haven't said nothing about Maxine Waters? I'm sure there's plenty of missing black females in LA. Like, what about the chick that just passed away? That was, I think, the congresswoman of Texas. You don't never hear black. Heck, you don't hear really women in the black female industrial complex. Black girls are missing. Where's the studies? Where is all of this? Like, of what actually happens? Because that's something people have been saying for decades now. I'm done.
Yeah.
Edward, my friend, my man. This is all a gaslighting tactic drill. If you can't see through it,
oh no, I absolutely know it's gaslighting, but the way I deal with gaslighting is I use a fan, and this is what that is. Because when they can't answer these questions, they're trying to virtue signal, and they get frustrated. I asked a very simple question, because this is something that's been brought up for decades now about the missing black female. I'm not saying there's not a lot of them that are missing, but my question is, if it's as big of a problem, why aren't your elected leaders, we got plenty of black women that are mayors of cities now.
Yes.
Plenty of black women that are city congresswomen. This never comes up. Why aren't, when they keep telling you about aborting your child, they say, well, what about these missing girls? When, Kamala, you gonna talk about that?
If I can interject.
Say my daughter's name.
If I can interject, excuse me. Evening, Jim, how you doing? If I can interject.
Say her name.
Calm down, Ed. Calm down, Ed.
To Ed's point, I mean, to add on to what he was saying, yeah, he's right. There are no studies for that kind of shit. Like I've had family members who I'm adult, by the way. I'm a long time listener.
They don't need studies for that.
No,
exactly.
They don't need studies. It's called police report and FBI statistics. They don't need studies for it.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it was a new dude talking. I'm thinking it's AL.
In other words, why do you need a study? Is something where you have to do surveys and you have to dig down in the details. They report stats on this. Okay.
And in many cases, those stats still live.
They still live in like 90% of the missing, so-called missing black girls show up.
Runaways.
Because they be running away.
Yeah.
And they get away with showing up after a while, after running away, and it gets swept under the rug, and nothing is done about it, and nothing is investigated about it.
Well, what are you gonna invest? What do you like? And I'm asking you an honest question. I mean, what are you gonna investigate? They weren't kidnapped.
Let him finish. Let him finish this point.
Well, what are you gonna investigate? They weren't kidnapped.
Let him finish his point.
Oh, I thought you. Okay.
Domestic violence.
What was that?
At the hand of a weak man that don't want to.
Wait, I want to replay it again because I got something to say.
When are y'all gonna get mad?
We can barely hear it though.
One of the top leading causes of death of black women is domestic violence at the hand of a weak man.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
And when it does happen, you don't want to talk about the fact it happens at the hands of weak simps like you.
No, they did. The CDC statistics says the number one death of black women is heart attack.
Heart attacks.
Oh, okay.
And then domestic violence is not even the top 10.
Nope.
Damn. Okay.
It's physical. It's all
code for black men kill black women.
Basically, of all black women murdered, okay, across the country, okay, is less than 2,000 women a year.
2,000.
Absolutely. And what I just heard was, remember this one just a few years ago, gentlemen? One in every 4 hours a black woman is killed by a black man. Remember that one? That was just a few years ago.
Yeah, it still goes on. Yeah, but if that's the case in a population of 24 million women, females, black females in the United States, it's the percentage is so low you can barely count it.
Yeah, and also, by the way, that's not random acts of violence. That is domestic situations, which means you are involved in some type of way with the person you're dealing with.
And when 1 in 5 black men are killed by black women. So what?
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, this dude ain't. He's just what he's doing is this is a whole bunch of believe all women.
Go ahead and finish it, man. We'll mute up until you finish playing
his feelings and unalives her. When y'all gonna get mad and throw y'all pacifier across the room on these podcasts about that? But y'all sit on these podcasts in your hot chair with your bib on, with your sippy cup behind that microphone. That's what y'all look like. When y'all gonna have an issue with issues that they deal with?
Oh boy.
In other words, most of these
I got a serious question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Most of these streams have links. If y'all are really that concerned and really want to challenge what we're saying, the links are there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I said that on a TikTok live, and I told him, I said the reason why y'all won't do that is because if some of y'all got followings on this TikTok, and if y'all do that and we ask you some basic questions, you're gonna have to agree with it, or you're gonna look like you obviously wrong. So you can get on here and say something that feels good. Like if somebody counters you with like what BGS just said about those statistics, or they even say it's heart attack, then the only thing you can really say after that is say, so are you okay with 2,000 women dying per year? And I'm like, okay, so should it be 0? Yes. Okay. What area, what reality, what country can you give me where murder just doesn't happen, where you still got any kind of rights? And then that is probably the state doing it. Like it gets to ridiculousness in order for you to perpetuate your arguments is outside of reality. And this is a perfect example of a sharecropper, by the way, that Grinch was talking about. That short one made, it's virtue signaling. It's this anger of I can't believe, and it's crazy. Anyway.
They're intersectional feminists without even knowing that they're intersectional feminists. That's
now before I continue, I got 90 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. Quick. Speaking of which, hey family, shout out to Mississippi Delta. BGS tax is in effect now. Referring to BGS's last stream he just did a few minutes ago,
which is an award winner, by the way.
I'll do you one better. You know how Butthurt Blues always saying that we hate black women and you know that we despise black women. That we're always talking about black women. Well, let's hear how a black woman feels about why Kamala Harris lost.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Between the washer and the dryer, they Kamala Harris and the Democrats got their heads knocked between the washer and the dryer. They lost. I think we need to have a discussion about what do the Democrats even stand for.
Now, keep in mind, this is an insider.
Mm-hmm.
He was at the Democratic convention.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, let me back this up even further. I bet you're wondering how I got here right now. That was me when I was in Pennsylvania, when I was in Milwaukee. So I was flying around from swing state to swing state. I live in a swing state. I live in Georgia. And I was talking to insiders. I went to the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, talking to politicians, Democratic strategists. And I have thoughts after all that about what happened with the election. My first one is going to be controversial. Actually, all of these will probably be controversial. Again, why am I making this?
Nah, not really.
Video. Please try not to jump me too bad in the comment section. But my first one is I do think that Joe Biden should have stepped down 2 years ago, quite frankly. Not quit the presidency, but I think he should have said that he was not going to run for president in 2024.
Yes, he
and
did.
Should have begun priming somebody in that time.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen. It felt as though the insiders, the people around him, were hiding his condition. And when he did that debate, the disastrous debate, the shit show of a debate, I don't know what else to call it, they couldn't hide it any further. And it just became painfully obvious. So then the media hits started coming from his own party. And by media hits, I mean the backstabbing, the you need to step down, the trash talking came from his own party. They were talking to the media behind his back and giving anonymous quotes saying, oh, we're going to say this on background, which means that they were saying that, but they didn't want their name and they didn't want their identity to be revealed. And it's like, okay, why didn't you say this 2 years ago? He should have been a transitional president. When he was elected in office, people weren't excited. Most people weren't excited to elect Joe Biden.
How is the best case scenario Joe Biden?
He has some hilarious cuts in
People
here,
were
man.
kind of electing him as a placeholder to see what else we got. What else do the Democrats have? But the Democrats didn't have anything else. He ran again. And when it became painfully obvious that he couldn't be successful, there was a chart that was released that apparently the Biden administration knew that he was going to get whooped in the election.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, BGS, didn't they say that he would probably lose, that Trump would probably gain like a 400 plus electoral vote?
Yeah, it was
bad.
Projection. It was bad. Yeah,
it was
like
awful.
Dog piled, but they kept running him, and that's frustrating. So what happened then is that Kamala Harris became the nominee. And truthfully, I feel like she was 100% set up to fail. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did this Instagram live where she was saying, don't be so sure that the Democratic insiders even want Kamala Harris to be the nominee, right? Don't be so sure that she's going to be the one because they don't really support her. And I think that was clear.
I'm going to say.
Okay, the Godfather ain't here to do it, so I'll do it myself. Guys, the facts are in. BGS was right.
Remember when I played that months ago?
Yes.
You played this exact clip, the whole clip.
What a lot of these folks aren't saying. If you think that there is consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Vice President Harris, you would be mistaken.
I think she was essentially sent out like a sacrificial lamb to the slaughter. And strategists were telling her that she could win in a landslide. Strategists were telling us that she was going to win in a landslide. I mean, the entire night of the election, I was in some of these groups talking.
And all those strategists should be fired and never heard from.
All those strategists need to be
based on what you said about the donors, BGS, that might actually happen.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
The red wave. They were saying that, it's a red mirage.
Go ahead.
That's why that's what she's doing, including her. Okay.
Red mirage. Don't worry. The Democrats are going to come back, baby. It wasn't a mirage. It was a red sweep. There was nothing mirage-like about it. It was real, and Republicans won all the swing states.
Yep.
But I do think that the Democratic Party, the issues with the Democratic Party go beyond just this one loss. For months, like I was saying earlier, voters were saying that they're worried about immigration and the economy, immigration and the economy, immigration and the economy. Every time you knock on somebody's door, oh, well, milk prices are high and egg prices are high. I do think that the cost of goods will increase under a Trump presidency.
And actually, he came out and said, yeah, it's going to be hard to lower grocery prices. Trump actually came out and said that.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between campaigning and actually governing.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, people say, "Oh, why'd you vote for Trump?" You voted for Trump to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
Like anybody that actually believes that Trump. Yeah. Go ahead.
It doesn't.
I don't know why people ask why you vote for Trump anymore. Okay, I don't know why people ask that.
Come on, BJ.
Biden-Harris administration
help it.
Yeah.
Their lives were harder and that they were struggling to make ends meet.
She's saying right here.
And Democrats, instead of addressing that, kept saying, well, we have to save we have to save democracy from Donald Trump. Then when Trump won, this is another issue about the Democrats. Again, we get to this question of they have kind of this wishy-washy.
Yeah, she's about to say something I've been trying to tell Democrats for years. And she just comes out and says it.
Because they kept saying that Trump was going to destroy democracy. He was going to destroy everything. And then he got elected and Democrats were like, well, congratulations. we played a good game, but you won fair and square. It's like, is this person a threat to democracy or not? Because it's not giving that. Because it seems like y'all are like, well, it's fine. We'll just try again in another 4 years. So this whole time, though, you had been priming people to think that there will no longer be elections if Donald Trump wins. Like, what's going on here? You really shouldn't ignore the economic anxiety argument. And I get that some people are not receptive to this because they feel like individuals say economic anxiety when really they just mean we don't want to vote for a Black woman. We don't want to vote for a woman. We don't want to vote for a minority woman. But surely everybody is not saying economic anxiety to hide these other bigoted feelings. I don't think that's true. Some people are in food deserts. Rent prices are high. People are really struggling to make ends meet on a day-to-day basis. And if you look at the macro level might say, oh, inflation is cooling, right? This is a long-term plan, or food prices are going to go down, or rent prices are going to go down.
Nobody wants to hear that bullshit.
If you look at this chart shows that food prices are actually on an incline, or a decline to decrease, and the 2.47 and the stock market. Nobody wants to hear about that.
I'm sure about the picture with the dog, though. That's hilarious.
People on a micro level, regular people door to door, don't want to hear about whatever you have to say about that chart over there, what the numbers say, what the stock market is doing. People are worried about the check that they're bringing in or not bringing in, and concerned about how they're not making enough money, which I really ultimately think the true issue is about how they're not making enough money to have a steady living. I think the Democrats really struggle with meeting people where they are. So people.
Oh, that's an understatement.
People are like, oh, I can't afford rent. And the Harris campaign might be like, oh, well, we're actually going to give you a small business tax credit.
Oh gosh.
No, they don't care. It's very obvious. Even to this chick, I would say, it escapes you that it's like talking to a parent, where as an adult, where it's like, let me say it this way. Remember when Kirk Franklin found out, the father situation? He was asking his mom, and his mom was like, "It ain't me. It ain't me. It ain't." She basically did it. It's like that, where it can't. You're mad, but you still can't flip the switch and be like, "This person I'm talking to on this topic is a fucking liar." At least on this topic. The Democrats are lying. They have what they want to do, but that ain't got nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
And here's where they messed up. They were doing it to Black people, but Democrats have fucked over a variety of Democrats.
Yes,
the workers, they have fucked over so many of their coalition. And because the Democrats are not, they have crushed rebellions. The Occupy situation. So it's not like the relationship the Democrats have politically with their base is not the same as the Republicans have, because the Republicans have more direct primaries where they can just do the Tea Party crap and just start primarying people. Democrats make it a little bit more difficult procedurally to do that, and they're a different group. So they're lying. And even this, I still don't get, but she understands.
But in my immediate future, my immediate need,
that is funny what you just did, though.
Can't afford rent, and the Harris campaign might be like, "Oh, well, we're actually going to give you a small business tax credit."
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. But in my immediate future, my immediate need is I am struggling on my day to day, and the Harris campaign is like, "Don't worry, we're actually going to write this policy." You see what I mean? And the Democrats focus a lot on reproductive justice, and I think reproductive justice is important. That is something that's highly, highly important to me. That goes without saying if you watch some of my other content. But the thing is, it's not that reproductive justice wasn't important. People really cared about that, but they didn't care about
abortion
over putting food on their table, right? Their immediate needs were housing, shelter. So they didn't care about the reproductive justice to the point where they would vote for you for president. And what you actually saw was people split the vote. So these reproductive justice initiatives were successful. The majority of them, whenever people are able to vote about a reproductive justice issue, the votes are usually positive. So you saw that happening, but at the same time, you saw people not voting for Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket because they just didn't agree with the other policies. And I think people were confused about how could you vote for reproductive justice, but then vote against Kamala Harris?
Yeah, we had two Democratic candidates that ran on reproductive justice, and they both lost.
Because most men and most people don't give a shit about it. Okay, if you want to have bodies on your womb, that's your own goddamn problem. But it's way down on the list. Go ahead and mute him.
I think that's where you saw the clash. And that brings me to another point. And that point is every minority group has shifted right a little bit, particularly in this election. Every minority group has shifted right a little bit. I'm not saying that means shifted right extremely. We know that Black voters voted in a high percentage for Kamala Harris and for Democrats and consistently have. But that doesn't mean that a portion that Trump, Republicans in general have slowly been eating into that voter block. And Republicans have been picking up votes across all minority groups. And for me, I think Democrats, the lesson they need to learn is that they do not have minority groups on lock. Democrats, I think, tend to look at minority groups as a monolith and think, well, we know that Black people, for example, are going to vote for us regardless, and they need to.
Well, I didn't.
Stop thinking that. There's a growing frustration that Democrats take Black voters for granted, take minority voters for granted, and don't have to do a lot to earn the vote. And they absolutely do have to earn the vote, whether they like it or not. I see sometimes my comment section will say, well, Republicans don't have to earn votes. I mean, Democrats do. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, just because you don't like the state of the race doesn't mean that that's not the state of the race. And I actually do think that Republicans have to earn votes. And I do think that they kowtow or they bend over.
Yeah, the Republicans bend over for their base.
They do.
Yeah, but it's not that people shifted right. That's not what happened. And if somebody were to sit there and listen to her, based on what she's saying a lot of the things that are right, but a lot of things she's saying is fucking dumb.
There's a lot of minority. There are a lot of minority groups that shifted what we call right.
What I'm saying is the Democrats are off the chains. The liberals are not talking enough about the economy.
The fact is that if you look at the polls and you look at the exit polls and you look at the surveys, a lot of it, what we call minority. You're not talking about all Black, but Latinos did it especially. Okay.
She's about to get into that. And remember, this is a Democrat insider, so yeah.
And a lot of
that's not what I'm saying. But okay.
A lot of the reason is because the left has gotten way too far left.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. So it's the left has gotten more left.
So the reaction is to do what? Shift right, and that's what they did.
You think that Republican candidates campaign and do what needs to be done to convince voters to vote for them. When it comes to immigration, we can also talk about how Democrats also sometimes appear to treat a group as a monolith. If you talk to a Latino voter, for example, and you start talking to them about immigration and deportation, that's not going to hit the way you think it hits. For one, if the voter is a Latino voter, obviously they're an American citizen because you can't vote unless you're a citizen. And so you're talking to that person about deportation. They're not at risk of deportation. They're a United States citizen. You know what I mean? Again, you're treating people as a monolith. You're acting as though Latino voters don't care about the economy just like everybody else who lives in America, right? This is, again, it's a disconnect that Democrats have, just treating an entire voting block of people as though they all care about one thing. And it's just not true. Democrats, you're going to have to work on that. And when you talk about the Democrats and their campaign strategy, oftentimes they come across as just the party that opposes the Republicans. Like, oh, we are always trying to play defense against the Republicans and not going on offense. And I do think that Kamala Harris throughout her campaign tried to switch that a little bit. But I don't really think we see that a lot with the Democrats. They're always talking about, oh, man, we tried to pass this bill, but the Republicans, they...
Yep. But the Republicans got no way.
But this is their way of y'all talked about that with Gavin Newsom. Somebody brought that up about how Gavin Newsom likes to wash his hands and stuff and do stuff kind of on a triangulation way, where like what he did with the reparations, whether it was serious or not, how the other people killed the bill and he said, well, we tried. People are wise to that shit now. And this thing where because the Republicans used to have that reputation of just being anti-democrat, anti-left, and they still do it. But the Democrats, they do that because, again, they have their agenda as done by their donors and the tech people, aka donors, and then the people that actually vote for them, they're trying to do the least that they can. They started with black people, and they over time moved to other demographics to the point that you're working for people that can't get you the votes anyway. And that's crazy. And then they want to act like they don't know why. And it's like, how many elections are y'all gonna have to lose? Because you will keep losing them. JD Vance and all that. Like they want to point out JD Vance brought that dude to kill that homeless person. I don't like that either. But that's not to the army.
That's not to our base either. And a lot of they're going to win a lot of votes in New York behind that shit because most of the people in New York agree with that.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying I don't. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't like it. But what I'm saying is that's not going to be stuff like that is not going to get you there. It's not going to make up. And I ain't even accounted for what you just said, which is a lot of people in New York like it. So it's like you all, it's again, y'all want to be in that limousine bubble, stay in it, and the world's going to pass you by.
Yeah, well, it already has.
Yeah, BGS, take over from me. I need to do something.
Okay.
All right.
So can you elaborate more into that, DGS?
Okay.
The New York people agree with that.
Let me read this real quick and I'll elaborate. Okay. MS Delta guy, it's $20. Says at dinner, a black woman from another team was surprised when I asked for silverware. I said my grandmother did silverware at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, plus fresh towels daily and fresh sheets every week. She said slavery, laughing out loud.
You know what? Me and Jody went through that when we went to Denny's for the second time. We were in Henderson, North Carolina. Do you know this black woman just kept walking by us?
Okay.
Trying to take speed walking by us, trying to take our order. She stopped at every other table in our section.
Okay.
Except ours.
Okay.
Every other table. I looked at.
So did you get up and walk to the cashier and call the manager?
Oh, we got up and walked out.
No, okay. And this is something.
We went somewhere else.
Oh, I know you went somewhere else. What the thing is that and this is something that they taught us back in the 90s about, because black folks would do that all the time, just get up and go someplace else, right? Okay.
Yeah.
They said without complaining. Okay. I would have gotten up, and I said, I would ask the cashier, can you call the manager for me, please, real quick? And I said, okay, if I walk, hold on. If I walk in, how long would it take for your server to actually walk over, your waitress or your server to actually walk over and ask me about my order? Okay. And he'd give me an answer. And I said, we've been sitting here like 15 minutes, and your particular server, in fact, here she is. Come, can you call her over for a second? Can you call her over for a second? Because I want to hear what her excuse is. Because she walked by us like 4 or 5 times without asking her for an order. And I want an answer from her about is there some kind of problem?
True.
In other words, you okay? it's one thing if I get up and walk out, which is really what she wants you to do. Okay, it's one thing if I go to her manager and fuck with her. Okay, it might be a little thing, but saying I'm gonna fuck with you today. Since you're gonna do this shit, guess what I'm gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna call attention to your manager, and what he's gonna do, he's gonna make you right then and there go to my table and take my order, and I'm agreeing, and then I'm gonna leave a penny on the table.
Yeah. But you know the true thing with that BTS, and I'm gonna keep it real, and I'm not speaking on your situations, no man. But like real talk, a lot of dudes are guilty, and they feel like they deserve that, so they don't have the thing about doing that. Because I know a lot of dudes that wouldn't do that. They'll see that as attacking her, and it's justified because they're with a white woman.
Okay. The thing is attacking her. Okay, you know. Bitch,
so you got you got to stand on it. So I agree with what you're saying.
I agree also. Said, bitch, I'm a customer and you're an employee. I don't give a fuck whether you hate my ever living guts, right? Doesn't matter. I'm a customer. Do your job. If you don't do your job, I'll ask your and if your manager has a problem with it, I'm not coming back. Okay, he got no problem with you doing what you're doing. Okay, I understand. Okay, and I'm going to Yelp and said, okay, this is a racist or whatever it is establishment, and give them 1 star. Okay.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
Yeah, we should have handled it that way, but
well, I'm not telling you how to handle it. What I'm saying is this is what I was taught. Okay.
True. Yeah.
And the thing about it, and here's the thing, Snowman. The reason why we're saying it, I'm glad you brought that up, because here's the thing. This is why they hate our space. Because I mean, you did what you did. It is what it is. We weren't there, but like again, we just say how it's taught. A lot of black men don't believe that they're not comfortable doing that, and that's and young black men, because they're like, okay, I'm not trying to make trouble, and this teaches black women how to treat us, because they actually believe there's no consequences to what you do. It's not about her being a black woman, because you're not dealing with a black humanity. For all he knows, you could be sitting down for a business thing. She don't know. He don't know why. Or she don't know why you there. Why you there with her? You could be doing a job interview for all she knows.
Right.
I remember on some contracts or something about doing multiple houses that she owns, as far as getting your people to deal with their landscaping. She don't know, and she could have blew that up because this is how your people. You see, like you don't know, because I know, dude. Henderson is not 40 minutes from where I'm at going up US 1. I know exactly where that is. And so that's in that situation, I'm done.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I'm gonna say this and I'm done. If that was in reverse,
it's a civil rights issue.
I know.
You picked the white waitress, and you walk to the white waitress and say, "Can you please serve me?"
No,
I've had that experience. I've had that experience. You pick another waitress, and usually they serve you very aggressively. You give them a generous tip, and there you go.
Well, the thing is, the reason we were taught to do that, okay, is because if a waitress wants to do, if an employee in a restaurant wants to do that, and that's her station, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to call attention to her manager that she's not doing her job. You're gonna be an asshole to me. I'll be an asshole to you. The biggest way to be an asshole is by having your manager come out about you not doing your job.
Yeah. And I promise you,
and then you can do whatever they want to do.
Yeah. And I hear what you're saying, Black Guru, but I promise you, remember, we just got out of an election where a black woman was with a white man, and black men, for the most part, didn't hold that against her. If it was in reverse in that restaurant, and it was a black woman and a white man, and you did, and we know what time it is.
And the reason they taught us that, and guess what? This is a black people going into a black establishment. Okay, had nothing to do with race. Had nothing to do with race. Okay, zero to do with race.
Yeah. Well,
because she's harming that business. She's not just harming.
She's harming the business by not doing the job that she's supposed to do. Okay, she's not there to judge about who she serves and who she doesn't serve. The person that walks in there, as long as they're polite to her and not abusing her, she should have no issue with taking their order and getting them started. Should be no issue. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Well,
and trust him and trust and believe. Okay, this is taught to us by black business leaders, business people trying to get people to actually support black businesses in case you get bad service. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah, that was a problem. Yeah, that's what people would say.
yeah. In other words, this is if you get bad service, and most black people, regardless of what it is, would do exactly what Soman did: get up, walk out, and never come back. Right, which makes the business suffer because they're gonna go there, they're gonna spread the word about this particular server and this particular business, and this kind of stuff will circulate. Right, and we're not giving the owner and the manager a chance to actually improve and chastise that employees to make the business better. So it has nothing to do with civil rights. It has everything to do with number one, standing up for yourself. Number two, making the business that you frequent better. Okay, because that shouldn't happen. Okay, that shouldn't happen.
We told everybody in the Henderson area not to go to that dinner.
Exactly, and that is the reason.
When we were renting a car, no matter what we had to do, where we went to buy a car, we told everybody.
And that is the reason that they say to do it that way.
Yep.
Instead of getting up and walking out, which will cost the business more money. Okay,
yeah, because Henderson is a small zone. So basically, and I'm not trying to make you wrong. I'm just trying to give an example.
No. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Yeah, but just to reiterate the point, basically, you basically said fuck everybody, including the people that's off, because I don't want to check this black bitch.
That's
what the outcome is.
No. Basically, what it was is that because Snowman and his wife are very lovely people, right? And the last thing they really want to do is cause a scene. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's because it could have been two black people, it could have been two white people. This shit happens all the time, right? And I know Snowman, I don't know his wife as well, but they're very salt of the earth people, and the reason they got up without causing a scene is because they're very decent, nice people. Okay. But the thing is, according to where I was taught, that's not the way to handle it. The way I was taught. Hold on, Ed. Hold on. Let me finish. Okay. Let me finish for a second. Okay. I was taught that way. So by getting up, going to and getting the manager and informing the manager what's going on, so he can actually correct the situation. There could be anything going on. She could have not seen you or whatever excuse that she had. But the thing is, bring it to his attention so that he can correct it, and you can go back to what you're doing. Go ahead.
And that's why, even though some people use it, but a lot of people don't, to accommodate that bridge of what you just said about Snowman, that's why they have those hotlines and those phone numbers, or they have those cards, because they know some people ain't making the scene, and you still want to do that. Because like the thing about telling, and look, I get that. It is what it is. But like that harm, especially in like a Denny's, in a restaurant situation, that harms like everybody. And look, people are not thinking about it at that time either. So I get it. I'm not saying nobody's wrong here, but that's why you have those numbers and stuff. It just, what angers me is that she even puts you in that position over some goofy stuff. Because we know black women don't be having the balls to put any Caucasian in situations like this. And all this, she did it because of you. And I'm sure, and what she assumed. And it's the same thing with that turkey leg situation, where these people are married, and then and then they got what's going on there, and then you had the women say, I'm gonna come in here looking like a thought, even though both of the couple said that this is not an establishment for that. It's this matriarchal stuff that nobody really wants to speak on, that is, in my opinion, the heart of the reason why the black business owner and consumer has problems. Although black men have some stuff in that too, but a lot of with black men, you either doing it, you not. It ain't all this, well, I got to accommodate their emotions and stuff like that. So this is something that often does not really get talked about. Because let's be clear, if a black man is doing bad customer service, ain't nobody going to feel bad about checking him or making a scene or going to the manager.
Sometimes that's not true. That happens all the time. The same way. I'm sure had it been a man doing the same thing, Snowman and his wife would have done exactly the same thing. Okay,
but in general, it's not the same cadence.
If it was a man, it wouldn't have changed the outcome, because
you might even get a brother even a bigger break.
Right. were so upset about the bullshit service we got, and we told people and other businesses about Denny's in Henderson. And the last word we got before we left North Carolina is that they were in the process of shutting down.
Exactly. That's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's where it goes.
I mean, I hear that.
That's exactly why they were told to
But what
step
I
that way.
hear is I'm gonna kill everybody because I don't want to check that black bitch. But that's fine. Fuck everybody's job. You know, they don't know it happened. You know, you know, and this chick is like a cancer.
Yeah.
And that's why at the end of the day, this is the consequence of not doing. Everybody suffers.
Yeah, including her because she don't have a job.
Well, I mean, but fuck her. She don't care.
I understand that, but
she doesn't have a job anymore.
And then, but think she's ruined it for everybody else instead of giving the manager the opportunity to correct it and keep an eye on her.
Yeah.
And so this is why, again, going and a lot of this is kind of culmination of this bullshit that I heard before with these videos. With these other two dudes that AD played, it's got people this virtue shit where they think they're saving the world, and it's like there's consequences you're not taking into account. There's things the people even you're trying to protect. Like when you talk about I don't think you listened to this part, BGS, but like you should have heard it. It was but these dudes are sitting here. It was a situation about the Me Too situation. And, you know, Cooley was saying that he thought the Me Too was really, he didn't believe, you know, most of the Me Too stuff. And then all this is virtue preaching that was going on. It didn't address the situation. And it's, oh, but you have a daughter. And if you had a daughter, what would, if your daughter told you that she was assaulted? And I'm like, that's not the same thing as like a work situation where that's not the same thing. Daughter ain't a corporate, it's not the same thing. But they always like to go to your daughter to do the manipulation. And I said straight up, and I said I didn't have kids. I said, if my daughter told me she got assaulted, I'm going to want to know what happened, when did it happen. First thing I'm doing is we're going to police. Before I do anything else, we're going to the police, and we're getting that kid. You know, and then I might decide what I'm going to personally do after that. But we're going to do that because ain't nobody going to play this game. And see, I said a lot of that problem, and again, I don't have a kid. Y'all can speak to this better than I can. And BGS. You know, but I said what I have seen is a lot of reasons why these people don't want to get these kits is because this kit's tracked all the, you know, DNA you got in you from a certain amount of time. And so if you on that, then I mean, I ain't saying it's gonna be exposed to everybody, but the kids gonna pick that up. And a lot of these women don't be wanting to get these kids done. That's actually something that they were talking about in North Carolina about a lot of these kids, you know, don't be getting done for these reasons when they were surveying why these chicks are not getting these kids. Then they came up with the fact that they're not going through them fast enough because of backlogs. But it's not this argument that men are just destroying and running through women in 2024 when these women are doing a lot of violence. It's not considered violence. Like that was a violent act that she did to you. And I get it. Like I said, address it the way you want to address it. I'm not mad at you for how you addressed it. But my thing is when I get animated about this and other stuff, I'm actually like the reason why I would have went the opposite way because I would have been mad. I'm gonna say I'm done. I would have been mad at the very fact that she put me in this situation. And that's what have probably got me off my ass to actually say something. But then again, like I said, it is what it is. It's just I overspeak for people to deal with that. Yeah, I'm done.
We just handled it the way that we thought we should have done at the time. And like I said, before we left, that Denny's was in the process of shutting down. And then I was told that we were part of the reason because of the way it was, and it wasn't just us that was being treated that way.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of Denny's was shut down because of that.
Okay, well then that's their fault. If you're not the only one, that's their fault.
We just happened to be one of the highlights because we were a mixed couple. We just happened to be one of the highlights.
Continue. Go ahead.
To Ed's point, and by the way, I got over 100 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. Now, I'm not going to torture you through you because his simp soliloquy is long, but this dude's actually trying to defend Me Too.
Okay.
Is this the same video, AB? I mean, it's no show. I just want to be sure.
Yeah.
I got one.
I'm curious to BGS's reaction.
Yeah,
I got
Okay.
one.
Oh, I got to hear it
response
first.
to this.
When they
I got-
tell you these things happen, and then they're going to stop telling you. Because why? All you're going to do is blame them. Parenting is not something you casually do. Parenting is something that once your child is born, it is a lifelong responsibility. From the moment they breathe their first breath until the moment you breathe your last. It is not a job. It's not a career. It is a responsibility. For this man to be as cavalier about the idea of what the Me Too movement stands for, not realizing that it is both men and women who have suffered in this, and men and women who have both said Me Too, shows that his parenting skills, his parenting philosophy is something no human being should follow at all. Because it's the worst type of parent. It's everybody else's fault
blue hell
but his. And I sincerely hope he doesn't have children. But if he does, I hope those kids can find better role models or a better role.
How do you know? You don't know. You know, and you don't even know. You don't even know what kind of kid he has.
Real quick, fellas, I don't think y'all really realize how bad y'all look when y'all criticize women for being independent. Do you really realize how bad that sounds? You know, you don't create the space for a man to feel needed. You doing it all. You don't need a man. You got it.
Yeah.
Do you really realize how bad that looks?
How bad does it look?
Some of y'all dudes want to penalize women for being independent. If she happens to have a skill set, in the meantime, until further notice of being taken off the market, how she's going to pay her rent, who's going to pay her bills? She wants to prevent the repo man from pulling up there, bruh. You gonna penalize her for?
And why is that my problem? Remember, they said they were independent.
Being able to provide a lavish lifestyle for herself?
I think you need to do that.
Then you move the goalposts. Let me guess. Do you want a woman that's a damsel in distress? You that's sitting in the dark? You know, with candles like a slave? Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, I need a man, Lord. Oh, God. Like, is that what you want? Huh? Because I guarantee you wouldn't want that either. You'll move the goalposts. Man, she can't do nothing. Man, she can't bring nothing to the table. I ain't gonna let her use me, gold digger. Really? Damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Yeah, sometimes
we're in the
that way.
twilight zone, bruh. Real quick, fella.
Like I said, I found I just clip these soliloquies and put them in. Put them
Oh, so you gave BGS a short version because that first dude was talking for like 8 minutes, and BGS the player things you heard, he literally said every time for 8 minutes, then got around to Me Too. Play the first clip with the chick when Cooley said that he didn't believe it, so BGS can get context.
I had no idea what I'm saying.
The majority of people that's joining the Me Too movement.
Okay, here we go.
The whole Me Too movement is innuendo. The whole Me Too movement is trying to destroy a man's character.
You think that the majority of people that's joining the Me Too movement are lying?
Generally,
yes.
Generally, I don't believe them.
Oh my God.
I don't believe.
I'm sitting here praying that your daughter never has to come to you and tell you that something has happened to her and need proof or need you to say, well, I don't believe you, generally because you're speaking about women and you have one. It's so astonishing to me as a girl dad. I can't fathom it.
You need
the
proof.
rhetoric that you're speaking of is so dangerous. It's so ignorant. There are people out here that are going through that are 1 foot away from jumping off of the next bridge because of people like you. There are women that are prepared to walk into any police station and tell somebody what happened to them, and then they hear the callous demeanor of a person like you that's sitting over there with this ridiculous smirk on your face like something is funny when we're talking about the abuse of a woman. And you still sit there so callous, so disrespectful, because you're looking for your time to interject. You got something that you want to say right now because you're not here for understanding. You are here to satisfy your own ego, and you're here to spread this ridiculous, toxic message to whoever is willing to see it and agree with you.
In regards to everything that you said, you're false, you're wrong. It doesn't make sense. It's not anything that I embody, so that is false.
But anyways,
There's your moment.
All types of
yeah, you need proof, baby. If we live,
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that chick, and it was crazy is you know his situation.
And
This
I
is
got
a
two
man
daughters.
that has a kid that is with a chick that has kids together. This isn't just some rando dude. So when you can't just say they in a basement and they not dealing with nothing in the real world, you just get into this virtue preaching.
Yep.
Because she didn't say nothing.
I am not gonna crash out, put my life on the line, just because my daughter says so.
Right.
And and here's another thing. A lot of these, and I will keep this short. What a lot of these women are doing with the Me Too. I'm just disclosure. I hear you.
Come on, man.
This is
Excuse me.
yeah. So what women are doing with the Me Too movement is most of you chicks have not been sexually assaulted. Like, let's stop playing this game. And I'm not even talking about R. Most of y'all ain't had y'all ass grabbed, a stolen kiss. Stop. Not in 2024. You know, we ain't talking about the 80s or the 70s. So my point is that what a lot of the Me Too movement is women. You had women that went through something, and then you had women that emotionally resonates with a woman that went through something. So they created an idea in their head that because they feel and empathize, you know how women sync up emotions? Because they empathize with them enough to the fact they can put them in their position. Then we all were assaulted. That's what Me Too was, and that's how that stuff kind of spread to the level.
In other words, Me Too spread by the Obama administration with the Dear Colleague letter, where you didn't need proof. You didn't need proof or a standard of proof that actually said that something happened. Nine times out of 10, those girls that did that Me Too shit were actually involved with that dude. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And even like, and it's funny because the Duke Lacrosse situation was like a precursor to a lot of this, like before this stuff happened. And this chick straight up, now I don't know if she got political pressure, but she straight up said she just made it up. And the whole time she was sounding the same as that other chick that was talking. So they lie until they don't.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to send a dude to jail for 6 or 7 years because on her word. No, she got to prove that shit.
Yep. She has.
Or sending a guy to court, or basically ruining or getting him kicked out of school. You need to prove that shit.
Yep, been there. Been there. Had my career nearly had my career ruined by false allegation. Nearly had my life ruined by a bitch that claimed I was putting hands on her when she was putting hands on me.
You got a speaker on or something, Ed? Because you're making have a lot of noise in the background, man.
Yeah. Let me get on out of here for the night. Girls are on the way back from St. Louis. They had a girls' day, but thank BGS, as I said to you on the phone. I love you very much. I love y'all very much. Thanks for making me a part of this. I appreciate y'all.
All right.
Have fun. Deal. Have a good evening, Snowman.
Yeah. I mean, black guys have been getting Me Too'd for 200 years. It's nothing new.
But that's never taken into account in his statement. That's what's crazy. And quiet as it's kept, quote unquote, correct me if I'm wrong, BGS, but this is something that like select dudes have to be more on guard on than non-select dudes, because select dudes are going to have more interactions with women, and so they have more cause for women to be mad and try to get at it.
And the first thing they do, they don't even talk about the what it calls it, the gynocratic attack dogs, right? When
send-off missions.
When send-off missions, man, where a chick fucking with a dude and they get ready to break up, have an argument, and then they send them real relatives over there to handle that dude. In fact,
it was a football player that went through that, and he offloaded on.
Yeah, he did.
And that's what she did to them.
I just saw I don't know whether TikTok was real or not, where this dude's and his baby mama got into it, and then she got her brothers to come in and beat the dude up and choke the dude out. I think you saw it on TikTok. Remember that, Ed, on Telegram? What do got choked out?
Yeah, I know
Out?
y'all was talking about it, and I just started to throw my two. I mean, yeah, and because I remember what you said. He said, yeah, you do that, it would have been.
Yeah. If that either one or two things, either our relationship was over, that I tell that motherfucker next time you put your hands on me, it'll be your last. I said, because he took that ass whipping to keep the peace, okay? And you want to try to damn near kill his ass. I tell that bitch next time, I said, either you leave or the next time you call your brothers on, guess what? They're going to get some hot lead on their ass, okay? Because I'm not taking this shit no more, okay? Don't even try it. Next time I see, next time I see them in life, if I see them again in life, I will put 2 bullets in their heads, okay?
Yeah, well, you in LA, so it's like women can't afford to play that game because they know it's a very high. Same thing with Chicago. It's a highlight, and the thing about Chicago, I can't speak for LA, but Chicago ain't got no problems dealing with. Like, I'm not saying that they just straight up, I'm gonna deal with women like I deal with men. But these young dudes ain't got no problems getting revenge on females. If they feel like a female got them slighted like that, or if you a girl of a dude that they really don't like and they can't get to the dude, these young dudes don't care. Like the older generation did. So when these women play this game, there's real consequences to that. But and so some of them usually don't care. But the crazy part about it is when these chicks give these speeches, they don't want to have that greater conversation. They want to have, you're not here for understanding. No, you mean I'm not here for you're right and you say so talk.
I'm here. Basically, you're here. I'm here so that I can listen to your lecture. That's what it is.
Yeah, and it's always, because they say, well, you got a daughter and you still, like, why do y'all, because even white women do this with the bear thing. You got a daughter. What does that mean? Like when you say you got a daughter, like this is some be all end all for stuff.
And what I'm saying, would you want your son to go through the same thing? If you got a son,
I got something for they'll be like, well, you're just deflecting. But I got something for you, BGS. If somebody's got sons and daughters. So the Jay-Z situation with the 13-year-old, and the accusation Jay-Z's got. The biggest thing that jumped out on me about that situation was the fact that the dad said that he found out just last week.
Okay, well then.
But the dad picked her up. But she said the dad picked her up. So the fact that he just made that statement, like maybe a couple days ago. Okay. And I'm not saying whether I'm a judge believing her or not, but I'm saying that's a crazy statement to me.
She got okay. With that kind of money, they're gonna need proof. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what the statute of limitations. The reason they're doing statute of limitations is probably getting ready to run. It's probably in New York, right?
Yeah.
No, it's in LA. It happened in LA.
What I'm saying is, where is the suit being filed?
I think it's LA. Because Busby is a Texas. It might be New York because of Diddy. Because I think they said that Jay-Z was the other person, like Mogul A. So it might be tied into that same thing. So it could be New York. But Bubsy is a Texas attorney. And this happened in LA. So I don't know.
It could have happened anywhere. I'm saying where is the suit being filed?
It might be New York. It might be New York. I'm not sure.
In LA, that Me Too shit after 20 years really doesn't fly. Okay.
Okay. And the other thing too is she just started giving statements and she acknowledged it may be inconsistencies in her statement. The reason why I said, because I don't want to get, again, I get it. We don't know. It's alleged. But the reason it jumped out to me what the dad said is to me, when he said that tells me that is no way you told criminal. It's not like, okay, you pulled a police report or there's evidence you tried to get this done and just got shut down. And now we're using the suit to reopen it. This is one reason because Jay-Z, whoever made the statements for him said straight up, you need to go for criminal charges because the lawsuit can happen anyway. If you're saying I did this, you need to be going for criminal.
In other words, they're looking for a payout. In other words, sometimes the lawsuit is the kind of lawsuit is too troublesome, and he might get a payout. He may give you, $50,000 to go the fuck away. That might be it. I don't know.
They offer. He tried to do a mediation before he disclosed the name. And by the way, this is the same guy that put all them 25 women on Deshaun Watson that Deshaun Watson was never criminally charged for. Yeah. By the way, this is the same attorney.
Okay.
But anyway, he tried to keep. Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Grinch. These slips finally start getting smoke for this BS.
I got
Last night
hella
got
cameras and a loyal bottom bit to protect myself. Yep.
yeah.
Yep, that's what you need.
Yeah, shout out to Blue. Shout out to, even though I don't like DJ Academics. DJ Academics has that. What kind of saved him when they said that threesome, and then Blueface saved him when his mama, which by the way, that's a zero tolerance, even from my mom. If you in my house that I'm paying for is a big house, and you call the cops on me, call the cops. And then in the video, they saw Blueface was just extracting his mom and his sister from beating up one of his girlfriends. And by the way, they won't fight Krishan like that, but this is one of his other girlfriends like before that. And then she called the cops. I don't know how you in that house and you don't know that he got cameras in there in case, but that just shows you when they mad.
They don't care.
Yeah, and it's like, but yeah, so shout out for Blueface for being smart. That's the type of stuff, if you're going to do what you do, that's what the red pill, quote unquote, preaches. Be smart about your situation. I mean, y'all go do what y'all go do anyway. But yeah. So, and Grinch, check out my channel on my shorts. I got a video. I extracted some of the sharecropper thing, and I made an AI TikTok out of it. It's funny.
Yeah, shout out to Savvy said we're gonna. She gave some juicy details on MSNBC.
Oh yeah, shout out to Tasha K for throwing China Brian in the bus.
Struggling with their ratings since Kamala lost the presidential election. That's just the tip of the iceberg. After that, we saw this, confession from Mika and Joe Scarborough, where they were saying that they went to go hang out with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago.
Translation, they went to go bend the knee.
Like, we wanted to have a conversation with him because we wanted to, try to work together. Conversation could have happened over the phone, but I digress. They got a lot of pushback for that, because of all the things that they said about Trump over the years, calling him Hitler, saying he's a fascist, and all this kind of stuff. People kind of looked at them as hypocritical. They're like, oh, so now you can go hang out with Trump at Mar-a-Lago and have dinner, but all this time you called his supporters names, you called him Hitler. Does that make you Hitler too? You guys get the point. Well, now it appears that there has been something brewing behind the scenes at MSNBC as well, and that is among the staff. It appears that apparently Rachel Maddow is also not happy with Mika and Joe, and she has some things to say. Now we're going to go ahead and bring this in here. It's a hot mess, ladies and gentlemen. Hot mess. MSNBC descends into civil war as Rachel Maddow turns on Morning Joe hosts for bending the knee to Donald Trump. You can't make this up, fam. It's getting juicy up in here. MSNBC anchor Rachel Maddow is reportedly furious with her Morning Joe colleagues for meeting with Donald Trump after he won. Joe and Mika visited the president over 2 weeks ago at his Mar-a-Lago resort at Palm Beach, Florida, to restart communications and set a new approach. Rachel Maddow, along with other hosts at the Troubled Liberal Network, are calling this move by the married Morning Joe co-hosts opportunistic. You don't think? That's according to a report in the U.S. Sun. The meeting at Mar-a-Lago created a lot of tension in the teams and many other stars. Oh, is that co-stars? Yeah, many other stars. See both Joe and Mika as opportunistic and with very low self-respect and forgetting their values of being journalists with independence and integrity. That's coming from a journalist who worked at MSNBC for 15 years. So you have a former MSNBC, we're going to say former MSNBC commentator who is spilling the tea. I wonder who this person is. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, the journalist made it clear, commentator, made it clear who has a problem with Morning Joe pivoting from calling Trump a fascist and an admirer of Adolf Hitler to having a cordial meeting with him to figure out coverage going forward. They have lost a lot of credibility. Rachel Maddow is pissed at them, as are other presenters like Chris Hayes and Ari Melber. Well, you don't say. Not Chris Hayes, not emoji guy. I call him emoji guy because he looks like the emoji that's smiling with the glasses. You know,
yeah, he does.
You know, he's like, oh, no. They are so frustrated. MSNBC disputed this report, claiming that Maddow hasn't said anything on air or off air about Scarborough or Brzezinski meeting with Trump. Now, I push back on this. How does MSNBC know what she said off air? Are you with her every moment of the day? How do you know what Rachel said off air? You guys got cameras or eyes on Rachel or something?
Probably do.
This is a way for MSNBC to try to protect their reputation, right? Any insinuation otherwise is merely speculative, MSNBC spokesperson told the U.S. Sun. This comes as MSNBC has devolved into utter turmoil following Trump's win. The network's viewership has taken a precipitous drive. Comcast is considering spinning off the cable channel, and Maddow agreed to a $5 million pay cut in her contract. Oh, dear God, how else will she survive?
She was making $30 million. She only took a $5 million pay cut. It is what it is.
Oh, my. And there's Mika and Joe, of course. And there's Rachel Maddow. It goes on to say, according to Mika, their rationale for reaching out to Trump was to soothe their fears of their viewers who are worried about his cabinet picks. Okay, we know they went out there because of ratings. We're not stupid, you guys. It goes on to say here, the backlash against the two hosts has been immense in the week since the controversial meeting, with people on both sides of the aisle ripping them. The View's Anna Navarro slammed the pair, accusing them of changing their stripes because of who's in power and calling the meeting opportunistic. Angela Navarro is one to talk about opportunistic, but we don't need to go there tonight. On the MAGA side, Megyn Kelly had a much sterner reaction and said on her show, I searched for a way to respond appropriately, and I called on my 10 years as a litigator, in addition to my now 20 as a journalist, and I think I found the perfect phrase. Go fuck yourselves. Oh, my God.
Not near your mic, BGS.
My God.
I said spicy.
This is funny.
Mm-hmm.
You dishonest jokes and faux journalists. What an absurd farce. Which one was insincere? He's Hitler, or now we're going to speak truth to power and find a way of speaking to and working with Donald Trump? Which one was a lie? Mika and Joe dismissed the criticism, saying how it showed there is massive disconnect between social media and the real world. Since Morning Joe suffered a huge dip in ratings after the Trump meeting, it said still they suffered, sorry. There are also rumblings the pair got together with Trump for more nefarious reasons. Do tell, shall we?
Oh,
an anonymous source told Puck News that they were afraid the incoming president would have allowed Gates as Attorney General to investigate conspiracy theories surrounding the 2001 death of Scarborough's intern. Well,
damn. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, wow.
I don't put it past Trump.
He was a GOP congressman in Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, looking out for themselves.
The plot
Are we
thickens.
surprised? I don't think so. An autopsy found that Lori Bolterstein Closetis, I don't know why that's there, hit her head on a desk after collapsing from an undisclosed heart valve irregularity, but Trump called for a fresh investigation into the case. Sources told CNN that since Trump has been feuding with Morning Joe hosts for years, they met with him to hopefully tamp down his rhetoric against them. So you mean to tell me all this time that Mika and Joe were concerned that Donald Trump might try to look into these conspiracy theories about the young woman that worked for Joe Scarborough? You mean to tell me all this time they were calling him all kinds of names as if they just knew he was going to lose? risky.
Yep.
You can even see it here. Morning Joe had a segment recently. Now, I don't know if they're trying to talk to us or if they're responding to someone like Rachel Maddow. They are still very angry. They are not happy about the fact that people are criticizing them for being hypocrites and opportunists, because they are. They're all opportunists. They're all hypocrites, and they're all getting paid a lot of money. Listen to this. This is an epic meltdown if I've ever seen one. And I feel like this is something that should happen behind closed doors. But here we are.
Two things. You can do two things at the same time. You can say he had fascist rhetoric and still go in and talk to him.
Yeah.
You know why I do that? To get the read of the man. You know why I went in and talked to Macron? To get the read of the man at a crucial time in the EU funding and NATO funding.
Y'all smell that? Smelled like bullshit.
Yeah. You know that man for
you
years.
know why I went to leaders in the Middle East who were angry at the United States, and I sat there and I listened to them attacking me personally for 45 minutes because of U.S. policy? You know why I do that? To get the read of the leader, to get the read of where the country's going. So I can come back here and talk to you and let you know what the hell is going on.
With context and
give you context, insight, and background. You know everybody we have on the show that's a reporter? It's what they do every day. They speak on background. Two things. You can do two things at the same time. You can say he had fascist rhetoric and still go in and talk to him.
Yeah.
But you were making fun of people that were talking to him. You guys were calling Trump supporters all types of names. Didn't Joe Scarborough say, who raised these people?
Oh, boy.
Didn't he say that? Like, now it's okay to do what you were saying not to do?
You know why I do that? To get the read of the man. You know why I went in and talked to Macron? To get the read of the man at a crucial time in EU funding and NATO funding. Do you know why I went to leaders in the Middle East who were angry at the United States, and I sat there and I listened to them attacking me personally for 45 minutes because of U.S. policy? You know why I do that? To get the read of the leader, to get the read of where the country's going. So I can
get the read of the leader, to get the read of the man. You told us to stay away from those people. You told your viewers to stay away from Donald Trump and his supporters. It's really interesting that now all of a sudden it's okay for you to do that. That's because you guys lost those ratings and he won that presidency, and you want to make sure that he don't come after your ass. Because see, I wasn't born last night. I already know. So that's what that's really about, ladies and gentlemen. To get the read of the man.
And come back here and talk to you and let you know what the hell is going on.
With context and
that's a hell of a way to talk to your viewers, man. I'm just saying.
He's got to protest. So the lady doth protest too much.
Really ain't got to say it this way. This is why I wonder, is he talking to the audience? Or is he talking to someone like Rachel Maddow or Chris Hayes? You know, it's like, I came back to tell you what's going on. Like, why are you talking to us like that? Why are you yelling at me?
You context, insight, and background. You know everybody we have on the show that's a reporter? It's what they do every day. They speak on background.
Yeah, you know, it's like you don't have to really, you know, like yell at us that way. Ain't got to do that. Ain't really got to go there. Just keeping it real. You can get your point across without like yelling and pointing fingers at us. That's just all I got to say. MSNBC is chaotic right now. It's not just Morning Joe and Rachel Maddow and people like behind the scenes. It's also even Joy Reid's show. MSNBC's Joy Reid loses roughly half her viewers since the election. Primetime hosts also struggle. MSNBC lost.
Gee, I wonder why. I have no idea why she lost almost half her viewers.
A whopping 53% of the total viewership in primetime since President-elect Trump's victory. But remember, she was the one that told people not to talk to your friends or family members that voted for Donald Trump.
Yep.
When you go home for Thanksgiving, she said, don't talk to those people. Remove those people from your life. And people actually listen to this woman. You guys are going to remove people that you've known your whole life from what Joy Reid is telling you, someone that you've never known, you've never met before at all, right? So the readout has shed 47% of its total audience, averaging just 759,000 viewers after averaging 1.4 million throughout the 2024 leading up to the election. She even lost more viewers among advertiser coveted demographic ages 25 to 54, losing a whopping 52% of them, now averaging only 76,000 key demo viewers. So they're taking a hit. MSNBC is taking a big hit, probably the biggest. CNN is probably after them. But the reality is, folks, it does not look good over there. We're hearing about cat fights behind the scenes that we probably shouldn't really be privy to. Joe and Mika are melting down on camera. I get the read of the man and all of this stuff. They're losing it. Rachel took a pay cut. She's still rich, though. It's crazy. It's wild. It's insane. And I think they're going into panic mode. But this is a plus for independent media. This is a plus for people like myself and for people like you guys that prefer to get an alternative.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of it. But yeah.
Sounds about right.
Donald Trump losing was supposed to be a canon event. So now everything's melting down.
Yeah. Well, they failed. It is what it is.
Yeah. I think a lot of people too are mad at Mika and Scarborough is because, Chris Hayes and Rachel Maddow are kind of supposed to be on that side as far left, like far left type of stuff. Yeah. And they're supposed to be the Republicans to balance that out. And so the fact that they were pretty much lockstep with Rachel Maddow and them would strike me with Rachel and all of the left folks is that y'all were just pretending. You had these relationships with Trump before. This is a feud, but you're not really serious. But and that the act that they did that, yeah, I can see why they would spaz out. I can see why they would spaz out about them with that. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Interesting times we live in, and
oh yes,
we only got a month. Next month we get a new president.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wonder what they're gonna do with TikTok. Apparently they're serious. TikTok, they said, can you do this? Whatever, block it until the Supreme Court. They're like, nope, we're not doing that. And both parties seem to agree that they're making peace with Facebook or Amazon and them spending money on the RO campaign, $1 million here. I mean, but they're in America, they can do that. But they're like, yeah, that's the one thing that some of these companies may skate on is kind of dealing a blow to TikTok, because nobody does the short game as good as TikTok does as far as the way they do their algorithm as far as speeding through information. So we'll see what happens, but yeah.
It's a new day.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Did you see that video that dude said about the AI?
No, I don't think so. Which AI?
So, something about AI that helps build systems or something. It said the title says it's going to replace coders, but even the dude that made it said that it's actually going to help coders, which I agree.
Yeah, well, yeah. The thing is, I keep saying this, is that you have to think from the business standpoint, right? You're still gonna need coders, but the thing is, it's not that you're not gonna need them; it's how many are you gonna need?
Yeah. A lot of people say that to get attention. Anybody that's in the know of if they pay attention to it even a little bit, when they say it's just gonna wipe out whole industries, like it's gonna be nobody there. Like they're just saying that to get attention, and then you'll say some people, if you say it's going to take out 4 out of 5 of people in like 10 years, well, they'll perceive that as that's basically nobody. So some people would be like, okay, the headline was accurate because it's that bad. Even saying 4 out of 5 will be gone eventually. And some people, they want what they want. But that's usually when they say all that, they try and get attention. because none of these industries, I mean, industries evolve. So I mean, yeah, but and another thing too is you have this denialism too, where people try to minimize its effectiveness, and it's always depending on what you do. Like shout out to art, boy, art, it's art. Art saying that it's like GIFs, and I'm like, no, it's not like GIFs, because no matter how, or JPEG GIFs, no matter, those things can never, they're limited. Even a GIF is limited in its quality, no matter how big you make the file. So no, this is not GIFs. I mean, so people just, it depends on what industry they're in. It like, no, not I.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
What thing is, everybody says not I. That's why when it first, was it like 2-3 years ago? That's why when it first peeked his head up, I told AB and Grizzly and a few other people, test this and see what it actually does, because I don't have enough experience with programming to actually know whether it's actually going to help or hurt or not be effective at all. In other words, if it helps a programmer do shit faster, okay. Say if it cuts his time down, development time down by, I think you said what, 80%.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes 80%. Okay. Basically, that's 20. That means he can do. He's 20% more productive. Say just a random thought. Half your programmers are probably going to be gone. He's not going to be hired. You don't need them. What do you need them for? You need them because it takes time. Time is money, right? It takes time to write a application.
Yes,
if you can do it in a third of the time, then you're gonna have a whole lot of programmers sitting around doing nothing. Go ahead.
To Copilot's credit, that it cuts it almost in half.
Yeah,
because it reads through your code base. If you're a real programmer, you have a library. If you have a custom library, it reads through your code base and helps you build stuff.
Yeah. And those are the babies, okay? Those are the babies. These are not the full on where you paying a several $100s a seat, okay? For the industrial AIs.
Yeah, and the ones that are more specific on, like, you said with Copilot on certain stuff. Like even like from a the custom, yeah, you're right. And like you talk about what they do with the $20, and even if you use the free one, it's crazy, man. And even from a marketing and stuff like that, it's like
just full disclosure, Copilot, I am paying $10 a month for that.
Okay. What I'm saying is,
it's worth it.
And what I'm saying is, man, in a business application, they're paying $500 a seat.
Yep.
Okay. Probably a year, maybe more than that. Okay. They're probably about $500 a month per seat. So the grade of AI that they get, man, is like 2 or 3 tiers higher than what he's playing with right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you look at commercial, like selling to businesses, I mean, the way they present those products are fundamentally different in how they present consumer products, because it's more money in business to business transactions. So that stuff is going to be more customized, it's the same thing where you're talking about like let's say you're talking about a CRM that I can, buy as a consumer versus like Citrix or something like that. Yeah. So you're right. They're getting a much more focused version, and they also have a much more better understanding, because you have to, when you're selling something to business, a much more deeper understanding of what those business objectives is and what they will be in the, as much as you can project it out, because that's what's going to get them paying that premium dollar. So really what I look at ChatGPT is almost like a, what they call it, like a car show. For it's kind of like that, to get kind of the public involved, get businesses involved, and then they already got stuff in development. Who knows what we know, but you get what I'm saying. It is, and I've, in full disclosure, I've used the free one up until maybe 2 weeks ago, and then I decided to finally throw $20 in and see what it does, and see some of the extra stuff and speed that it does, because ChatGPT has like 4 versions that you can deal with. But even with the free one, most people, again, the more you deal with it, the more you get used to how to talk to it, how to get it. It's just like a search engine in a way of, if you've never used a search engine before versus somebody that knows how to talk press volume and talk and then get what they get. They understand the difference between like maps and how to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that.
And it's going to get better. Well, I'm not, the last thing I want is people to lose their jobs. I'm just trying to give these people warnings. And basically what told me that this shit was probably accurate is because with Universal MGTOW, he hates school, okay? He hates school. He went back to school, okay? That shows me that, yeah, nigga, you know what I'm talking about. This shit is for real.
Yeah. Copilot helped me build this thumbnail editor that I'm showing y'all right now.
Yeah. Grizzly has shown me different stuff he's done. When we're talking, I know on his channel he does some code and sound, and so and it's for different industries. But every industry, you got these people that kind of understand it are more quiet. It's not like Bitcoin where people are like yelling like that. They're quietly adjusting to it, so they cannot be on the wave, the bad side of the wave. And then the louder people are the people that are kind of in denial, and it's like. And this is where you say a lot of the frustrations with a lot of this political stuff. Huh?
Let it be in denial.
Yeah, you want to be in denial all you want to. The world doesn't stop because you're in denial. You see the same thing with that MSNBC stuff. You see the same thing with black women, saying all the bullshit they be saying. The world's not going to stop because you in denial. No, shout out to Mrs. Z. You must have some more paperwork to do with these hoes.
Yeah,
Mrs. Z and his crash out where I got a new name for Mrs. Z. He needs to do a series called Crash Out Reports with Mrs. Z.
It's Mrs. Z. Okay.
What is this?
Brought to you by Live News, low information voter exclusive news.
Yeah. Where's that? Come on.
Hey, salute Aquateki. That's good.
Salute Aquateki. Shout out to Aquateki for the Cash App too.
And because we don't hate black women, shout out to that Cooking with Kaya chick. She took the haters all the way to 1 million subscribers.
Oh boy!
Congratulations! Wait,
and shout out to DDG who hates black women but stay helping black women. By the way. So. Yeah, so boy, it ain't nothing more. There's no better effective marketers than angry black women. If you
that is true. Right, that is true.
For all them chicks doing them think pieces about how this is domestic work and all this other stuff, she was like, look, take it all away.
Okay, here we go. Speaking of cooking with Kyla, I couldn't help myself. BGS.
Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with.
I'm talking about BGS.
Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
What is she? How old is she? She's like she's a teenager.
23.
23. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I forgot. BGS probably don't even know what we're talking about. So basically, you got this chick, as you can see,
I've seen
it. Kind of a hood aesthetic.
Yeah. She's like a teenager cooking with tats.
Yeah, and so the dudes like this is what AJC and Red was talking about yesterday, and as you see, and basically they got mad at her just because she was cooking, and so some people were kind of saying this is where Dre was kind of saying, well, she's grifting, but no, she on DDG they had a live, but she actually put this stuff together. You saw it being fried up, whatever she was cooking from beginning to end live, and that really wasn't the issue. The controversy wasn't if they thought she wasn't cooking; it was because the fact that she's cooking and that men are giving her this attention. Oh my God, a black girl that actually cooks and has the hood aesthetic. Oh my God, you remember what AJ said? Like she's beautiful.
I mean, I don't know why people. It's just entertainment.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, so when black women are in their feelings, people want to see it legit.
Yeah, because they don't cook.
Yeah, it's exactly. And so basically you got all these women doing think pieces, and this is kind of what started to blow her up. So the dudes kind of were following her. Then she got more exposure because the women got triggered. It's not even an event that got triggered. It was that she showed food. Literally what you just saw, that couple of seconds is what they got mad about. It wasn't the twerking. It was just the food. And then she got more exposure, more dudes saw her, more dudes like, she bad. And they clicked. And then even some women were like, cool. And then, she got with DDG because, black women don't like DDG.
Yeah.
And basically they had a collab because, like I said the other day, that's a new thing they're doing is this cooking like live stuff, and then that's kind of all that stuff kind of naturally just a million subs.
The reason that they're crashing out, and this I think she's probably a 3. She's probably not even a 4. Pull it up, AB.
Oh my
if you
God,
got it.
yes, these dudes. And you know what's funny? These dudes get so mad at me because some of the people they be trying to say are 8. They said Megan Thee Stallion was like a 9.
No, she's not a 9. She's a 7. But,
I said I'll give you that, yeah. But they was like she's a 9. But
this is the real reason. Okay.
You're done with your crash out reports, Mr. Z.
No, that's a never-ending. That's a gift that keeps on giving. It's like a forever fountain.
Never end. That will never end.
Anyway, this is why they're crashing out. Okay, this is what's going on. This is with the economy, everything. This is what the chicks are on right now. Okay.
Listen, some of y'all men are gonna have to settle. Okay, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but everybody cannot have a perfect man. There's not enough perfect women to go around, and even if there is, they don't want you. And in addition to that, some of us evil, lazy women, we want love and affection too. Like, everybody can't get a kind, caring, loving woman. Some of y'all are just going to have to settle for us evil, lazy women.
Bitch, I'd rather be homeless.
Yeah. What were you going to say, AB?
I'm being dead ass.
It's like, why is that a problem?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Z.
Well, thank you, Abby. All she's doing is repeating what that brother said a few months ago or earlier this year about some of you sisters are gonna have to settle. Number one. Number two, she's trolling. I don't buy it, and we're not. Some of us are. Actually, let me take that back.
I think she's serious.
No, I think she's serious. I mean,
think she's serious.
Like,
a heart attack.
You got some dudes that are willing to do that. I've said it. Some dudes are willing to fuck monsters. I'm telling you right now, I'd rather be homeless.
All right. All right. Let's play a little bit more. Tell me when you guys had enough of it, okay?
Oh boy. Go ahead.
And while we're at it, we can just go ahead and put that 50-50 conversation to rest. Some of y'all are going to get 80-20, 100, -10, meaning some of y'all going to have to pay the bills and cook and clean. Some of y'all going to have to pay the bills and clean, and all she does is cook when she feels like it. And some of y'all men, y'all just going to have to do everything. Y'all going to have to do everything. Y'all going to have to pay the bills, cook, clean, and her primary focus is making sure that her children are taken care of. Also, but you actually also gonna have to help with that too. So yeah, my point is, I know a lot of y'all men want kind, loving, caring wives, but they don't want y'all, and so y'all are gonna have to settle for us evil, lazy women, and y'all just need to accept it. Listen, a lot of the good women that wanted to
you don't think she's serious?
I mean, once she starts saying, because the thing about it is, it's like you act like dudes can't be by themselves, like there's a law against that or some shit. Like that's the way she's talking. Like, but once she starts talking, you're gonna have to do everything and then some. Then
I've heard more than a few women say the exact same thing. Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, good luck.
AB, send me this, please. Send me this.
I know. I'm gonna be like,
I'll send it to you. This is me playing it.
Okay. Right.
Oh yeah. I know you're gonna have fun with this one.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
He loves this. Mr. Z has a special place in his heart for 3s and 4s.
Yeah, he's like a white woman in these straight chats on TikTok.
I don't
Charity.
know if this is even a 3. You being nice, BGS.
Yeah, so you said this.
Oh no, twos don't come out, man. 2s don't come on.
Because I thought you were saying the chick with the cooking with Kyla was a 3.
But you know.
No. I'm saying no. I'm showing you what a 3 is. I didn't say cooking with Kyla was a 3.
Yeah, I was like, damn, BGS, you just.
Wait, come on, catch up, Ed. That's why I'm playing her. Okay.
Well, I realize that now when after seeing her face and my eyes are, have salt.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't think she's anywhere close to cooking with Kaya. Okay, Kaya's about maybe a 6. Okay.
Eyes and be nurturers. A lot of them are already married. What does that leave left? Some of y'all are just gonna have to take us evil city girls. Okay, some of y'all are just gonna have to take some of us hoes and leave us as hoes, but we just wives. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of y'all are just gonna have to settle. You can't have your cake and eat it too, is my point. Like, you can't have the best of the best. Sometimes you just gotta get what you got and be happy and be grateful. Come on now. Okay, like I said, the evil, lazy women like myself, we want love too. And some of y'all, we're your options. And we don't cook or clean. Come on now.
So we've all had these scary.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just want to
I
play
mean,
that.
real talk. If that's my option, I would personally rather be an incel. Now, you do have black men that there are black men that will not only fuck a chick like that, but then they'll try to sell. They'll never show what she look like, but they'll try to sell to you that that's called gang. That's not gang. That's survival.
Yeah, now this is really low, so
well, that's
this is a response to the Cooking with Kala video.
I just want to let you guys know that I will no longer be watching Cooking with Kaya because Cooking with Kaya.
Stop looking off and say exactly what I said. Say what I said.
I will no longer be watching Cooking with Kaya because Cooking with Kaya is very disrespectful to my lady. And if I'm going to watch anybody shake their booty and being cooked, it's going to be my lady. So from here on out, I will be in the kitchen with my lady when she cook. And
say it what I said.
I forget.
Do you need me to hit you with this pen? No, say what I said.
I can't watch her no more because it's not right. And I'm only gonna be watching my lady cook it. So I gotta say the slogan too.
Yes, you do.
Is it hamburger helper?
So I gotta do the
yes.
It hamburger helper. Yep.
So and I'm only gonna be watching her, and her slogan is "Cooking with Slim K." Cooking with Slim K.
This is funny.
That's what I thought.
The women is funny.
You know what have made this funnier? With
I gotta say it again.
Who you gonna be watching?
Cooking with Slim K. Cooking with Slim K.
To women is funny.
yeah, this is too long for what would have made it funnier. It is funny, but what would have made it funnier? Yeah, to women it's funny because they like to drag out the humiliation. But what would have made it funnier, like Daphne Springs would have did, was she would have said that, and then you'd have heard the gun cock, and then the dude would have been real desperate, really doing it. You wouldn't have saw her, but you would. That would have probably made it funnier. But women, yeah, I thought I knew who that couple was. There's a couple of black couples that they do the comedy thing, and they make it work. You know, shout out to them. But yeah, a lot of these women are getting extra triggered.
Yeah, let's see. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make one more comment about Homegirl from the other video. Yo, but women like that end up with the bum dudes with no choices either. Like, we got to be honest about what's really going on. Chicks like that end up more than often with the bum dudes with very little options. Also, they end up with dudes that's way older than them, that lucked out, that don't got no luck, right? And so what she's saying, bruh, you have to settle, and you be having to settle for dudes that's doing worse financially than you are, and y'all make a quote unquote couple. That's how that usually goes. Anybody want to tell me?
That's an equivalent of them. They
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
She's
That's
equivalent.
what ends up happening.
So a decent looking dude that's got a decent job and whatever, is he gonna pick her? I don't care what age he is.
Nope, absolutely.
Exactly.
Especially if you guys high self-esteem and everything. He's like, I'll look at you and see you for what kind of dysfunction you are. Get the hell away from me.
Yeah. Well, the issue is the chicks like her throw a temper tantrum because the best they can do is the fresh out brother, and not even a good looking chisel one either. The best that she can do is the fresh out brother. The best she can do is the brother that's landscaping and maybe working at McDonald's. That's the best she can do.
Yeah, but
that's if she pays. Okay, what happens if she don't want to pay? What's
and
she
if
gonna
she
have to
don't
pick from?
so with people is gonna deal with her. It's gonna be a choice if they can take care of themselves. Like if they have just a small TV they get from a pawn shop, and they got that, they got an air mattress, and they able to pay rent, and they got an Xbox or a PS4 and a cheap computer. You competing with porn, and you competing because remember that's still emotional labor you got to deal with. See, it's this idea of what like loneliness is like death to me. No, it's not. And so if you're talking about dealing with that, and then talk about I'm gonna put up with your attitude, like you're dealing with your face. and how you smell is already going to be a problem. And then you're going to be somebody that expects anything out of me when I can take care of myself. You might as well go to porn and the Xbox then.
And so here's the thing with that chick, right? What she's not understanding, and it's obvious, is that you'll sit up here and talk about how black men are making you look on the internet. Your words just now made you look bad. Now, what non-black men are going to look at what you just said and say, "Oh, that's the woman I want. That's worth the risk."
You say non-black men?
What non-black man is going to look at what she just said? Because understand something. She might have been talking to us, but it's in a public court. Everybody can hear it. Who's going to choose her other than non-black men? And most of us won't.
What race do you think is going to choose her?
None.
That's the question. That's a rhetorical question. But they're out here speaking publicly, and they're trying to say we're making them look bad.
A Latino dude that needs a green card.
Yeah.
Until he gets the green card.
He's who's the borders are. Then he trying to stop the borders are, but the border czar said, "I don't care about that. You can be married. You still going." But no, I can see that situation. But yeah, I mean, non-black, like low key, non-black men wouldn't even pay attention to her, and non-black men wouldn't even track her to even regular black women, because that's how unseen. That's why they get on social media and say this crazy stuff. They have nothing to lose. But I did want to point that out. I wish let's say I was living the life that I was talking about, right? And I was an incel or whatever. Let's say a dude came to me trying to talk shit to me, talk about what he think I can't get, and then he turns around and he show me. I say, yo, I think I'm winning compared to you, because I gotta ask myself, what situation are you in? The fact, because remember, incels are by themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, some people try to say they all with their mamas, but that's not everybody, right? So if they're lonely, then would you be lonely, or would you rather deal with that?
That's why they're lonely. They don't want to deal with that.
Exactly. Like, so it's this idea that that's the bottom. No, it's not. Now, if you're a 5, you might be able to run that play. If you're a 4 with an ass, because that's what basically Stefco is. Stefco is about a 4 with a body to black men standards. Then yeah, you might be able to run the play and talk the shit she talking. But if you look like what she look like, nah, you gonna have to pay. I mean, Gabby Sidibe paid, and look at what she got. Hell, even Tarana Burke got an older dude that's 6 foot. She probably paid, but she got him. So it's possible.
Y'all think these chicks understand that non-black men look at them as one big nigga too?
Wait.
Not really. Not when you get that ugly.
One time, y'all.
Real quick, everyone.
Go ahead, Z.
Because
you got to mute yourself, Ed.
Me and BGS both listened to that stream from a couple years ago where that brother was on that panel with a bunch of incel white dudes, and he was telling them there's a lot of black women that worship the ground they walk on, and them incel white dudes was flaming black women in the comments. They're not going. So to answer what Meecha's saying, they ain't going. When they see your single sister, hood sister with the long nails and the highlighter weave, or the natural but she's not cute, they think of this lady right here. This is how they see a lot of black women.
Yeah.
They would rather be single.
Look, let me tell you.
Go ahead.
There's a percentage of white men, and I don't know what percentage it is, but there's a percentage of white men who are disgusted with the idea of being with a black woman.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, like, just on the principle of. Yeah, now I don't think that's the majority of black men, but I think that's a part of white men, but that's a part of the pie.
Yeah.
And then you add to it just they're being disgusted with the culture of blackness, and all that comes with it. And then, of course, just the whole racial aspect. So you got a significant number and percentage of non-white, non-black men want no parts of black women. And then to the extent that they're going to get in any way at all involved with black women, it's going to be clandestine, it's going to be sneaking around, it's going to be on the ultra creep tip. And so they're never going to get enough non-black men to be a significant part of the market for what they want a man to be. That's just never going to happen. Not in the United States of America.
No place in the world.
Yeah, and another thing is, even if you look at the dudes that have this fetish for black women, they look, some of them look at it like, just like how some white dudes got a fetish for homosexuality. Like
Or some got a fetish for sleeping with a dog. I mean, and I'm, I mean, on that point, yeah, I sleep with a black woman like I sleep with a dog or sleep with another man, but that's not a real part of my life. You know what I mean? That's this compartmentalized,
it's just a kink.
Deviance. Yeah, this is compartmentalized.
Yeah, and somebody, and on the flip side, they'll say, well, there's some white women that think that way too. And I say the difference is black men are not really looking for white women to play the role that y'all need. Like black men are just looking to have sex, not all of us, but they're cool. If that's all that it is, and that black man wants a white woman, he is perfectly fine with it being what that is, and that's cool. Some dudes won't do that buck stuff. Some dudes are fine with that. But guess what? Y'all are looking a lot more for what y'all looking for white men to step into a role that requires a relationship, a certain level of commitment, or resource allocation. Black men are not looking for that for white women.
Black men are not looking for white women to validate them as men.
Yes. Yes.
Black women are looking for white men to validate them as women. The fundamental.
Yep.
We don't need white women to thrive in life, basically.
All of that myth of white womanhood, all of their complaints, that's a projection. That's why I keep saying that black men got to stop feeling guilty. Or in this way, this is more of the ego thing when they talk shit about black men. Because it doesn't matter. What they want is for you to make them white, or for you to validate their femininity in a way a white man can. And fundamentally, that's not a you problem. That's a her problem. You can't fix that. Just like a black woman, if you have the same feelings where you want to be white, most black men don't have these feelings. Even coons don't have these feelings where they just want to be white. I don't put that on most coons. But a black woman can never validate that. Like, for instance, I'm short. I'm 5'5", right? If I had this real need to be 6 foot and I have this deep-seated insecurity, there is nothing a female could do to validate my manhood if that trigger hasn't been solved. It isn't. It isn't. You know, I'm not saying, you know, all short dudes are not like that because you got to deal with it. But my point is, it's nothing she could do. That's not her fault. So like if you're doing another chick and let's say she's 5'1", that's not her fault if I'm on what I'm on. But see, we recognize that as black people, and we try to project that on the black men and say she doesn't love herself, not because of white supremacy, but because black men haven't put her on par with that white woman. Here's why I always deny that though. White women are the beauty standard. Nobody disagrees with that statement. Yeah, white women are still fucking black men. They're fucking Muslim men in Europe. So if they're the beauty standard and it's known, at least in the Western world or where white women are, then by that definition, they shouldn't be wanting a BBC or anything like that, because they should be disgusted because they're the standard. But that's not how it is.
Beauty standard and big dicks are two different things, man.
I know, but the thing is, a lot of people try to create this 1-to-1 ratio, like this stuff matters, because by definition, that's what you saying. That shouldn't even matter.
White man is not a beauty standard; it's a status standard.
Thank you.
Different thing.
What white women don't do for men of color, what white men do for women of color.
Yeah, that's true.
Say that again.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's not about the individual white man, even with the riches. It's about what he represents. It's really women that whole railing against the patriarchy and systems of oppression and hierarchy of oppression. They're full of crap. The women want the man, and the man currently on planet Earth is the white man, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, and she can access a different status system than she can with a black man.
And that's fine. And the reality is, though, that's not black men's problem, and that's not black men's problem to solve.
The thing is, the black men's okay. The only problem black men have had that they don't have anymore is black men were put in a box. They couldn't. The other men would not allow them to access their women without some kind of retribution. Okay, and now that stuff has been eliminated. So now that's been eliminated. Now that's how come you see black men increasingly are dating out and marrying out. Okay.
But what I'm saying in a pro-black context, when we're discussing pro-blackness,
even in okay, I'm in pro-black. Okay,
I understand.
I'm telling you the shit that I know from the inside. Okay, I'm in pro-black. This shit is being discussed right now. Okay, it's being discussed. And the black women are not liking it, okay? It's because at some point, even pro-black people that are staunchly want to keep the black community together, the reality on the ground is different.
I'm not talking about what you're talking about, though. Like,
what are you talking about?
I get what you're saying. You're saying the reality of black men being tethered to black women because white men keep them. I'm not saying that.
That used to be the case.
I'm not denying that either. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
You have to make your point because I'm not understanding what your point is.
What I'm saying is when women like Chrissy, Cynthia G, when they speak about pro-blackness, the intersectional femininity bullshit, what they're essentially talking about is what Mr. Z just said. Their idea of pro-blackness is how that white man sees her, a white man validating her femininity, what you call the myth of white womanhood. What I'm saying is black women throw complaints at us because because the fact that they feel that way is a representation of something we have not done. And black men move through the world in this guilt and ego way. That's not our problem. They want to be white.
We've been saying that for ages.
I'm not saying it like it's anything new. I was just piggybacking off of what Mr. Z was saying.
Well, let Mr. Z clarify it then, because I know what he's talking about because this has been in the literature for the past 100 years. Okay.
If I could get it out, this is the most simple statement in the world. They want black men to do what Asian men did.
What did Asian men do?
Be so kick-ass, elevate your women so that the white men could pick them up.
So are they willing to wait 180 years like the Asian women did?
Absolutely not. That's not logic.
Well then,
you asking for logic, BGS. Stop it.
So, what I'm saying, what other woman has put the same kind of pressure on their men that black women have? Because Asian women didn't do that shit.
Exactly. Here's the thing. So Asians didn't improve their society so that their women could date out. That's not why Asian men did it.
Well, we all know that.
Secondly, you cannot validate femininity that your woman does not does not provide to you. They don't provide us with femininity. What are we going to validate?
Another thing too is that Asian woman trope, and yeah, some women will try to be slick in the mouth and say that if they're like the chicks you typically talk to, like the want to be educated, act like they educated.
Yeah,
but the thing is, black women fundamentally, your problem. Asian women are pale. You are black. You're not gonna write your way around. You are
we know that, but you have to get to the greater point that you're trying to get at, man.
What I'm saying is that even with that statement of like kick-ass, white men do not want Asian women because Asian men are kick-ass. That's not why they want them. They want them because Asian women are the way they act and that they're built a certain type of way that deals with how white men's sensibilities are.
Now we're going way far afield to where we were.
I mean, I'm just piggybacking on what these motherfuckers said before. So
what I'm saying, that's not what he said though.
It's really about this. It's the status thing. But
yeah,
it's this. BGS said it earlier. It's 100% right. And what Black Uru said, it's about the femininity being validated. When we, especially on my channel, when we engage with the ladies, all I'm reiterating over and over and over again is what you're saying, and it's a you problem. You're ranting, you're raving, the temper tantrum, the overweight, the tattoos, the colorful weave is either a response to feeling like you'll never be that chick. So this is your nihilistic response to that, Or the gold digging, the talk about status, money, luxury condos, luxury cars is once again a response to
That's
that.
just part of it.
Yeah, all of it is that.
Black women have been fucking wanted to be fucking Miss Ann since the slave quarters. Okay.
Yep.
It has not changed. That's what it is. You go through any of the literature. You got a lot of feedback yet. If you go back and read the literature as far back as you can get, if a black woman is working in a white woman's house and seeing how what the white man provides for her and the status and lifestyle that man provides for her, that's what she wants. Okay, she wants to have the respect when she walks down the fucking street that a white woman has. That's what she wants. She don't give a fuck about the white man, how he looks and shit like that. She wants access to that kind of
reverence.
Go ahead.
Reverence.
No, respect. Well, reverence, respect, same thing.
Reverence,
Okay.
yeah.
Hold on.
No, but BGS, my bad, AB. But the reason why I said reverence, you're right, BGS. It's respect, but the way they see it, it's reverence. It's look at my queen to be the white woman floating in the air. Her feet don't even touch the ground.
No, that is
retarded.
that's their aspect. That's the way they see it from their point. But the thing is, that's not the lifestyle even Miss Ann. Okay.
That's true.
And Miss Ann told them that as far as feminism was concerned.
Yeah.
Okay?
Now speaking of Miss Ann, Caitlin Clark's been in the news recently because she's on the cover of Time magazine, and actually she looks pretty good. It was a decent picture. But apparently she came out and said that she has white privilege.
Okay.
And which is true, but naturally the racist bitches like Megyn Kelly are mad about it. But I'm gonna listen to this brother explain it.
This Caitlin Clark situation. Now, I know a lot of people on the right are criticizing Caitlin Clark because, she apologized for her white privilege, et cetera, et cetera. What you don't realize is that Caitlin Clark has to go onto the court every single day when she's in season with a bunch of large, angry black lesbians that are super jealous of her and want to physically hurt her.
It has nothing to do with it.
So that's what she has to deal with. She also has to deal with a...
What do you think is the reason?
In other words, Caitlin Clark is going to make $10 million a year. Okay.
Yeah, she's positioning herself
for her brand. Okay, her brand needs to calm down these black bitches with the racist stuff so she can make her money. And basically, she's been coached to say this. Okay, she's trying to get these black bitches to calm down and stop fucking up the money. That's what she's trying to do.
Yeah, and I don't think like people try to present her like a low job.
Hold on, Ed, look, wait a minute. That makes sense because she clapped back at Megyn Kelly. That makes perfect sense.
What did she say?
Yeah, she clapped back at Megyn Kelly because you don't. I said you don't have to walk in my shoes. This is the league thing, okay?
Yeah,
it's not about being white.
Yeah, I personally think too. If she had a behind the scenes conversation, because Megyn Kelly's not stupid. If she had a conversation behind, I'm not saying she has to, but if they had a conversation with some of these people behind the scenes, she'd be like, look, it's not like she's throwing people under the bus. But what she's saying too is when it comes down to it, if it's a choice between me making my money and then me being used as this lightning rod for y'all to get off what y'all want to get off, when Donald Trump is in the office, y'all Republicans are where they want to be. Y'all don't need me. And I'm not about to be a sacrificial lamb under the altar of what people want to do on media. Because honestly, Megyn Kelly is left to get her money. So she should be smart enough to know to read into that and say what that is. And saying there's a certain maturity level.
Megyn Kelly knows there's a cracker factor supporting.
I'm sorry, I love this.
Go ahead.
She knows. Oh, can I speak?
Well, I'm trying to get Ed to calm down so he can speak. Okay, without being.
Well, I mean, Megyn Kelly. And it's always been there. It's been since she hit the scene. There's been a significant crack. Part of the lure of Caitlin Clark is, she's a darling of a particular sort of sentiment of white people.
Yep.
And it's not to take anything away from her talent as a basketball player, but there's been plenty of very talented white basketball players, female basketball players, but none of them have achieved this particular level of fame and acclaim.
Because they're not as good.
Part of it stems from the fact that she played for Iowa, and so she kind of became a kind of a white heroin athletic figure to some degree. And there's a certain segment of that has a racist element to it. And that's why you have your Megyn Kellys in that particular outfit who are going to continue to stoke that particular fire, because they know there's a lot of them support her. Is a way I can get ratings, so they can stay on her ass on that racist tip.
Facts.
If the WNBA really doesn't want the racist money or the racist dollars to come in behind Caitlin Clark, okay, they should say so. Okay, they're not gonna turn down the fucking money. Shut the fuck up. Same thing happened with Larry Bird. Okay.
And what they really want is the black women to chill the fuck out and take the money because they all benefit.
Because they all benefit.
But what they starting to learn is black women. What they learn is what we all know. Black women would rather be at the top of ashes.
Destroy everything. Yeah. They'll do it.
And they're like, God damn, you bitches really will. These niggas wasn't lying about y'all. Y'all really will burn this down. And so they're like, all right, it's deal with one chick versus deal with a whole league. So say this couple of things and then see if that's going to be enough. She's going to do maintenance.
Yeah. Z. Okay, go ahead, Z.
I will show this. Go ahead, and I want to show this. This is why Caitlin Clark is famous. Okay.
To Black Uru's point, white society will never give up on the hope of the white hope. The idea of the white hope, whatever industry it is, whatever sport it is, if it's dominated by anything other than white or the faces anything other than white, they definitely will always put $1 million down for the white.
So why are the black NBA players loving her?
Caitlin Clark, isn't she bringing money in?
No. Because she's good. Okay, I'm gonna show you this. Right, this is her against in the NCAA against Indiana, right? In the NCAA, right? Tournament, right? This is why she's famous. Okay.
Martin looking. Here's Clark. She fires. And
that's why she's famous.
She's clutch. She's a 3-point shooter. She's like Steph Curry.
That's why she's famous. Okay. Look at this, okay? This is why she's famous.
As a 3-pointer?
Buzzer beater in the tournament to beat the number 2 team, right? And go to the tournament, okay? That's why she's fucking famous, okay? Got nothing to do with her being white. Black girl do that shit, she gonna be famous too. Okay, she did that twice. That's why she's famous. That's why the black players support her, okay?
Yeah, game recognized game.
Game recognized game.
Yeah. The fact that black players support her does not exclude the fact that there's a racial element that supports her as well.
It's always going to be there.
Those are not mutually exclusive issues you're citing, DJ.
But what I'm saying, do racist people spend money?
Of course they do. They always have.
So they need to shut the fuck up and take the goddamn money.
Now that I agree with.
Because when it comes off it saying Black Gurus, it's almost like it sounds like, I know you're not saying this, but it sounds like you're saying that black men should boycott Caitlin Clark. Basically, low-key say, fuck Caitlin.
How in the hell does it sound like? How in the hell?
Not what he said. I didn't hear none of that.
All right. Reset. Which is why race should have never been brought up in this bullshit in the first fucking place. And the people that brought it up was not Caitlin Clark. It's actually the black players that did this from the very beginning. Yeah. They pushed this agenda.
Yeah.
And that's definitely what those women want from black men. And so when people keep saying, so we understand that the racism thing, nobody's not, I mean, the players are not going to acknowledge that.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on. No. Let's
the chick is bringing in dollars, okay?
Yeah.
The chick is bringing in dollars and dollars and attention, okay? If they can bring in the white racist element or non-racist, whatever white element in to actually boost this league and put this league into profitability, and it helps everybody, shut the fuck up.
I mean, that's
one
time.
The WNBA lost $40 million. They had a bigger loss this past season than they had.
You know why they had a bigger loss this season? It's because the accommodations for the players and the private flights and all that kind of stuff raised the living standard of the WNBA players, and that's why they lost the money.
All those expenditures.
The extra expenditure. We want to rock like the NBA players. That's why the fucking WNBA is the DEI league. Okay.
Yeah. Now let's move on.
By the way,
hold it. No, Damer.
Okay.
I'm trying to move on.
I want to move on.
It's my show.
Damer, let the host take control of the show. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
My apologies, AB.
Now, BGS, what are your thoughts on the Remy Ma bullshit that's going on?
I don't even know anything about it.
Okay, here's the scenario. Remy Ma cheated. I guess Papoose divorced her, and now he's dating a female boxer. And Remy Ma came out and said she wants to fight the boxer. Good luck with that.
Didn't she divorce him?
No, she didn't. So Remy Ma started off as a battle rapper. Then she got into rap. She did 10 years in prison. And Papoose was once a very big name rapper, and he stood by her while she was locked up. Well, she started fucking with this battle rapper shortly after she got out.
Okay.
And Papoose put hands on him. But she want to call Papoose out because now he's talking to, I ain't gonna say fucking, but he's talking to Clarissa Shields. You probably heard the name.
Yeah.
Right? The biggest female in boxing right now.
Well, let her fight her.
And Remy Ma is wanting to call Papoose out on talking to Clarissa Shields, but the thing is, she was already fucking with that battle rapper.
Oh, in other words, if Remy Ma wants to fight Clarissa Shields, who's a trained boxer, put her in the ring.
She don't really want to fight her. She don't really want to fight her.
Well, it's not an issue then. If I was Papoose, okay, I can arrange it. When you want to set it up.
Well, basically, Remy, what it is, and Meek wasn't like necessarily wrong, but what it is,
black women shit.
Yeah, Remy Ma is tired of looking like the bad guy because Papoose was looking like the goofy. Basically, you got married to Remy Ma, but before she went to jail, you've been basically faithful because nobody said he was sleeping with nobody while she was in jail. And all this time, they've been around each other like 19 years as far as in a relationship. They got a 6-year-old girl. Papoose has kept it off social media. So Remy Ma is tired of looking like the bad person. So basically, she's trying to say, oh, you dealing with this chick that everybody acknowledges that he dealt with her normally. It's not like he was dealing with her and it came out. And this boxer...
Hold on, Al.
And this boxer and Remy Ma, and nobody's really counting, even black women aren't counting that as an affair. That's not an affair because you're still married. Papoose has tried to divorce you. Remy's not signing the paperwork. Remy's not signing.
Are they separated?
Yes.
Well, then there's nothing there. Then.
And because Remy is
hold on. Go ahead, Al.
She is the bad person in this, Ed. Don't ever forget that. She's the one who cheated. She's the one who stepped out on the marriage. She's the one who's trying to fight for it back. So guess what? If he don't want to divorce her and he want to leave her in limbo, and that's his punishment for her, that's his right.
That's not what happened.
She won't sign the divorce papers. So, but they're separated. It's not an issue.
And that's out of Papoos's mouth. Papoose said he's tried to sign, put the divorce papers out 3 times. She don't want to sign them, but you want to bring it on social media. I wanted to keep it off because our 6-year-old daughter. And I want to move on, but you won't let me move on because you won't sign a divorce.
Why don't she need to get her ass out there, make some more goddamn music, make her own money instead of trying to get a cheap ass attention.
Yeah, and that's what like Papoose kind of low key said. You're doing this for clout. And so Remy's violent because of some of Remy's statements. Remy's violent. So Remy was gonna, and I've said this before, even with that block captain dude. I said the thing is Remy's violent.
We'll put her in the goddamn ring with this chick and let her get it.
I'm saying this before something else. So this is before he ever got with this chick. So I said it's gonna be complicated for him because she's violent. Now, I never thought she would get with a gold medalist boxer, and the chick is going back and forth with Remy too. So she's not scared of her. She's low key said, "You want to get in the ring? Let's get in the ring."
Let's get in the ring.
So basically, the point of all of this is Remy's crashing out because there's no angle for her to go. Like he got with another dark skinned woman. He's been with a dark skin. So black women aren't mad at Papoose.
So what's the issue with this? They're
There's
separated.
No Remy Ma just looking bad. She's crashing out.
So what's the issue? I don't get it.
That's it.
Yeah. All right. Now wait a minute. Now, interesting enough, I have almost 200 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the
So
chat.
I mean, there's a
Support the
reason.
show.
There's a reason that you brought this up, baby. What was it?
I just wanted to hear your opinion on it.
Is it okay if they're married, living together, and they had kids and doing that kind of stuff? It would be a different story. They've been separated, right? He's trying to divorce her. So him talking or fucking 100 chicks doesn't matter. It's because they're getting a divorce anyway. What difference does it make? You pissed off because he don't want you no more? That's it. That's not really all it is.
So I guess the issue is she's 29 and he's 46, and maybe she's mad he replaced her with a younger kid.
He don't want her no more. That's the biggest problem. That's all it is.
And
Papoose was a good man to Remy. And Remy
he don't want her no more. That's
exactly.
all it is.
He don't.
I've been through this shit. He don't want her no more. That's how she
he
crashing out.
He put up with a lot of stuff because he probably would have low key, even though it was kind of a last straw with that, because that block captain dude that she cheated with, he knew he was sleeping together for 2 years.
It doesn't even matter that they're okay. Celebrity chicks at this level, dude, that shit happens all the time, right? She crashing out because he's publicly not wanting her anymore. If he did this behind the scenes, she probably wouldn't say shit.
All right, go ahead, Z.
Remy Ma cheated on Papoose
with
Bizarro Papoose. And
okay, you got to get close to the mic because take the blanket from over your head.
Wait, my bad. Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Maybe so. Okay, Remy Ma cheated on Papoose with Bizarro Papoose, and it got public, and it was embarrassing because it got exposed in a freestyle, and that's like mad embarrassing. So yeah, Papoose slept the dude apparently, etc., etc. And now he's like BGS said, he's done. It's embarrassing. She don't want to take a public L because, quite frankly, Remy Ma don't got nowhere to go after this. Ain't nowhere to go.
Well, if you want to get back, go slap this boxer chick and see if you can get away with it.
Well, here's the thing. So Remy Ma is making money. She's making money in battle rap primarily right now, right? Battle rap is pulling in a lot more money than it used to. She's making a lot of money in that. The thing is that it's been brought up so like a lot of people have been making that one of their rounds during a battle is talking about her, especially when battling Easy, right? So the thing is what Remy Ma is dealing with is that it's been very highlighted. And battle rap is so big now that if you bring something up in battle rap, it gets into mainstream rap too.
Oh, good.
And she looks like hands that like as long as she was locked up and Papoose stayed with her, she looks bad and she doesn't want to look bad. Like Ed said.
What is it? What do they say about publicity?
Any publicity is good.
It's good, and as long as they spell your name right, it's good for her. So that's all this is. Okay.
Yeah, but okay. In other news, apparently ABC has to pay Trump $15 million for defamation.
Pay Trump.
What?
Pay Trump $15 million.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, for calling him a fascist or what?
I guess I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But
I mean, it's cheap. They shelled out $1.5 billion to defamate him. So $15 million is cheap.
Yeah.
Right. They gambled.
That's the cheap ass cost of doing business.
Yeah.
They gambled.
In the grand scheme of things, that's cheap.
What it really is, it's not really the money. It's the fact they can't go on airways and keep doing that shit no more.
Oh yeah.
Not that they want to, since he's gonna be president, in about a month.
That's why Sonny Halston has read over 10 legal statements.
Well,
talking about the news, I didn't know that these pundits made that kind of money.
Yeah.
The other night, somebody was talking about Rachel Maddow making $35 million a year.
Oh yeah,
$30 million.
I didn't know they made that kind of money.
Yeah, most of them don't. Maybe like the top 5 or 6. Most of them don't. Like, Stephen A. Smith that's got Stephen A. Smith looking like, in order to get more money, that's why he's trying to creep in the kind of that social commentary I think he thinks there's a lane for him to get in, and that could justify him trying to get more money out of ESPN if he plays that right, because he's at 10, but most of them don't get that kind of money. Like that's like Lawrence O'Donnell was getting like maybe 5 or 6 or 7. Yeah, Rachel gets a lot for what that's like Bill O'Reilly money.
You have to be the face of the network.
Yeah,
and that's what Rachel O'Donnell was. That's what Lawrence O'Donnell. You have to be one of those type of.
Most of them get a few. Some of them get a few million. Yeah, like maybe 3, maybe even 5 or 6. But when you start going past 10, you're either one of the faces of the network. And another thing to keep in mind with Rachel Maddow too is a big reason they pay her is because they pay her to stay. She's kind of in that market because CNN wants her. And so it's kind of, so they had the CNN offer her like 20-something million. And so they said, all right, we want to kill this. Because, you know, I mean, honestly, MSNBC ain't got nothing if they really don't have her. It's like an anchor because they used to have Keith Olbermann. So they gave her a lot more money so she wouldn't even look at nobody else because nobody was going to match what they gave her.
How do y'all think AI is going to affect news?
Because news has so many pieces that it like online was as far as putting out articles and stuff like that. It's doing it already. Where with the readers that when you click the link that actually reads to you, it's already doing that shit like that. And photos, all kind, because we got to remember media has so many different pieces. It's already there.
But let me say this part to what Meech asked. But if it's news tailored to your taste, I don't know how much of that will be touched by AI because people want a particular view. There's a reason why Fox has a certain crowd. There's a reason why MSNBC and CNN have a different crowd.
And AI video is so good. How can you tell whether the picture or video has not been reshaped,
altered?
Yeah,
that's very true. That's true.
So now you used to be able to believe your eyes. Now can you?
It also allows other people to get in the outfit. So like somebody like a Professor Black Truth that don't want to show his face, he could create a face. But it also allows people to create a certain type of outfit, like doing like what the Young Turks do. It will require a lot less people, just like how the internet democratizes. The black chick you just played, hell, even though she gets on my nerves, the real Dana with what she's doing with Judge Joe Brown, she's at actually 123,000 subs. Like people can create more sophisticated operations with AI because it requires less people and they can do more.
Well, the thing is, okay, say remember that instance where they said North Koreans are actually fighting on the front line in Russia.
Yeah.
Remember? Okay. The thing is, those are reports. What happens when you put an AI video out that has North Korean faces fighting and shooting rifles at on the front line? Okay.
Right.
That's when AI starts to blend in and become the news. Okay.
Yeah, what you're seeing right now, and to be fair, I've seen this on some of the bigger channels like infographics and different channels that they cater to that kind of stuff. They're starting to use B footage, like AI B footage, like not necessarily in a bad way that you talking about where they're lying, but they'll use it like basic B footage, whether it's water, whether it's maybe somebody turning around. I look at a lot of documentary style channels, and they'll use it for that. So it'll be like maybe for 3 seconds or 4 seconds, and so they're using it as like B footage to kind of filter what they're talking about.
Even down to a point where they're actually doing AI voices, okay, and they're actually putting out stuff that particular person didn't say, and putting it out as news, okay.
So Marty came across something that was really crazy. No, it wasn't Marty, it was SWP, where they can take your video and do it like a podcast. So he put a video he did. And what happened was you had 2 people talking, like they were like a white female and a white man, and they looked like you couldn't tell it was AI. And they talked about his podcast. So it was a certain kind of formulaic way that they did it, kind of like, well, you know, it's this guy, this is this. and he said something really crazy. This, and that's how they were kind of saying what he was doing and interpreting it. But if you didn't know what he was doing and you just played the video, BG, I'll send it to you because it's on his channel. Like, you would think, if you're somebody, you're just not initiated to it, you would think that was somebody talking about what he was saying. Because they didn't even play the audio of it. They just verbally said different things, and they said it good enough where you would thought they were doing a segment talking about it. It's crazy. I gotta send it to you, but just I'll send it.
Yeah,
to you.
I've basically I've seen this stuff happen before, right? And the thing is, it was getting to the point because this started way back, okay, with fakes, okay. How can you tell with a video that's a fake? How can you tell that a picture is a fake? How can you know? In other words, it's so good now that it's hard to tell the real something real from something that's been created. And that's what gets in the news.
And we see with this election what they're willing to do.
And the thing is, how can you verify that what you see in a news article or news post is actually real?
That's where I'm going with this. We already have so much issues right now with this quote with things not being real and don't believe your lying eyes. We're gonna take AI and break the knob to this.
Yes. Yeah. And basically, like AI can create a poll that Kamala Harris is up 20 points, in the election. Okay.
About pulling from select
just like last night about there was a poll that says most people don't like RFK because of his views. Okay. How do we know that shit's real?
No, that's true.
Great question.
We don't.
It's where propaganda comes. Which is why I really hated what happened during this election, because they pushed all that bullshit out, okay, and as propaganda and fake polls and stuff like that. Now going forward,
who post-structural, we're going all the way, player. We going all the way, BGS strap in.
They normalize the bullshit.
What's going to happen is that then what you're going to open up is for everybody to believe in somebody like Trump.
Yeah,
and it's not like you can sue them for that fake.
Yeah, well,
you can if you can, but it's
who parses through the BS other than a strong man?
Yeah, because it's not about facts.
Yeah, and so now, you gotta love that these people sleepwalk right into authoritarianism every single goddamn time. Every time. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying Trump is, but I'm saying like that archetype of man.
Okay, Trump. I mean, like or hate the right wing or the far right, they're a long way from authoritarian. In fact, they're hyper individualists. Okay.
Yes.
That's not where I was going with it. Because I'm talking about.
I'm not saying where you're going to. Authoritarianism is what happened in fucking Korea when homeboy tried to institute martial law.
Shit, boy.
In other words, that's an order. It's an ordered society. Okay, United States. If nothing, COVID showed you this is not an ordered society, okay? Authoritarianism will not work in the United States, okay? It won't.
Yeah, people refuse to follow authority like that. They were out here, they were throwing COVID parties.
They're throwing COVID parties, and guess what they said? You come try to make me take that mask. I got my gun for you, okay?
Exactly. You know what I mean? So,
I get what you're trying to say, Z, but if anything, the Democrats are the one trying to put their hand in that box with how they were trying to control the media. Now you got like all these tech companies like, look, this motherfucker made me do all that. And Trump believes a lot of it. I mean, look at how they were going. Elon, they were low. I don't like Elon like that, but they were trying to shut down.
Well, Elon told them they were doing it, okay? Because you got to remember, people talk, man. If you're on the inside, people talk. He knew what they were doing. That's why I love the aftermath of this election, because these motherfuckers are talking. So that's why I'm trying to tell people, pay attention, okay? Because they're telling you what the real is.
And that's why people I'm gonna keep it real with you, Z. I mean, I know you enough to know what you kind of mean when you say that. But if I hear most people that I know are Democratic, and quite frankly, it's the same thing with white people too, but liberal, and they talk about authoritarianism, I blank out, because most of the motherfuckers don't know what it means. Authoritarianism to most, and I'm a registered Democrat. Authoritarianism to Democrats is what they don't like. They just call it's just like when black women say you hate black men. Because when you hear white people saying that, like that means very different things to white people than when black people or people of color say it.
I mean, but nobody said anything when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had Sputnik and Jamal Thomas's old network shut down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because again, they like it. I mean, all the stuff they even still these days, it doesn't register what Biden really did to a lot of regular people, like that'll say they're liberal. They didn't like to the point where how they shut like the biggest that it registers is like what happened to Bernie. And then what they did with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You didn't see a lot of people jumping up. Well, they did jump up and down for Bernie, but they weren't jumping up and down for Robert Jr.
Yes,
They were like, let's go along with it.
Yes, they were. Her and Tulsi Gabbard. That's they were. They were.
Well, I'm talking about liberals.
Including liberals. Okay, a lot of liberals went the other way.
Yeah. Let me read this super chat. Speaking of polls, which Euro country will be the first to join the BRICS, or will the Euro countries stick together?
Oh man, the first Euro country. If you talk about Euro country, consider Turkey a Euro country. Talking about EU market.
They are part of NATO.
Yeah.
They're part of NATO, but they're not part of the EU. I don't think.
No, they've been trying for like close to 50 years to apply for NATO shit, but they've been like blocked.
Who?
Or they've been given to Turkey.
Turkey's been part of NATO since 1952.
Not NATO. No BGS. I said the EU.
Oh, EU. Yeah.
Yes. What the hell?
They started trying to be part of the EU. I think they got mad because they said they got mad at them because it's a white Christian club. I think it was in the late 90s.
Wow. I remember the article about that. Sir. Excuse me.
Namer, you were too young to remember it. Okay, I remember when they actually printed it out. Okay.
So other than Turkey.
So what I'm saying, I'm trying to a Euro country and an EU country are two different things. Which one does he mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
an EU country. That's what I'm asking.
I'm asking him. A EU country. The first one would probably be, I would say Italy. Believe it or not.
Italy or Hungary.
But what's
Greece.
Yes.
Greece might be on the verge. Yeah.
I could see Greece, Italy with what's her face, Naima?
Giorgia Meloni.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because if Africa turns BRICS, then they have no choice except to turn BRICS.
Yeah, but
we have a number 2 sighting.
Good evening.
A number 2 sighting.
Hey, what's good? And the number 2 comes in from the cold. Okay.
Yeah, end of the semester, man. One more week.
Oh, one more week. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's your finals.
Yeah.
Dr. T was complaining about that. Go ahead.
I want to put a bow on what I was saying earlier with the authoritarianism and the strongman stuff. Because remember what we were tying to that, like when you get to a world where everything is up in the air, where everything is post-structural, where everything is up for interpretation. In that world, what I see is people glomming onto and gravitating to strongmen, right? To someone who says this is what it is, it ain't up for no interpretation, right? And so that's what I was getting to earlier.
The thing is, you got to go back and look at your fucking history about strongmen and authoritarianism, right? Okay, you have to come from that culture. Okay, most people that go like the fascists, right? Okay, they had an authoritarian culture before they actually turned socialist.
Yeah, it was already established.
It's already in America. You never had an authoritarian culture. Where's it gonna come from?
So who's gonna be a strong man other than Trump? Because Trump gonna be in there 4 years.
Trump.
That's my
Trump is called a populist. Okay.
No, I'm asking see this because this is idea that there's somebody coming in the wing. So who's your candidate for this magical strong man?
Under what conditions? What conditions are you gonna get an authoritarian government?
No, I don't. No. I didn't say anything about authoritarian government. I'm going off of what you just said. In a society where there's no blueprint for this, right? What does a strong man look like in that society? Not what does a strong man look like in somewhere like Eastern Europe or something like that, right?
What I'm
Or
saying,
Asia,
strong. But
right?
you got to understand the words that you use. Authoritarianism, right?
Yeah,
You
you
did,
do.
didn't you?
I put that in, yes, and I put that in context.
No,
In
no, no,
American
no.
context, what does authority? Yes, you're not gonna time me up. In American context, what does
It's
authoritarianism
it's
mean?
it's bullshit, Z.
You're trying to
No, no, it's not.
you're trying to edge this
You,
against that shit.
You're
you
trying to use
don't.
No, I'm
feminist. You're
not.
trying to change
No,
feminist
no, I'm not.
words. Okay,
BS,
it's
you're not gonna catch
bullshit.
me up,
Right, for
BS.
It's
real, because
You're
that's
not gonna
bullshit,
fine.
catch
Z.
me up,
So,
BS.
so
Bullshit,
give me
Z.
an
You're not gonna catch
example
me up,
of
BS.
somebody.
I said
Okay,
what I
in
said, how I said
American
it.
context.
No. Oh, so what's your
Z,
definition of? Oh,
Z,
hold on a
Z,
second. Go ahead.
Z, look at America. What,
Because I don't know what strongman means now.
I know what a strong man is.
I
The
was
thing.
just going to
Well, I'm
ask
just
him,
saying
what
based on what he's saying.
Hold on. Go ahead,
does he
Uru.
think an authoritative look like? No, I was
Wait,
asking
I didn't
Z,
hear that.
what do you think an authoritative government
Authoritarian
in America
government looks
look
like.
like?
America looks like.
Z?
I think.
Yeah, what would that look like, Z?
I honestly go back to Civil War and actually go back to Lincoln. I think a strong man is a person that actually throws the rule of law into the garbage bin, right? That's what I
Really?
think of when I think of,
Lincoln
yeah.
didn't do that.
Okay,
Okay.
but you mentioned Lincoln.
The closest we came to an authoritarian as a president was Andrew Jackson.
Yep.
That's the closest.
Mm-hmm.
When he was president?
When he was president, yes.
Yeah, and
Because
he was the second guy, right?
he's the one that prevented
Second
civil
term.
war in 1832, because there would have been a civil war in 1833 if it wasn't for Andrew Jackson. Okay, they'd have done the same thing. Under Lincoln was too weak.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is American. Like, I'm sorry, man. I just gotta say this. A lot of this stuff is liberal romanticism. Because I mean, how do you know that these strong people are gonna come from the liberal wing? Because it's never
Wait, are you
liberals.
saying, how do I know that they won't come from that?
Well, the way you're talking is as if this is
never
gonna
would
be
say
some
that.
outside
I
force.
The guy you had in office right now is probably the closest thing you've had in a
Because
long time.
it's never liberals that are like that. You know, oh God forbid, no.
I would never say that. I would never stake claim on.
What we need. Go ahead, Uru.
I'm just trying to see how would an
Not happening.
How would an authoritative
It wouldn't happen.
regime evolve today?
It wouldn't happen.
How would
Yeah,
that happen?
I'm asking him. Asking Z.
No, I want to hear Z describe how that would happen.
Hollywood.
No. Let him speak, okay?
Because I don't think that it would come from Hollywood. I think it would come from a era in flux. I think you would have the combustible mix of kind of some of the stuff we have now, inflation, society that's up in the air, a bunch of disgruntled people, broke people, class warfare. Not really hard class warfare. It don't gotta be that.
Mrs. Z is describing
No. Hold on. Let him finish, Ed. Come on.
Wait, say that again.
No. Don't keep going, man. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, I think things like that are how you get into the combustible mix of someone that comes in and says, "I can fix this."
I mean, okay. So what I'm saying is, people don't climb onto that. People actually go in hyper individual in this culture.
Exactly.
That's where you think we are now.
No, we're not. The thing is, people believe that this can be fixed. That's why they're electing a certain person that says it can be fixed. They want the system that they have now, but they want it to work better.
And how about this? They think that the majority of it being fixed is going to be in them working harder as individuals, and not that the system needs to support it primarily. I don't think people quite grasp that.
Hold on, Uru. Hold on. Let him finish.
I don't think people quite grasp that we are all cogs in the wheel. Whether you're rich or whether you're poor, you're still a cog, and I don't think people quite understand that.
No, it's not to go. Go ahead, Uru.
Well, I think there's some logistics to the problem. Is you have myriad checks and balances at the federal level, at the state level, at the municipal level. You have untold number of regulatory stopgaps. I mean, the level. I mean, what it would take to achieve an authoritative state in this country
is a leveling of the economy. I mean, complete leveling.
I mean, it would definitely have to be a fall of America.
It had to be. It'd be.
Yeah,
It
that's
has to
what
be.
I'm leaving out.
Had to be. Had to be catastrophic.
Yeah,
Catastrophic.
have to be a complete,
And
because there's just too much stuff in the way from some guy to just come in and
yeah.
be fucking Odin, and I'm going to take over everything.
And the thing is, with America, people don't realize this. The thing that binds America together, and Lincoln knew this way back in the day, is money. Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
If the economy breaks up, so does the United States.
Yes, it does. And and here's the thing: the overwhelming majority of Americans or U.S. citizens don't truly understand what authoritarianism would look like. They don't really want it. It may sound good, but they don't really want that.
At the end of the thing is being left out, and y'all alluded to it. It's like we're talking. My question is, we're talking about two things: a collapse of America, or you talking about authoritarianism is going to happen without a collapse of America? Because if you're saying authoritarianism is going to happen without a full-on collapse, like on some Red Dawn type shit, then we're not talking about nothing. If you're talking about if America collapses, what comes out of that?
Who are you asking? Who are you asking?
No strong man comes in without a collapse. Okay.
Yeah,
and I think
that's my
one time.
point.
One time.
You present two options. There's only one option. In the logistics of this country, it would have to fall to get an authoritative figure to take over. It would have to fall. There's no other way it could be done.
Yeah.
And the issue is that there's a lot of people who seem to believe, and this is me telling you what I think, that they believe that you can have authoritarianism without the fall.
No, you can't.
And you can't. They believe they think it's going to be. In other words, BGS and Uru, they think a transition into authoritarianism would be relatively comfortable.
Yeah.
I guess.
Like Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump.
Y'all still taking pedestrians seriously?
Well, they get the vote. Well, see, what I'm saying is I hear this shit all the time, and what I hate is people soft shoeing terms. Okay.
Right.
Which is what Z just did. Soft in American terms. What the fuck does that mean in American terms? Okay.
Do you think that there and it's something that Telescope said in the comments, and that's somewhat of where I want to go with this is there a difference between authoritarian person and authoritarian government and regime?
What?
Or are the two synonymous?
Is there authoritarian personality? Yeah, you can have it. You can have it. You can have it, but then it doesn't mean anything unless the government goes along with it.
Exactly.
In other words, just because you think like a patriarch doesn't mean you live in a patriarchy.
You got one in office right now.
Yep.
I would agree with that.
So you have an authoritarian government because you got one in right now?
I never said that.
It's a question.
As a matter of fact, every time y'all try to put it on me, I don't say it.
The thing is, the things don't bring the question. You brought up the question. Of course, it's on you.
Yeah, because the thing about it is this is what happens when people that are liberal minded get into echo chambers and they start piggybacking off each other without pushback. It's just like, for example, I'll give you a perfect example, like, because I usually rail on SWP because he'll start using terms like heteronormative, cisgender, and it's like, yo, I fundamentally fucking reject all that bullshit. Just like when they talk about like, or they'll say misogynoir. Okay, well, if you're talking about the hatred of women and what comes along with it, stop giving pet names to it. And so when people respond to these people like you or SWP and you start formulating their terms, I get it, for better communication diplomacy. That's where they start to see you validating those terms. And before you know it, now because people want to talk about Trump is going to get rid of elections, you're fucking Ricky Smiley talking about ain't no more elections.
He wasn't saying you, he was saying people in general. No, he didn't say you, he said people in general. Okay, we're going to give you 2 minutes to clear this up because we need to know how you define authoritarianism in America, okay? Authoritarian personality, what is that?
Not where I was going. So that's where I'm going. What does authoritarian personality look like in America?
Describe it.
I wasn't talking about government. That was the question. Remember? Bro, ask the question.
He asking us.
Well,
there's tons.
Remember, I asked it. Originally, I asked the question.
There's tons of authoritarian personalities in America. Okay, tons of them. What does that mean? The one you have in office right now. Okay, George W. Bush. Okay. I mean, George H. Bush, authoritarian. Okay. What's his name? The first Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy, very authoritarian.
Very authoritarian. Okay. What's his name? Like I said, the closest one was Andrew Jackson. Okay. Those are personalities. Okay. What does that mean? Okay. Now, why are you going? So why you need an authoritarian personality? What is that? What is that figure? Why is that part of the discussion? What's it there for?
Where I was going with that.
Recall the number what we were speaking about. We were speaking about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It was Meech. Go ahead. Go ahead. It was Meech,
don't
not
make
Z.
me excuse to press the mute button. No.
That was Meech. You told me up, not Z.
Okay. My apologies. No. So remember what we were speaking about earlier, and why about this the authoritarianism up in the first place, right? So my thing was, I was asking the question, what does it look like in an American context to have an authoritarian figure? I never said anything about authoritarian government. I'm not doing the scare tactics. I'm not doing Trump is boogeyman and he's going to end the world.
And we just gave you 8 examples of it. Okay, 8 that's been president.
You know, Mr. Z. You know what's funny about the question you're asking? I understand the question you're asking. You know what's the funny thing though? We just lived through it. We just lived through it the last 4 years. What you're talking about? Like the closest thing we're going to get without a collapse, where they just didn't tell the people what was going on and they just decided to do all this foreign stuff. They decided to get the media to lie about everything. The way they did the election.
I think Z has a stereotypical view of authoritarian in his mind. And I think that's what he's looking
hold on,
for.
Ed, hold on.
I think that's what he's looking for versus how an actual authoritarian behavior occurs. And those are two different things. I think he thinks that Trump has a kind of Mussolini sort of disposition and would appear to fit in the stereotype of the direction in which we're going to kind of fall into, 1930s Italian fascism. I'm not saying that's what you expect
1920s,
to happen.
really.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's what you expect to happen here. I'm just saying it seems like you have a stereotypical view when, as Ed just described, in actuality, we have been kind of in an authoritarian government system.
Authoritarian personality in government.
Yes. Yeah, fucking Tulsi Gabbard figured that out real quick.
The thing is, you'd have known that right before the inauguration, right? We put 30,000 troops on the ground in D.C. That should have given you a hint.
True. No.
That's true.
So I agree with.
Hold on, wait a minute. Before we go any further, I have 195 watches, and this episode of Colosseum Night has been brought to you by a tall can of Shut Up Juice. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Before we go on, AB, I've been in Walmart, I've been in Target, sir. I've been in fucking Cub Foods. I haven't seen a bottle of that yet. I need you to step it up.
Very expensive.
Okay, what I'm saying is this is not your ordinary panel. So if you're going to come in and actually put up a term like that, you got to define it. Okay, you never defined it. What do you mean?
Now, let me
hold on. Meech. Define what you talk about as an authoritarian personality.
Black Uru said it, and I also thought about Biden also.
I want you to define. I want you to define it for us.
I said Lincoln, and y'all shot it down.
No. I want you. Lincoln was not that guy. Okay, I want you to define it for us.
It says here, favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of government, at expense of personal freedom.
So what personality actually ran on that shit?
Nobody runs on that.
Nobody. So basically, what you're saying, according to your definition, we never had one.
And to BGS's point, I think the closest probably is Andrew Jackson.
And Andrew Jackson probably is the closest. What I'm saying is, so in other words, we never had one of those, including Trump.
So
I think y'all putting way too much on me with the Trump tactics.
Okay,
with the
let's
Trump fear tactics. I'm not doing recall during the election. Recall Mr. Z. I don't want y'all to lump me over there with the Trump is going to come in and I'm scared and I'm shivering. I'm just making sure.
We didn't. Okay. Who brought this up?
But
no. Hold on a second. Who brought this up?
I did.
Why?
That's what I'm
on. That's what I thought.
No. Why?
Because that's what I'm on.
Why?
Because that's what I think.
Why do you? So this just popped into your head. Oh, authoritarian personality.
Yes, because that's how it usually works. See, I get it. Mr. Z was doing that.
There's no precursors to go along with that.
He was doing that.
Wow.
I don't know.
Hey, basically a piece of a Popeye's biscuit, a hard biscuit, fell on his head. Oh, pow. Oh, authoritarian personality.
You can tell me if I'm wrong.
I got one word that make two, Mr. Z. Bullshit.
But basically, what he wanted to do was to introduce that as a topic of conversation, almost like a classroom where he asks like an inquisitive question, forgetting how we are. And so we're thinking, you see, the thing is, what got lost, Z, is you were really asking a question, and people framed it as you really making a statement. And so we wanted you to substantiate the statement, but because you were really looking for us to have
why would you bring up that particular topic in this political environment? That's why.
Can I give y'all what I heard? Can I give y'all what I heard when he said that?
What you hear?
And
so
what comes about? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go.
Okay, so when he asked that, here's what I was getting from it. Here's what's my impression is that he was thinking. He may have not said it, but he was thinking. These white boys think they really want authoritarianism in this country, but they don't quite even understand what that would even be. What would it actually look like? I'm saying that's the impression that I got from the question he asked.
That's the impression you got, and basically, and I'll tell you what, because it was in the 80s. I was studying, probably sometimes part of the far right wing, right? No, they don't.
No, because even the way you advertise even the way you advertise to the right wing, what do they talk about? The federal government. Federal government. They don't like that shit.
They don't like that shit.
They ain't got no problem with coming as minorities. But when it comes to them.
Okay. Mr. Z, I'm gonna need you to read that super chat. I'm gonna do you like you do us over on your channel.
Okay,
because it kind of applies to you.
Wait a minute. It says, tall can of Shub juice coming to the hood grocery store near you. Also sold as Popeyes and Church's chicken.
Popeyes Church. Okay. What I'm saying is, okay, if we're talking in this political environment, if something during like Obama years, you probably wouldn't have brought it up. Saying why is that introduced now?
Remember Remember we're talking about Aaron Flux. We were talking about essentially deep fakes. And I made the statement that what people look for is a strong man. You agreed with that beginning part. And then I said something a bit more authoritarian. And then that's when everything unraveled.
Okay. A bit more authoritarian.
You see where I'm going with this?
No, I don't.
Yeah, he said people sleepwalk into authoritarianism. Isn't it funny that people this is how they sleepwalk into authoritarianism? And then that's when everything, went to hell. It's like, what do we see about authoritarianism?
He did say that. Yeah. Are we sleepwalking into authoritarianism? The answer is no.
No.
That's all I was getting at.
But you didn't let it die there. That's the problem. We said no, and you said you kept going.
But you didn't really frame that as a question.
Oh, that's great. Lightsaber, of course.
Nigga, you can get it too.
Okay, so here's the issue.
Speaking of that, hold on, wait. Speaking of that, BGS, I have to ask because Leverage brought up earlier. What's wrong with Andre, man?
Okay, this is the issue that we're trying to get with Andre, and then you kind of hinted to it. Okay, Andre, for whatever reason, he took the jab, right? So he's got clots. Okay, so Andre's on blood thinner, but Andre doesn't want to give up his habits, which is drinking. Okay, so being on blood thinners and drinking at the same time, you're gonna get some weird behavior. Okay.
Come on, man. That's
Okay,
crazy.
so here's the thing, though, BGS. I get where you're going, sir. I get where you're going with that, BGS.
Hold on.
Oh, one time.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Meech. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean that. I mean, I'm sure you've dealt with this kind of crap with medications and shit too, Albert, at some point, right?
Yeah.
So basically, with the stuff that he's on, especially when there's a blood issue, the last thing you want to do is drink.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that, like they say, drinking tends to enhance the personality that's already there. You understand that before I ever had a conversation with him, I was before I even came up on StreamYards, I'm over here screaming at him, just listening to YouTube. Like, man, shut up. They're trying to get a point across to you. He's the type, like you said last night, he likes to hear himself talk. That's not the biggest problem, though. He doesn't want to admit, I don't really know what I'm talking about right now. He comments on every single thing, even if he has nothing meaningful to put forward towards it.
Yeah.
But you know what's a bigger problem than that?
No. Let me finish and then go ahead.
Okay.
You know what's a bigger problem than that, though, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all niggas still letting this nigga Black Uru slide without creating a channel.
Oh my
Where's the fucking channel, sir?
We at some point you have to give up for hopeless endeavors, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start a hate channel.
Okay.
Thank Christopher to pay percent of lost causes.
It's lost causes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking this because I did watch a little bit of the playback yesterday, and Charles was yelling at him. I'm like, what the hell did he say to Charles? Good Lord.
It's what he did the whole night, and Ed can attest to that. Basically, he would not shut up.
No, that's why I went to bed. That's why I went to bed.
He would not shut up. And every time you said something, he was bringing up something like because by himself, I would just stop him. Like he kept trying to bring up Nancy Pelosi and Twitter and her trades. I said, okay, man, stop. Okay, tell us about it. Well, she even there's a whole Twitter following about her Nancy Pelosi's trades. I said, okay, how does that relate to what we're saying? Well, it's very strange. Okay, tell us about it. And then he got to, well, I don't feel like bringing it up here. And then the case is closed, right? Well, case is closed, right? You won't talk about it no more, right? Okay, don't bring it up again.
Yeah, speaking of Nancy Pelosi, I heard she unfortunately fell down a flight of stairs. I wish her a speedy recovery. I heard it's pretty bad. She had to have back surgery in London.
She's old.
Seriously? At least she didn't break her hip, because if she break her hip, that's even a bigger problem. Yeah, she's been finished. Yeah.
Yep. And she's like what, 80? She's in her 80s now.
84.
Yeah.
84. Yeah.
Hey, no.
It's real bad.
And this was in Luxembourg, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Congress is literally a geriatric. Yeah, I can't get the word out. Y'all know what I'm
Geriatric.
Yeah, we don't know how far she fell or how many stairs she fell down. We don't have a clue. So
geriocracy. There we go. That's the word Mr. Zeus trying to make up.
Another news: the turtle fell too.
Did he?
The turtle
again?
Mitch McConnell.
He
fell
too. One of them strokes are gonna take him out, man, because he keep having strokes.
Turkey neck ass Mitch McConnell.
Yeah. But in this environment where you need where power makes right, might makes right.
Hey, let me ask y'all something. So
go ahead, AB. Go ahead, AB.
To my shock, Mitch McConnell is younger than Nancy Pelosi and James Clyburn and Maxine Waters.
He probably is, but the thing is, your genes depend on your decline. Like my mother is the same age as Maxine Waters, and they operate about the same way. They're still lucid at 86.
Here's the thing: being younger than an 86-year-old ain't really saying much, man. It's an 86-year-old. Most people are younger than them. Now, here's the thing: I want to ask y'all something, man. Since we saw Biden. Walking into, I don't know if they still call it Air Force One, but walking up the stairs and falling 3 or 4 times up the stairs.
Okay.
The past 4 years, have we previously seen this many falls amongst politicians?
No.
in a 4-year stint. They are falling all over the place.
Yeah,
Let me say this
because
simply.
normally
Because they're old.
most of them would have retired by now. Yeah.
Goddamn BGS. Goddamn.
Go ahead. What?
That's what I was gonna say. No, but so
I beat you to it, sir.
I like to I like to emphasize but I like to emphasize how rare you and Black Uru are, especially in the way y'all view this shit. When you these silent gens that's still in there and the oldest of boomers, especially the white folks, they're never gonna let go, Democrat or Republican.
It's called power.
They're literally gotta be pushed out the goddamn plane.
But
okay.
power.
You have to understand is okay. You're looking at one individual, right? Not the whole people that are around him that depend on him being in there. The whole system behind him, assistance and connections. All these people depend on her being in her place. They keep her there.
Who's younger? Who's even at that level?
Yeah.
I can't think of any. I can't.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
No one. And I do appreciate, especially when you get a couple elections on your belt, the different committees that you could be a part of, and then you rise up the rank of the committee because you've been there long enough. I understand. I get it.
She's trying. Pelosi's been trying to hand off power to somebody else for the last 10 years.
Anyone?
Yeah. She's been, but nobody has been able to rise up to the level where she can actually hand it off. Okay.
Exactly.
McConnell at least has Rand Paul.
Yep.
Do you think people are ducking trying to replace him?
Okay.
I don't think anybody can.
Okay. I don't know what your district is, right? Okay. If the person in your political district was the top dog, would you actually replace her?
Probably not. No, not if I can't. Not if I don't have it to hold. Not, if I can't perform the job based on the power she got, then probably I'm not going to go for it.
And in other words, say as a voter, right? If one of the most powerful people in Washington D.C. is your representative, would you replace her?
No.
Nope.
Not at all.
Same thing with Maxine Waters here in Los Angeles. We have the same thing, right?
But to BTS's point, quiet as cat, Maxine Waters' district is actually 60% Latino, and they still haven't replaced her yet.
For the very same reason, basically, she brings home the bacon. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
If you should have learned, if you haven't learned anything else, you should learn that from Newt Gingrich in Atlanta. Okay.
Well, here's my question then, BGS. Are they not worried about her dying in office? Like, wouldn't you be working on her replacement?
They don't care. In other words, you get as much out of her as you can. Okay,
that's right.
Wring her dry.
Wring her dry. Okay.
Yep.
Would you replace her? You would rather her die in office rather than be replaced, right?
Yes. Don't talk about Dianne Feinstein like that.
No. Here's what I'm saying is that makes sense. The thing is that she dies in office, then you lose all the power she had anyway.
Then your time is up. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Damn. Okay.
The gamble is her dying in office compared to you trying to replace her.
I get what y'all are basically what y'all are saying is that whatever we can get out of her right now, we're gonna take that right now. We'll cross that other bridge when we come to it.
Because if you replace her, where does the next guy start?
Exactly.
At the bottom.
The bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because again, we tried that with the whole presidency thing. We tried that.
What?
The whole the presidency thing. They tried to get him going, but again, everything fell. The bottom fell out.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Marshall got sick and resigned, and they replaced him with Clarence Thomas. Thurgood Marshall died 3 days after Bill Clinton was inaugurated. That's why you stay in office until you die.
Yeah. It's about your agenda. Your agenda stays alive, which is why Biden tried to stay in office. Okay, it's about an agenda.
Yeah.
But wouldn't they at least be prepping somebody?
Okay. Say you prep somebody. Okay. In your district, right? I'm talking about your district, right? Say you prep that person, right? To the greatest of your ability, right? The person still has to start at the bottom.
They don't grandfather your seniority.
No.
Seniority is the thing.
Yes.
Like I said, the
Well, here's the thing, though.
connections.
One time.
But the earlier they start at the bottom, the sooner they can excel. Is what I'm saying.
Nah,
What I'm
bro.
saying is we don't seem.
Oh,
Let me finish what I'm saying. We don't seem to be hearing any names behind these people. Who is it that they're mentoring?
Hold on, Mr. Z. Hold on. Okay. It is what it is. The person at the top, it's going to take them a long time to get there.
Yeah.
If they do get there, okay?
Exactly.
The real issue is the lack of cohesion within the Democratic Party. It has broken into factions of Obama and Clinton and Pelosi and Biden, and even though they commune together, they're not one cohesive group. See, if they were one cohesive group, you make the deal cohesively as to who the successor is going to be, and you make that decision long time hence before you got to get rid of a Pelosi. Everybody's agreed on, okay, we're going to make this person king.
Chicago style.
Everybody else is going to benefit as this person is king or queen.
Chicago style.
So maybe
But because you have these factions, because you don't have one cohesive group, then everybody's going to hold on to the bitter end.
Yeah. Maybe here's what I'm missing out on then. Maybe it's not that they haven't gotten somebody that they intend as a replacement. Maybe they just haven't introduced them to the public.
The thing is, with your person, in your district, because she's in Congress, right? Okay, she's got immense power. Okay, if she resigns, where does the next person start?
No, I get that, BGS. I completely get that, sir. I got that a long time ago. Here's what I'm asking you. Okay, so if Maxine Waters died yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, who is it that you look at and say, okay, here's her replacement?
Oh, the person we elect. Where does that replacement start?
Do you have a name?
Do I have a name? There's several names, okay? There's several names that could replace her that's in the district. The thing is, will they have her same power?
Well, it's going to go with
One at a time.
Of her is going to go Latino if the vote, if it's 60% Latino.
It probably will be Latino. Yeah.
I get what y'all are saying. I don't think y'all aren't getting the question I'm asking. I understand what you're saying. They want her to stay in office because she has the power. We get that. I get it.
She's irreplaceable. You can't replace her.
Yeah, you can't replace if she dies, the friendships. You can't replace any of that stuff.
If she dies, there's a seat that is open.
There's a seat, but you can't replace her and her power. You can't replace
that's not the question I'm asking.
What is the question you're asking?
I understand the question, but the thing is, you're not understanding our answer. Okay.
I understand what you said. She holds power, and there's a lot of people eating off of her.
You can't.
Of course, they want to. Bleed her.
You cannot replace her.
It's like
it's impossible to replace her.
It's like
I didn't say replace her effect. I didn't say replace her effect. I didn't say replace her power.
Okay, we're moving on.
I am talking about who's gonna. Never mind. Don't worry about it because don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead.
If y'all don't mind.
No. We explained to you the best way we could, man. Okay.
Yeah. Let's move on.
That's political reality. The seniority rules as far as committees, as far as power connections. You cannot replace that shit. Okay. Kissinger died. They can't replace his ass. Okay. At 100.
That was a big no.
Yeah.
It was a big.
He wasn't an elected official.
Let's move on.
It didn't matter.
Let's move on. Now, I can't believe I'm seeing this already. Apparently, there are Shira 7 victims now. Let's take a listen.
But I was true to it because I was following before there was 100,000 subscribers, like me and my sisters, and
that's Shira 7. Correct?
Shira 7, yes.
And I recently checked out her page, thousands and thousands of views. And she's been doing it for a very long time.
For sure.
Yes. So I was telling every woman that I met in person, like, there's a content creator that makes really good content just about.
Listen to this.
What did they see in that bitch? I'm sorry. I have to ask.
It's same thing they see in Derek Jackson.
Okay.
What they want.
Really, it seemed like how women could take their power back. Is how it felt.
She's telling you.
That's how it felt at the time.
Yeah. So that when you went from a place of not wanting marriage at all,
Mm-hmm.
and then you started to want marriage. Was she a part of the reason?
I believe that. You
Ask
know
her
what?
why she wanted marriage. Ask her why.
Probably.
This is why I say that it's a difference between being married and being successfully married, because it's a lot of people that get married for the wrong reasons. And anybody that has ever done a review video or seen what the Shira 7
Ask
chick
her
was
why.
about,
Mhm.
or the type of advice that she's giving, my interpretation of it is to basically take advantage of men and to go for men with money. They don't talk about character. They don't talk about whether or not they're a good father. They don't talk about whether or not they're God-fearing. And it's a lot of people. And this is why it is so important for you to cite your sources and look for people that's going to give you advice or that really has the credibility behind a space. And one of the reasons why there's other content creators that are being labeled red pill or extreme when it comes to feminism on the women's side, and this is the reason specifically why people say, are you qualified to give advice? Because what sounds good doesn't necessarily translate into results in real life. For all of the heat that I may get, for people that may not necessarily like the way I say it or how I say it or anything like that, let's be very, very clear. Very clear. I am not here to make you feel good. I am here to give you results. So when you see these women that look at what other people are saying, like the Shira 7 girl, and then she takes her advice, and then now
AB,
she's
pause for me,
sitting on
please.
this podcast.
Is that Anton?
It's Anton.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me say this. I've said this on my channel, BGS, AB, y'all have heard me. Their obsession with empowerment language. What was the first thing out her mouth when he asked her that question? The power. They're obsessed with the empowerment language. They're obsessed with it. And if you could sell them taking advantage of men, of situations, of others, of other women, they'll sign up to it because they think that's what we do. They think that we have that type of power. So if you could sell them that type of power, they'll sign up to it all the time. And that's what Shira 7 sell them. That's what Chrissy sell them. That's what Paris Milan sell them. That's why they went with. That's why they
Airhead.
signed on to Shira 7, because Shira 7 sold them on using your femininity, using your quote unquote innocence, and taking advantage of hapless men with money.
They've been
But Z,
saying
didn't they?
they've been saying that for the last 4,000 years, man.
But Z,
Shout out to
but
all
Z,
the
did,
initiated
but
female guys, but she looking stupid as piss because she got with a guy, in my opinion, for the wrong reasons. And then that guy turned out to be a monster according to what she described the circumstances to be. Well, you get what you got. You get what you asked for. You get what you voted for. You get all of that, right? From a political perspective, you get what you voted for. From a relationship perspective, you get who you listen to. You are the sum total of the people that you surround yourself with. That's just the facts. But now she up here, and here's the worst part about it. She invited all of her friends or whoever it is that will listen to the chick to go and do it. And none of those people is going to come back and give you no advice on how you're supposed to manage through this crisis. None of them.
Probably, and I hate to say that, but probably it just seemed more secure for a family. It just seemed right. It just seemed more stable, like you would be on a solid foundation.
Sprinkle seems stable. Foundation? Okay, let me shut up.
AB, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Does nobody
I pray to
test
God
their
about it
theories?
because, you can subscribe to certain things that people talk about, but you don't have to subscribe to everything that they talk
Can't
about.
differentiate the two
And-
because you sheep and they wolves. You don't know how to separate between when people are giving you good advice that would be conducive for your life versus somebody giving you some advice just because, it's financially, it seems like it's at the time financially advantageous for you to take advantage
They're
of it.
gullible,
You
just
don't,
like
you don't have the
Anton
discernment to
not
be able to
getting to
differentiate between the two.
Anton
You
not
don't.
Nobody thinks critically, by the way.
One at a time, one at a time,
If
one at a
I
time,
can-
one at a time.
Jesus
If
is
I
the
can
one true
offer-
Lord.
One
If
at a
I can
time.
briefly,
And
Pause real quick.
I prayed about it and asked God to send me the right man.
Oh God.
It wasn't
bullshit.
about what
Go pause it, baby.
Go ahead.
this is, and I'm not a psychologist or anything, so y'all can take it whatever. This is what I observed of Shira 7 or whatever in particular. kind of similar to Cynthia G, but even more so.
And Derek Jackson and a few other people, yeah.
Yeah, but Shira Seven, and I'm just talking about it from a female standpoint. She has a kind of audaciousness about her. Almost just her way of just saying, take a nigga for what he got, you know, and I think that's empowering to women.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
I
Yes,
think
it is.
it makes them feel strong or something. And I think there's a boldness to that. There's an audacity to that
without being a hoe.
Different from the other women, because she looks you right in the eyes and does all kinds of weird shit with her face and basically say, take him for everything you can get from him. So,
Yep.
I mean, I think it's very seductive to women.
Which most women want to do anyway.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because we're the out.
But don't have the guts. Don't have the guts that she had to say it as flatly as she says.
Or the ability to actually do it.
Well, and not to mention we're the outsourced males, so it's easy to fucking pick on us. Everybody fucking does that shit.
White women do the same shit, man.
Yes, sir.
The white women they preach the same shit, man. This stuff has been preached for 4,000 years. It's not new.
Ad
I wanted to say
Ad
something
nauseum.
to what
Go to Africa and see what they say about this kind of shit.
It's like the book, how to ruin a man, how to ruin a guy, or how to ruin a man. You know, it's just that level of audaciousness. You know, like, you know, I'm out here to take his shit or to bring him down, and I'm going to be bold and upfront about it.
Most mothers teach their daughters that men are licks and tricks. Okay, of all races.
Yeah,
I want
a lot of other options with more. And it was really about how he treated my children.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's not what she said.
But
in her content. Let me listen to some more.
Because he seemed to love my boys. And he said, "Oh, those are my boys."
Oh, bitch, stop crying.
He was a single mom with 2 boys.
Is that the chick? Is that the chick that lives in Sirius 7 and married the wealthy dude that molested the daughter? Okay, let's do that chick story, right? She getting ready to get put out of her place with her and her 3 or 4 kids, right? Okay.
Yep.
And she wanted to move in with this dude that was fucking her, right? And he said the only way I will actually let you move in with me is if we were married. Okay, that's why she got married. She needed a place to stay. What you crying for?
Let me tell you something.
You only knew to do the month.
Here's my thing.
Which
here's one thing.
Wait a minute.
Let him play it.
Red flag on the play, and y'all didn't see that coming. Okay.
To the situation that took place with your husband. I think it's important to, talk about the impact. I'm actually happy you shared that because, we had that we had a debate just the other night where that was a part of the conversation because who you watch and learn from.
Who y'all think he talking about as far as who they had a debate with the other night? Who y'all think he talking about?
I don't know.
That's discipleship.
That's
mentorship.
Oh my goodness.
That's who you are, in submission to.
Yes.
Under their leadership.
You know what? That's so true.
The thing about it is now when you're discipling under somebody to make the most important decision in your life, who I'm going. This is how I choose the most my partner. That's the biggest decision we make. They have a lot of influence on our future and the future of our children. What do you think was the biggest takeaway from that content creator in particular that impacted you? What was the biggest takeaway, or what empowered you from her in particular, that made you feel that safety and security? Like, what was it? A particular lesson or principle that was given to you? To all my soldiers, we are knee deep in spiritual.
Shout out to my dog.
Women are taught a lot of times, like I stated before, that women are taught that their value is in what's between their legs. And she was the first person that said that it was true.
Bullshit.
And you don't have to give it away
for free
to
just anybody. A man should be worth your time. He should be, taking you out. He should be investing in you. He should be making your life easier if he cares about you. And that's what I took away from it.
Whole language.
Okay, can we pause there? Can we pause?
All right, go ahead, Meech.
Okay, so first thing is, I'm with this guy. I'm with this. Fuck your tears. Fuck your tears. Your tears don't progress anything into actual improvement of society. It's a goddamn it's a defense measure so that you can throw us off because we generally get soft when you start crying. Fuck your tears. The second thing is, look, you got to start taking accountability for your actions. You participating in this fucking shit that gets you hurt. You want to sit up here. Here's the thing with women. They want to hang. They want to think they can hang in the neighborhoods where there are gangbangers, drug dealers, pimps, scammers, and everything, and not get banged on, not get sold drugs, not get scammed. You're in that area. The way men primarily protect you is keeping you away from them fucking areas. And you don't want to assume any accountability. And then you want to come crying. We don't give a fuck about your tears. We fought for that shit for hundreds of years.
This is something that the chick told me on my Beach Women's channel years ago, man. What's the one thing that women don't want to be?
Alone.
Shame. Shame, guilt, and the need to be right. Okay.
Yep.
The first one is shame. Okay. They don't like to be shamed. Okay.
True.
I know as a whole. I know. I got into the situation because I needed a place. I get my pussy like a hoe. Okay. I don't want to be shamed for it.
Just don't call me that.
Don't call me that.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Okay. Well then, how about this then? Keep this shit to yourself and quit trying to blame us for it.
No.
No.
You gotta shift it. No, you gotta shift the blame. Okay, I can't own this.
Nope. You know, I'm
you and guess what black men do? I'm Jesus Christ. It's my fault. I'm
there. You go. Beautiful, strong black woman, queen shaped butter goddess.
The healthiest content.
Guess what he's doing right now?
To digest, or do you have any regrets in really watching that content to help guide your decision making?
So funny thing about me is I don't have regrets. I believe that God is.
Here we go. Of course not.
And there's nothing that happens that He has not approved or seen. And
stop blaming this shit on Shira. Shira had nothing to do with this.
Not just our family.
Baby, please pause.
Hey, can you put it on 2x speed?
Wait, Mish, I gotta get this out.
Anyway, I'm going on mute.
This right here this is why I have a whole channel, y'all. She got caught up because she was desperate, right? So going to what you were asking earlier, AB, about, so you thought what you did was security. Yes, she didn't have a place to stay. Shout out to BGS, but he said it. She didn't have a place to. I got nowhere else to go. So she signed up to this dude who she only knew for a few days, went and lived with him, and what happened, number one. Number two, instead of her admitting, I ingested this type of content because I felt it was empowering to me as a woman. I felt like I was going to be able to take advantage because she would have to admit that she felt like she could take advantage of
thought she had a lick.
Guy. Thank you. I could take advantage of him, and actually it ended up being a horrible, and that's once again, if we believe the whole story, I don't know everything that's going on with the case or if there's even a case. But assuming that whatever happened, all of it happened because you sacrificed you and your kids for, once again, security, going to what you said, AB. But she would have to admit that what she saw in him was someone to take advantage of. Right? That's what Shira 7 is selling. It's licks with money that's willing to be, in their words, generous with it. Right? In other words, naive with the money, and you buy in the vagina. And that's what she saw in it, and it turned out to blow up in her face. No pun intended. Well, maybe a pun intended in there. But yeah, so there you go with that. So to answer what you said, AB, exactly what BGS said. So what she saw in security was she didn't have nowhere to go, and this was a man that was at least well off enough to take care of her and her kids, and she signed up to it. Naive, and she was the naive one, not him. And I'll pause right there. There you go.
She wasn't naive.
Long live the transaction.
Exactly, she was not.
She was not naive. She was not naive.
It's a long live the transaction, bro.
Oh, she wasn't naive. She just gambled wrong.
She gambled. Okay, she knows what she's doing.
There you go. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree.
If he indeed did do what she said he did,
Yeah,
why is he not in jail? Why is he not in jail?
But still, what's worse is she gambled her children's lives, though. Regardless,
why is he not in jail?
I think he blew it up, and then she just cried.
She cried. Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
she was tired of her. She was talking too much.
In public.
If a little black girl walks into a police department and says that this man who my mommy's married to or living with,
this black man,
this black man, whatever color it is, doesn't matter what color he is, right? Molested this little girl, he's going to jail.
Yes, he is.
Is this man in jail?
In the result of what has happened, and yeah.
So now let's talk to me about meeting your husband now, because I can imagine after you watch this content,
all that to say she don't.
It's probably preparing you for the suitors that come into your life, how to vet them, how to manage them. Was he one of the early suitors?
Yes.
Was he the first one, or were there a few guys before him?
You got to be the best. Just got to be first.
He was one of the first few, and he pursued me heavily, which I liked. I think that women like a man that pursues and says that, I want you.
And you initially met him online?
Yes, online. I'm sorry. We met online.
What do I say about me?
What the hell is this?
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You gonna learn. You gonna learn.
The whole situation is weird.
Throw the website out there, but if people have been watching, then they know. I don't want to make the website a bad place. That's not what it's about. But we did meet online.
Of course not.
I get it.
Quick question, AB. Can you pause? Can they do y'all think do you think they know we can tell when they're faking?
Doesn't matter.
They don't think.
Most people can't. Most people don't even care. They just want to feel sympathy. It's a performance.
All right.
Yep. Yeah. It's like knowing you're getting stiffed when you buy a car.
No, see here. Let me know what y'all think inside of the comments. The lesson is learned. The lesson is being preached, one way or another. Let me know what y'all think inside of the comments.
The thing is, why she blaming this on Shira?
40% off your first order plus 20% off your life.
I don't think that's what you.
Because you can't blame it on a dude, so she got to blame it on her.
Yeah. Because I think she had one foot in and one foot out. Because I definitely see what you're saying, BJS. But she ain't go in all the way with the blame. She put it out there like I was consuming this, but she didn't say, "Look, man, I followed Shira's plan, and this is how it ended up." She didn't go that direction. Shira
would never tell you to actually take your 4 kids and move in with a dude that you just met after a month. She would never tell you that shit.
Yep.
So that's what she was hedging her bets with the blame. So she was kind of blaming Shira, but didn't quite say she blamed Shira. Yeah, so she was hedging the blame.
That's why it's bullshit.
That was a pure episode of natural selection, man. Waterway. Chicken's an idiot. Loser.
Furthermore, Shira, whenever she talks, she gives herself ample plausible deniability,
Yep.
So when you fuck up, you can't pin it on her. She'd be like, I didn't tell you to do that. That's the thing.
She was like them Chicago rappers.
I'm going to tell you, a woman who moves in with a man inside of a month, with daughters, she's selling those daughters to that man.
I wouldn't disagree with you.
She is basically selling those daughters to that man. That's the only circumstance in which a black woman moves in with a man after knowing him for just a month.
Online.
She wants that man to have those girls.
I wouldn't say that, Black Rule. Here's what I would say. I would say this. Listen to me.
Black mother with daughters, man.
I hear you, sir. I hear what you're saying.
Think about that, man. a black mother with daughters
Yeah,
I think I
met
know where Misha's
somebody
going.
online. She didn't know nothing about. You only move in that house with that dude unless you selling them.
I don't know if Meech disagrees with you, Black Widow.
I think it's this. I think she's at the point of desperation where she's like, well, I don't want it to happen, but if it does,
desperation
yes, it is with these bitches.
You're not gonna get online.
No,
you talk about the same group of bitches that are taking
your daughters into some man's house.
Yes.
You're not gonna do that.
No, they're not. They'll go homeless first.
Yeah.
I just want to.
You're gonna do a whole lot of things
before you do that. Yeah.
She might have already done it.
We don't know, but the thing is, then she knows. Then she's not surprised in what happened. The thing is that dude in jail?
No, not last time I checked.
Or did she have somebody,
all the rest of that shit is bullshit. Then.
Didn't happen.
Well,
at least last time I checked, it was a no. But I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, last time I checked.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just want to emphasize, this is why we're here. This social media crap, this internet stuff, it has real life consequences. Assuming once again everything's above board about what she's saying, which once again he's not in jail last time I checked. So yeah, but yeah. So you're consuming Sierra 7, fine. You get the wrong message, or at least you take that message and run with it way past what Sierra 7 talking about. You sacrifice you and your kids to this dude. Once again, assuming that what you're saying is true, which once again is up in the air, and this is the result.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is the result.
Mr. Z, bitches. Okay, bitches have done this before, way before she was 7. That's bullshit. What this chick is saying. That's bullshit. What she's saying.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Chicks have been damn near homeless and moved in with a dude to take care of her kids way before she was 7. This is bullshit. What she's talking about. Okay.
So you're saying she's throwing in the Shira 7 thing as a ruse?
Yes.
It's not really
as a way. It's not on me.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, BGS. Are you saying that she pulled
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
That's what happens when you live in a big city like Chicago or Los Angeles, especially when there's a lot of poor areas. You see this shit happen all the time. Okay.
Yeah. She's saying I was in a vulnerable space, in a vulnerable mindset, and I started consuming Shira 7, and she made me feel empowered. Going back to what she was saying earlier, AB, and what BGS is saying. So Shira 7 made me feel empowered. Then I met this guy who was pursuing me heavily, and I fell for him. And then we moved in, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay,
well, if she felt that empowered, how come she didn't do what the first or 2 or 3 baby daddies that she got with?
Exactly. That just tells you.
How long she been listening to Shira 7? For years, right?
Yeah, I don't recall what she said to that, but yeah. Maybe.
In other words, how come she didn't do that to the setup with the men she had babies by?
Yeah,
because it's Jermaine's fault.
Yeah,
that's why I call bullshit. That's why I don't like listening to shit like this.
It might go to what Black Widow was saying earlier, where the man might have ended that relationship, and she said, "I got something for y'all," as has the rumors. So
yeah. Yeah, in other words, she got an internet presence. She got some money. She started acting different. He said, "Well, if you're gonna act like this, then I'm gonna put you out." So he probably put her out.
And after all of this, there's nothing they can do wrong, right? But yet, black men are the white people of black society, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that article.
There's nothing they can do wrong. Even the things that have absolutely nothing to do with black men, like DJ Kid, you decided to fuck a white man, and you got HIV, and they came back and blamed black men for being thirsty. So you say we desire you too much, but then you turn around and say we don't want you at all. Make up your fucking mind.
But basically, she got an internet presence. She's a content creator. She making money. She got put out, and her relationship broke up. She got to have an excuse for it. This is theater.
And try to destroy him in the process.
Yeah.
No, he goes under the bus like everybody else.
Like you said, BJS, this is theater, and she gets paid for it, and she knows who the audience is that will pay her for it.
Oh my God!
All them fake ass fucking tears.
I trust the Shira 7. I trusted this guy.
I've seen better actors acting from fucking Ice Cube. He's a better drama actor. He could put on more
Beyonce a better
Shakespeare
actress.
than this bitch just fucking.
Yeah. So basically, it's light skin tears, and one thing that it is
Light skin tears, nigga.
It is.
Are they better than dark skin tears?
Hey, look,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna interrupt the light skin
light-skinned
Negro
tears
telling me
are-
about
are
light skin
softer.
tears.
That's softer.
They're more.
They don't give the same thud when they hit the ground. Go ahead.
They have vitamin E.
So basically, what this is, like BJ said, she's not in jail. And I was saying we need a timeout when Black Hoover was going real old school black pill. But that's low key what happened with R. Kelly. That's what happened with her. Like them chicks just skated out because they're victims too. And the argument is, what are you gonna do? They already went through a lot. You're gonna take the children away from the mother. That's the mentality that they make a decision on. But ultimately, the thing with her, and this is what I want to really say, the thing with her is when she was telling a story, when she said that she intentionally got pregnant, not by this dude, but by the dude that had her first kids, that's when I knew who she was. This is a classic acculturated prostitute and this was the dude, this wasn't even the dude that had money. This is a dude that she liked. And she said that out of her own mouth, like real casual, like she was just telling a story, like, because I intentionally got pregnant by this. And this is before she met Shira. This is how you know what she's on. And another thing that a lot of people don't take into account is she created content about this. She was a competitor too. So you basically did kind of what Fresh and Fit did, which is you take the talking points and then you recreate it. So you can't take the business out of that. The fact you're trying to be a coach. So you're not just a consumer. You're not a consumer that found Shira 7. You got this life. You went through this. No, you were making social media. Last thing I'm gonna say too is when women started to question her, and this is not even Shira fans that were really questioning her, when like the Dana and the Black Female Accountability Department started questioning her, she removed her social media because a lot of the audience was starting to question her because her story sounds crazy, because they didn't even know that she was with a black dude. They thought it was a white dude. And I know that because it was literally a white dude that has a black wife that was calling my trophy wife. It's like a similar name that he had to come out and say it wasn't him. And that's kind of how people eventually figured out it was actually a black dude. So again, she never really put her relationship out there like that. And to be fair to Shira, because look, I'm not a fan, but the thing is, Shira don't be telling females to do goofy shit like that. There is a vetting to the bullshit she tells them to do. So the story that she had, how she met him, basically this dude looked like a mark to you. You were trying to get to the story so you can create a channel and do whatever and live that life, and now it blew up. And yeah, I mean, that's basically what it is. So again, another thing, shout out to AB, like with Anton, that brick lady, just to take it in a similar direction, the brick lady came up on Anton's show.
Lord have mercy, yeah.
And what makes it so crazy is the way she's talking. She's literally talking as if she did not get charges put on her for making that shit up. She is literally talking as if it actually happened. Talk about the trauma that I went through. You mean the trauma?
Yeah, hit with a water bottle
in a lie? Well, even that, she's talking about the social media thing. So she's trying to act like it's trauma. It was funny because Anton, you saw Anton in real time wasn't taking her crap. He's like, because she just kept on trying to trade on that situation and then say these typical. And I'm like, that you're not even ADOS, you're not even FBA. You basically got black women looking bad for I don't care that she's not FBA, but my point is African American women are going to take the heat for that.
Yeah, that's
just
true.
like the chick that's lying in the Duke lacrosse thing. I mean, I think she's FBA. But my point is black women take the hit, so black women become the face of liars. That's the one thing black women aren't paying attention to. They will make you be the face of liars in a heartbeat.
Yep.
But anyway, thank you.
No. But Ed, so the thing with Brickface, so you're telling me she's starting her quote unquote trauma story with the response on social media, not the fact that she lied and got caught.
He called her Brickface.
Well, that's how
I always call her Brickface.
Well, that's how. Yeah, I mean, that's I mean,
it does look like it does look like a brick face. I gotta get.
Hey, wait, hold on. That looked like a description of her actual fucking rating, though. Is brick face. That is not a pretty bitch.
But the thing is, she had a hit. This wasn't the first time she created the situation and got money. Like every 3 years, like Celebrity found that out, and so she's just coming back on social media for the clout. And obviously, and it's content's got a content, right? So what is Anton really gonna do? He didn't really address her until she kind of brought that up. He was gonna talk to her like she was anybody else, but this speaks to the mentality of these chicks when they lie. Like women are very believable when they lie. If you're not blessed in the quote unquote game, or you don't have experience, they're believable because they delude themselves a lot of the times. They believe the lie themselves. So how dare you challenge them? That's why that chick in the beginning, AB, the chick that was talking about the dude that didn't believe in Me Too.
Yeah.
You saw the speech, like that's a believable speech to the uninitiated. You didn't really even hear what he said, but just hearing her reaction, you believe it. And that's why dudes have to like guard. Y'all gotta guard against that empathy, unless it's like a family member or some shit. Y'all, because they will manipulate that, and they are very callous about how they manipulate. Anyway,
but no, but I want to go back to exactly that scene that you're talking about off of No Fugazi. Look at the way she was speaking to him, the shaming language, because all of that was shaming language that she was speaking to him with. How dare you not believe women?
She was not virtue
she said dangerous.
She was virtue. Hold on, I'm just saying she was virtue preaching.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Wait, I gotta sit with that for a second. I gotta sit with that.
Yeah.
No, I gotta sit with that.
Yeah, she wasn't virtue signaling. She was virtue testifying.
Yeah,
and it's not the first time that she did that. She did that again when he was asking her about, you know, what's a high value man, and she did all of that character and stuff. She goes into these like little speeches, and I figured out who she was. She's basically a chick that's in more of the female life coach empowerment. The same.
Yeah.
Cheyenne Bryant does kind of the same shit, but not quite as well. But she does. You're not God, yo, low key. Tasha K said that because you know everybody thought that Cam Newton kind of signed up for that, being talked down to like that, so people are mad at Cam. Like black men, apparently Cam didn't know. But Tasha K said, and obviously this is Tasha K, but Tasha K don't be lying about everything.
Yeah.
The stuff she do, she gets sued for. But basically, Cheyenne Bryant has a girlfriend, like a lesbian girlfriend.
I heard about that.
And that's how she got on Cam's show. And Cam didn't expect her to do all of that. And Cam kind of played it cool, you know, for the show. But Cam ain't cool with her. Cam don't mess with her friend, because Cam was like cool with her friend from a business relationship standpoint. So basically, she just jacked up everything to kind of go on this tour. That's not true with Nick, but that was true with Cam. And yeah, so everybody like low key around her was mad at her.
Corey been saying that too, though. And Corey was said what he puts. Corey Holcomb, y'all. He put up a picture of Cheyenne Bryant with the supposed girlfriend. It was like, why don't you tell people who this is? Right?
Yeah. Shout out to Boston Media that covers Corey stuff. But the thing about it is, Cheyenne Bryant is, again, basically what Tasha K basically low key said was, this is a chick with a liquor license, and basically this is the pipeline. You pipelining these chicks just to vag, because you were playing with vag up until you 40, and now you like overrated. It was funny how it was like, wow, because these women were getting mad, and she even said, but you know, women can't really do nothing with Tasha K because she outranks most of them unless you're famous, and you know she don't care. But yeah, she was throwing Tasha K. She was throwing Cheyenne under the bus, and she don't like Cheyenne. And that's interesting, because you know when Tasha K don't like you as a female, you must
you on some bullshit.
Yeah, because Tasha K is like I don't even want to call her an anti-hero. I wouldn't call her a villain to like what we do.
Well, no, Cheyenne got to trace her little cutesy self around all these rich alpha male types. If I'm Tasha K, I'm pissed off too. Especially since she's going around lying about what she is. She's having a whole damn conversation with Cam Newton where he asked her how come she ain't got a man, and she basically lies to his face in America because she eating box.
She literally said that 4 men proposed her, and I could believe a couple proposed. But if you telling me that you really feel, and again, you look at her, you look at Princella, which obviously Princella is obvious, but hell, you got niggas that be waiting for Princella to say the right things. Like it's amazing how you have some, because you can't have black men in anything that we do. You cannot have black men that are in our space or anywhere adjacent to it being that hypocritical, and they still gonna be around. Like you just can't. You see what they doing with Cooley. So you got all these women, Cynthia G, all of them.
You can't be taking no pipe out here, man. Then talk about you going around.
Edward.
I'm not talking about that.
Edward.
Man, you can't do that.
Like, okay,
Is Edward implying?
Get back. I feel like
Is Edward implying? Is Edward implying that Tasha K knows what she looks like?
Well, who looks like?
Tasha K knows what Tasha K looks like.
Yeah, Tasha K has been Tasha K is not one of these chicks that thinks she wouldn't probably say she ugly, but she ain't one of these chicks that thinks she attractive and is just mad. I mean, she got a husband.
She ain't at that level. She knows she got to pay.
Yeah, I mean, she did that. She
pays.
Said it. And you know how you know she pays? You want to know how you know she pays? She said it in that statement that was being played. That she said, "You talking about going in somebody's phone? No, why don't y'all go to the medical together? I do. I got the medical records of my man. I'm the one that sets up his appointments."
Yeah,
I was like,
I remember that. I remember that.
Let's move on. Let's listen to well, whatever.
Who's
I have
that?
to say that it is strange
Miss Joyanne
to
Reed.
watch an almost united public, left and right, use this tragedy to go off on big business and cold-hearted insurance companies.
Gee, I wonder why.
When a majority of Americans just elected a billionaire backed by the world's richest billionaire, who is now appointed along with a near billionaire to run the country and slash the budget, plus a cabinet full of a half a dozen other billionaires whose collective goal is to slash spending on everything the government does for ordinary Americans and cut taxes on billionaires and big businesses, aka themselves. Now, if there is one thing that the left and the right can agree on, it's that this system in America does not work for regular people. But there are so many contradictions when it comes to what Americans want to actually do about it. For example, Americans frequently say they want their government to be run like a business. It's one of the most common things that you hear on the campaign trail. And at least nominally, if you ask people who voted for Trump why they did it, they will say it's because he's a businessman or that they had more money when he was president. And they think that he will help the economy and make eggs and other things cost less. And apparently some of them like it when a presidential candidate fake fillets a microphone or when his running mate calls women who haven't given birth to children, including the sitting vice president, worthless trash. But I've got to say that it is strange to watch an almost...
That? He didn't say that.
No.
Worthless trash. Okay, Lee. First
The people who voted for Donald
get what
Trump
she's
didn't
saying.
vote for Trump
Get some more.
Yeah.
These are
Yeah,
some
no, I
crash
get what she's
outs.
saying with
because
the
they feel like Trump will make their life
contradiction.
easier. They voted for Donald Trump because they know Donald Trump will make life harder for people they don't like. No, I will not be explaining further.
Oh gosh.
I don't get this one. Crash Outs really think this what she's about to. I'm gonna play it again. Crash Outs really think this is
She borderline come off like an automaton or something.
People who voted for Donald Trump didn't vote for Trump because they feel
Look
like
at the way
Trump will
she
make their life easier. They voted for Donald Trump because they know Donald
she
Trump
real?
will make life harder for people
That's
they
what I'm
don't
saying.
like.
Comes
No,
off
I will
like
not be
AI.
explaining further.
I don't think
No,
this
this
is
is
AI.
AI. That's AI.
No. That's real. That's real. What she just did was emote, and women don't need her to explain herself.
Yeah, but
they just want to
we're talking
emote.
about
That's
the
a real
image.
woman.
What I'm saying is the way her lips are moving and the way her
Yeah, it comes
facial
off.
expression. It seems like it doesn't seem real.
I think she's just reading off a note or teleprompter or something.
No, I think it's audio. She's just using the audio and running her mouth.
Yeah, that's what it said. Yeah, I think so. It doesn't. It seems.
Trump has to
artificial.
be the biggest scam on earth. All that ass kissing, and Tim Scott didn't even get a fucking job in his administration.
Is this a white lady talking on black
for
shit?
Trump has to be the
Oh, here we
biggest
go.
scam on earth. All that ass kissing, and Tim Scott didn't even get a fucking job in his administration.
There's open a lot of people. The administration hadn't even started yet.
Yeah.
How do you think she leaned towards reparations?
Shout out to Jimmy Dore. I love this term he uses. They call this is what I call a shit lib.
Yeah. I've heard him say it.
I mean, they're going to crash out. Well, the thing is, there's so much propaganda pushed in this short campaign that people still haven't gotten over it. Okay.
BGS, this is
The
a white
Democrats'
woman
moral
talking
high
about black
ground
shit, though.
is crumbling. For my entire life, I've always heard that the Democrats were the party of equality and science and the
not anymore
environment and blah 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 blah. Yet right before our very eyes, we're seeing them lie. They lied about pardoning Hunter Biden. KJP has been at the White House press
Welcome to
dais
the roster.
for months, saying that Hunter Biden was never going to be pardoned, and now he's been pardoned for all the way back.
They've been roasting the fuck out of Karine Jean-Pierre too.
To 2014 for potential crimes, not even a specific one. So all the things that Trump was impeached for is literally based around trying to investigate Hunter Biden. Like, do Democrats not get that conspiracy theorists only exist because there's a lack of information and transparency going on? And now there's reports that people like Liz Cheney are going to be pardoned. Pardoned for what? What is she going to be pardoned for?
Whatever Trump's going to uncover, that's what he'll be pardoned for.
Denied herd immunity and doesn't believe in.
Yeah.
It wasn't a Republican group that did this survey. It was a Democratic group called Blueprint 2024. They didn't survey 200 people. They surveyed 3,200 people, 3,262 people, national and swing state voters, right after the vote, November 6th and 7th. And what they found, this is not Megyn Kelly, this is a Democrat group trying to figure out what went wrong, surveying 3,000 plus voters. The top issue for swing state voters was, and I quote, Kamala Harris is focused more on cultural issues like transgender issues rather than helping the middle class. She is focused more on cultural issues like transgender issues rather than helping the middle class. That was the number one issue for swing state voters, David. So you might want to reassess the trans ad was not driving the vote. Indeed, sir, the trans issue did drive the vote.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Oh, gosh.
Donald Trump is our president.
Yeah.
Somebody had the nerve to ask me, what type of black person would ever support Donald Trump? I tell you what type of black person would ever support Donald Trump. The type of black person who will lay hands on you and pray for you. The type of black person who wants best, not just for the individual, but the entire nation. The type of black person who doesn't look at identity politics and have to see somebody with the exact same level of melanation as they have in order for them to be behind their initiative. The type of black person who has morals and values and integrity and stands for something. That's the type of black person that supports an individual such as Donald Trump. You know, the black folk who actually care for, God forbid, values and morals and actually have a high integrity and a level.
The presidential pardon was originally meant to grant the president the power to temper justice with mercy. It was not enshrined in our Constitution so that a dishonorable man could reward his criminal allies, friends, and family for their corrupt practices.
Biden.
A few months later.
I don't have a problem with Biden pardoning his son. He should have pardoned them. The crazies are coming, right? But to me, it's like, pardon more. The presidential pardon was originally meant to grant the president.
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
What did I say, AB, about what the internet will do?
Expose us all.
I'm just saying.
Furthermore, these presidential pardons are political. You've seen them with both sides here. So what else the fuck is new?
No, they're
and by the way, to anybody who is talking about authoritarian, F all y'all, as somebody who grew up in one and knows what that shit's like, you don't want that.
Oh, we don't revisit that one, okay? But the thing, somebody need to redo her makeup. She's starting to look more and more like a man. every day. Jesus Christ.
You're not supposed
Excuse me,
to say
BGS,
it, though,
BGS.
You're not supposed to say it, though.
He mean the upper quarter inch shaved off.
Oh man, I mean, what I'm talking about, just the makeup, man. She looks like a man. She don't look like a woman
Yeah,
anymore.
it definitely is looking a little.
It is pretty bad. Yeah,
It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
Come on, baby.
she getting old, man. She's getting up there in age like a Congolese
they
woman
can
usually does.
they can soften her up a little bit, man.
Wait till you hear her beatbox.
There's no excuse, man. A woman makes over $4 million a year.
Yeah, she can do better. She can do better.
There's no excuse.
Absolutely.
They got the sister on CNN. Look cute.
She gonna be in New Orleans seeing Lady Marmalade. Okay.
Oh, come on. No. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. BGS, you trying to traumatize me?
Oh boy. Well, she's not any
up.
uglier than what's her name? So.
This one you talking about? Don't make this worse.
I don't know
don't mention the worst name.
Type it in back chat.
That's the beauty of the internet, is that in social media, is that you wouldn't, outside of maybe Fox News, you wouldn't find a mainstream publication that would cover this juxtaposition, this flip flop of Joyanne Reed over the past few days, right? So yeah.
So name it. Who would you take over? Would you take Patti LaBelle over her?
Yeah, I think this is a question you should be asking better you, not me. You're asking the wrong motherfucker. What the hell?
In other words, ain't that big a difference between Patti LaBelle and her? Okay.
Well, at least Patty will make you a sweet potato pie.
That is true.
That's one thing. That's one thing. Speaking of food.
One time.
Wait. Fuck Patty's sweet potato pie. I can make a better one.
All right. Speaking of which, Black Guru
challenge.
I ain't challenging shit, you little instigator. Get the fuck out the way.
Not you, Artard.
But
okay, all right.
Hey, come on now.
Everything's diminished now. Everything's gone to shit now.
See?
Where we at now? No, the whole panel is gone to shit right now.
Yeah. My question, I just wanted to ask Black Guru something, since we're talking about food here. What would you suggest for a pot pie? I should start with, because I've never had a pot pie in my life.
Chicken.
That's what you want to ask him?
I'm not your pot pie guy. I've never been.
If you can find Marie Callender's chicken pot pie frozen, check that one out. Okay, they make one of the best pot pies.
Do y'all know why Nima is even
as long as it's gluten free and
question?
everything? Yeah, cool.
Nigga, what would you suggest?
Why would you? Why are you trying to get a gluten free pot pie, man? It makes no sense.
Nope.
I got celiac disease, sir.
What would you suggest?
Well, why would you?
You're right. I withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Take it back. Hold on.
It's like eating vegan ribs, man. It makes no sense.
Animal style.
Mystery meat. I can't believe it's butter. I can't believe this isn't real butter.
Name a pause, son. Pause.
So what do y'all suppose the first 10 videos should be on Black Guru's channel?
I have no idea.
He really trying to get this channel going.
Yeah. I think you should type it into him. I have no idea.
In other news, as you can
y'all
see,
just stop. Y'all acting like it. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I want you to respond to this one. Lisa Ray says Halle Berry can't
Why y'all trying to trigger me?
man because she's bad in bed. That's what I heard.
She probably is. That's what I've heard too. That's what I believe the same thing.
First of
really?
all,
yeah.
I want y'all to understand.
Every husband she's had has cheated on her. Okay,
that's true.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name? The baseball player. I think he cheated on her inside of a year they were together.
Yeah. So I've had women with the really pretty and had bad box.
I just want to emphasize.
In fact, Black Guru, what you mentioned, Dave Justice.
Real quick, because before we go to David Justice, I just want to emphasize that we are speaking about women in their 50s, damn their 60s.
Okay. Yes. What I'm saying is her box was bad in her 20s.
True. No, that's not where I'm going. I'm saying they're speaking juvenile. They're speaking like
they're still speaking like that.
Year olds, and these are women that are grandmas, registered grandmas.
I've heard 80-year-old women talk shit like this.
Yep.
This is insanity.
Hey, when Kevin was still alive,
it's
there
called
was
women. It's called women. They do this shit. Men do the same shit when they're 80.
Yes.
There's no difference.
There is a difference. It's called a double standard, BGS. It's a double standard.
I got G. Give me just.
I got one word for you that I make too, Mr. Z.
Go ahead.
Bullshit.
On this one, we agree, BGS, and I'm still standing on it.
I know. In other words, double bullshit.
It is. I don't doubt it. I'm saying double. You are damn near 60, ma'am. You are a grandmother. Nobody
What that
know
mean?
about whose box is bad because all of y'all.
They don't care about that. And there was a 62-year-old woman when Kevin was still alive that came on the panel talking about leveling up. You're 62, ma'am. You're 62.
What happened was that for a good 20-year period, Halle Berry was the it girl, black girl, and probably most of the black women in Hollywood probably hated her guts.
They did. They did.
Lisa Ray.
Yeah.
And that hatred never dies. It don't die at 50, at 60, at 80, at 100. It never dies.
So what caused this response from Lisa Ray?
I don't know. But,
built up hatred or jealousy?
No. There's something that triggered it because she's been hating her for a long time.
Something recently has happened.
Yeah, but BGS's point. Here you go, Mr. Z.
Stop marrying these old bums, ladies. Yes, if you're a lady over 50, this message is for you.
AB putting a battery in my back tonight.
About these old single men that do not have a pot to piss in or a wonder to throw it out because they fumbled their bags in their youth and now they want to get a woman their age and use her for a nurse or purse. And what I mean by that is they got diabetes, high blood pressure, can hardly get around.
They're probably dealing with
you.
This is very common, okay?
Marrying them, and then you realize you don't have a partner
over 9,000.
Patient. So what I'm saying, ladies, is stop marrying these old ass bums. If they ain't got what you got, let them keep it moving.
In other words, get a cat and die alone.
Wait, BGS. I gotta say it before anybody go. I want to direct the question to BGS and Black Uru. How in the hell did y'all deal with this? How did y'all?
You still deal same way you're doing it now. Same way you're doing it now.
Oh my God!
And
the SAS was over 9,000.
In other words, it doesn't mean what she's saying out of her mouth is not the same shit that she's gonna do when she gets lonely.
Exactly.
One time.
Why she's doing that video is because there are plenty of women say, "Fuck that! I'm gonna take the guy with the diabetes."
Yeah, the diabetes and the guy that's damn near homeless because guess what? I'm tired of. In fact, I was at my grandson's performance like during the summertime. Right, he was in a play. He was in a musical. Right, and I was sitting behind an old lady, a little bit older than me. Right, okay, and I'm just chilling. Right, I'm just doing my thing. I'm just chilling, right? Started with a conversation. She started telling me that she's not married. She ain't got nobody in the house. She own her own house. She got this amount for a pension. Okay, she lonely.
She advertising to you.
She advertising.
I can't go into a Target. I can't go into a it's gonna be some old Asian woman trying to strike up some conversation. How are the champagne melons or all that kind? These women are desperate.
Ask you to start a YouTube channel.
And all they really want to know is at our age, and we can tell you, does your dick get hard?
Yeah.
If
your man asks you to pay half, you need to tell him no. You need to leave him. That's what I say.
So what percentage is her man paying?
You will always pay half for everything. These are men who don't want to be responsible for you. They really don't make the commitment, but you don't realize it. You just think that this is the way to do it so that you can survive together. If he cannot pay the bill to provide for you, then you don't need him.
Bullshit.
You got it?
That's
ladies,
bullshit.
When your man asks you
That's bullshit.
This,
Because my mentor, who's in her 70s, will tell you the exact opposite. Okay, if you need to survive, you need to find a guy that will go 50-50 with you to survive. Okay, at this point.
but see,
Hold on, Z. Unless you're old enough to know about this, Z.
No. I'm
Well,
saying she's
here's
a
the
coward.
thing.
Well, then you need to pipe down for a second, okay?
No, I was saying she's a coward because she didn't stand on what she was really saying. She said if he doesn't pay the bills, no. You trying to say all of it, but you ain't say all of it. That's coward stuff. Go ahead.
In other words, what she's saying is bullshit.
I mean, who
Yes,
is
it
she
is.
giving? Who is she giving advice to? I mean, what group?
Yeah,
of
that's
women
true.
Is
Good
she
question.
Any woman younger than her?
Probably.
Well, that's because she's in her 70s.
What older man is gonna get with some old ass woman and I'm gonna come in and pay all your bills? That's insane talk.
That's
That's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah, but you're thinking logically, Uru.
No,
These
I'm
bitches don't think
saying
like that.
no,
Yes, yes.
listen to me.
Okay. Hold on a
Listen to me,
second.
Jeff.
How old are you, Meech?
46.
We're in our 60s. We know that's bullshit. They do think like
There is no
that.
scenario where a 60-something-year-old woman is going to expect a man to come in and pay all her bills.
No.
On what planet is that happening?
Not when you get past 50. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, what planet is that happening?
But yet they expend the energy
No,
trying
they
to
don't.
get you to do it.
No, they
She
don't.
just did
No,
it.
they don't.
It's the internet,
no
man.
50-something-year-old woman actually
We telling you what we know. No, they don't.
No 50-something-year-old
No,
woman
I'm not.
believes that she's
Here's what I
going to
need
get
y'all to
some guy.
understand.
Please. No 50-something-year-old, because we're in this age, man.
We're in this age range. We see this all the time.
We know these people. This ain't no theory. And I'm telling you, there is no 50-something-year-old black woman who is expecting some guy to come in and pay all her bills.
Nope.
Not in the United States of America.
Not in the United States. And not if she black. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not talking about whether she.
So that's why I asked the question: who is she talking to?
Yeah,
she's still talking to women younger than her. She don't want. Look, understand this. It's not Black Uru and BGS and Meech she expects to believe it. It's the younger women who will believe it and invest in her that she wants to believe it. It ain't about us. But just because she's talking about us doesn't mean she's talking to us.
Go ahead, Tel.
Who's a 70-year-old woman talking to? She ain't talking to a 20-year-old girl.
She look, BJ. You know she talking to BJ. She talking to a 50-year-old woman, and that 50-year-old woman.
She ain't.
50-year-old woman talking to a 30-year-old woman.
Yeah. Let me tell you, man.
You bet.
No 50-year-old woman expect some guy to come in and pay all her bills.
If you can find a guy that that has a decent lifestyle, can actually upgrade you, it has to go in and actually pitch in just like he does.
Again, I'm going back to this phrase. I'm gonna go back to this phrase again, man. Natural selection. I mean,
thank you.
Especially this money thing, man. When people start talking about money, I rarely listen because most people don't even know what the fuck to talk about, man. The average multi-millionaire doesn't even have 3 to 5 million liquid.
Mm-hmm. Of course not.
So when regular folks start talking about money like this, I don't even listen.
Okay, so what he just said. Here's what I'm going to add on to it. It doesn't matter whether or not we understand what's going on. They're going to say it anyway. They're not listening to us and then coming up with some logical conclusion and then making a response. And then making a response. They're saying what they're saying to other women. They don't expect men to believe what the fuck they're saying.
They don't expect women to believe that shit because they're not doing it. They're lying.
Yeah,
she's lying.
Their supporters are coming from somewhere.
How do you know? Where they coming from?
They got supporters. It ain't men supporting these channels like that.
Oh, you know what Kristen Kerrison said? She preached swirling and divesting. Guess what she said? 90% of her followers are married to or dating a black man. Okay, It's called
Ooh.
entertainment.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is
They're still our
equivalent of like
supporters.
giving away like lottery tickets or some shit, man. This
Yeah.
ain't real.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing
Yeah.
about what that woman said right there
It's
is
real.
actually
It's real.
real.
None.
It's not even real to the women you want to think actually believe it. It's not even real to them.
Meeks,
Yeah.
remember what I said earlier
I
about empowerment language. Remember what we said earlier. They like the way it sound. It give them a little boost while they at work typing at their
exactly.
keyboards,
Yeah.
listening to this. But they know they ain't real.
It
It
ain't
ain't gonna
real.
happen. It
Yeah,
ain't gonna happen.
they know it's
Look,
not real.
They know.
I look at these chicks. I look at these chicks as real housewives or whatever the fuck. I don't think they really think that we're gonna fall for it. It doesn't keep them from saying it though.
The women that they talk to don't even fall for it.
Yeah.
But they'll still say it, BGS.
Yeah,
Of
because it
course,
sound good.
we get motherfuckers in our space say shit that don't fall
Yeah,
for it.
Exactly.
just
They're
like they say,
lying.
just
I'm
like
not
they,
going against you.
just
I'm not
like
going
they
against
say,
you. What I'm
all
saying is
women
these
are
bitches know
beautiful.
better.
Of
That's
course
why,
they do.
like they say, all women are beautiful and fat bitches
Hmm.
are fine. That's
And
just
they don't even
the same.
believe it.
It's the same kind of thing. Yeah, you say
Okay.
it, but it don't actually
That,
mean
that-
that.
that's
Y'all
why
know y'all
that's why they hated Kevin, because Kevin wasn't gonna co-sign with that bullshit.
Yeah,
exactly. Y'all know one of the main things we missed out on this term, pleasantly plump, is when girls that
I
understood
remember
they
that.
were never gonna have the supermodel figure, they had to have a better personality to get a man.
We call we
And they exercised it.
we call them thick.
Yeah.
That's what we call them now.
But what that's what we call them now. But here's the thing though. These chicks nowadays, the
Hmm.
thick ones, that ain't threes, got a fucking attitude. Y'all realize we just looked at a bitch that is a three at most. Talk about you need to accept and eat, not bad attitude, evil and
Yeah, she did
lazy
say.
bitch.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and this is something that I've been on the internet since '83. Okay, in different servers, right? Okay, thing about the internet, you can be whoever you want to be on the internet. Okay, you
Mm.
project yourself. You be something a different personality
Hmm.
than what you really are, right? Okay,
Low key, it's the real you though.
Hmm.
I'm one of the few people that don't. I don't even try to project myself as something that I'm not. Okay, but a lot of people
Hmm.
do.
Hmm. That's true.
So women that's a three, they can be a dime on the internet. Okay,
By the way,
Not if you
BGS,
see their face.
real quick, Meeks,
even if you see,
by,
even if you see there, I said plenty like the chick that don't date black dudes. That's a three. Okay,
yeah,
thinking that she's a fucking 10.
But we know
like
she not a 10.
real,
She gonna
real
say
quick.
you have no
Cincinnati.
idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm a 10. I don't care what the fuck you say. Blah blah blah
Hmm.
blah blah. Okay,
And sell your car for
Real,
whatever you want to sell it for. If I don't take my fucking checkbook out, your car ain't worth
and
shit.
and they don't care. The thing is that reality and the internet are two different things sometimes.
yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
Let
I
me
got
say
you.
this.
I'm with you.
But BGS or AB, whoever has that video, please send it to me. So the stream's
I
coming
sent
your
I sent
way.
it to you.
Oh, you already did? Oh, yeah, because that with her saying we're gonna have to settle. I see what she's doing there. I see what she's doing. That's
That's
yeah.
crazy as fuck.
And
No,
and,
I
and,
got
it used to be that they didn't want to settle, right? They didn't want to
Hmm.
settle, and we had said, well, you're gonna have to settle with the guy that matches you, blah blah blah. Guess what happened? Uh, Donald Trump and the economy happened. Okay,
Yeah.
Right.
now these dudes said, you know what? I'm good.
yep. Hey,
I'm
and
gonna
now
sit
Z,
on
I
my
got
hands and play Xbox. Okay. Now these chicks
Hmm.
said, well, no, nigga, you have to get off this Xbox and settle for us.
I got a special one for you, Z. I already showed this to BGS last
You
week.
the worst, AB. I'm saying.
I
Why am I
realize
torturing
now what
myself?
everybody's talking about, and I
Oh, you
do
gotta put
think
that up.
that
I
the
can hear it.
sprinkle movement is going to go.
You gotta put the button up a little
Yeah.
bit on mine.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hmm.
Let's see. Hold on. I'm just get just a second. There
Now
we go.
I get tired of these old chicks trying to gaslight people. Okay.
But
You
Go
know
down
this
in
shit
BGS, it
ain't true.
history
makes sense though.
as something that
BGS.
really hurt men because
I
I
can't turn it up
realize now what
anymore.
everybody's talking
No,
about, and I
okay, then bring
do
it back and
think that
I'll
the
listen.
sprinkle movement is going to go down in history. I realize now what everybody's talking about, and I do think that the
Hmm.
sprinkle movement is going to go down in history as something that really hurt men because it really forced these guys to grapple with the fact that they've been roasting us for being lonely old cat ladies for forever. And now, because of the sprinkle movement, we have the male loneliness epidemic, and we are focused on that so
I
hard.
know that's what I said.
Don't worry about it.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
I truthfully think that we should just start calling them catless men and move on with it. Catless.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
What?
That's no hard.
Let me ask y'all something.
Real quick, Meech. Real quick, Meech. Once again, this is that
Projection.
empowerment language I was speaking about. It sound good to her. Hey, we getting you back. I told y'all about that cosmic justice. Everything is, hey, we're getting you back. Hey, this is our point on the cosmic, karmic. This is a point for us on the board. Hey, okay. How many points do we have? We got to get back. Like, yo, who's talking to her? Who's talking? What do you first? Secondly, you said old single cat ladies. Lady, you're not even old. You look like you're in your 20s. What are you talking about, lady?
She got hit with the Popeyes hard biscuit on top of her head, and that's what she came up with.
Yeah. Y'all need to understand something. Y'all need to understand something.
Wait.
She be talking about authoritarianism next.
No. Wait. Because we ain't gonna let BGS get away with the Popeyes biscuit slander. I will not.
So I'm going there too. I'm going there too, sir.
Go ahead.
Let me. What happened to a Popeyes biscuit after about 3 days?
Let me tell you something.
It becomes
Here's the thing.
It becomes what?
BGS is absolutely right. BGS is absolutely right. But what BGS hasn't said is that's a thing that happened over the past 25 years. And it just so happens to go arm in arm with what? Social media, these bitches talking shit and all of that. These Popeye bitches nowadays, I could, if real shit, you catch me on a good day and I stretch. I might be able to get it from Dallas halfway to California.
Yeah.
I might be able to hit BGS in the head with it. These Popeyes biscuits. Hey, bro. Hey, these Popeyes biscuits is crazy as fuck, bro. And let me tell you, Popeye, look, Joliet, I'm from Joliet, Illinois, 20 miles outside Joliet, outside of Chicago, right? Chicago, we had chicken and spice, got replaced with Popeyes. The chicken was still as good, though. Nigga, when I tell you these biscuits are different, nigga. Bro, if you ain't, bro, first off, let's get real quick. In weight classes, if you ain't at least $1.85, don't try to pick these biscuits up. At least $1.85.
Look,
and in shape.
Look, the Popeyes biscuit slander will not be tolerated by Z. Okay, Popeyes biscuits are fine. Okay, there's nothing wrong with them. Just don't give them anything. Don't wet them because you're gonna be chewing for a year. Okay.
Put your face on here and say it. Let us see your face and say it.
Lord have mercy.
Now with that nappy beard,
AB, you know what, AB? It would be a Z driver nigga to say some shit like that. We know he lying. We know he lying.
Hey, you heard what I told
nigga, I'm 255 and I have a tough time with these biscuits, bro.
Let me put it this way: a lot of y'all be staying in
it out for 3 days. I said it become authoritarian. It's there. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, authoritarian to your intestines.
Go ahead.
Man, I mean, y'all gonna be screaming the contemplation blues and everything with like that. You're gonna have to be paying, what's the name? Screaming Jay Hawkins and his estate royalties for that shit, Some of y'all be screaming, screaming worse than like license and steal and shit like that.
Catch a super chat. Catch a super chat, AB.
All right.
Let me read them.
Hold on.
All right, read that one. Since you
thank you, Passport OG, for the 320 yen. Arigatou gozaimasu. He says BGS and Uru's wisdom is a great asset to this space.
All right, read the next one.
That's from the Grinch. Hang on a second. Let me get my Grinch voice. First of all, Grinch, thank you for the $19.99.
That's not a good one, but go ahead.
No, it's not.
Grinch is hard to do, though. Go ahead.
Yes, he is.
That's true. But just give me a minute. Let me work it out.
Sounds
okay.
Like, what's his name that played?
Jim Carrey. I'm doing
it. He sounds like the Joker, the Dark Knight Joker, right about now. Go ahead.
And here we go.
Okay.
I pimped black women for over a decade. They're complaining because they can't soft hoe for dough no more. And 3 Systems isn't giving like it once did.
And these systems.
Oh, these systems, sorry. Yeah, typing error.
Mm.
I've never seen a hallelujah save a hoe or an economically pressed John.
Hey, that's true. That is true. We're both having problems, right?
Yes,
You know who Grinch sounds like? Grinch sounds like who the Heath Ledger Joker was trying to imitate.
Probably is, yeah.
Because he remember his inspiration was Jack Nicholson's portrayal.
Is that time?
Almost. One more before we go. I got one more fun one before we go.
His pants. I don't want a man with dry ass talk. I don't want a man who sags his pants. I don't want a man with dry ass talkies for hair. I don't want a man who's disrespectful. I don't want a man that doesn't love God. I don't want a man that doesn't love his family. But I don't want a man that loves his mom too much. I don't want a man who has bad hygiene. I don't want a man who can't tie his shoes. I don't want a man who curses a lot. I don't want a man who
can't tie his shoes?
Talks bad about people. I don't want a man who's jealous. And I don't want a man who doesn't like women.
Is she in uniform?
Yeah, she's in the uniform. She's an officer.
Yeah, she's in uniform.
It makes sense.
Hey,
Okay.
These bitches are talking. Let me tell y'all something, bro. Real shit from experience. These hoes in the military like to be fucked and fucked over the same way as these bitches that are civilians. That bitch full of shit. That bitch right there, she fucking a staff sergeant, a corporal, a fucking warrant officer. She full of shit. And look, and fucking them on a regular basis.
Yeah, but they can tie their shoes though.
Yeah,
they can tie their shoes. Here's the BGS, check this out.
And they do shower every day. So
and you know something else, BGS. Look, the reason she made that video. The reason she made that video is because she didn't have the control over them that she thought she had, just because she's an officer.
She's a piece of meat in the military. Okay,
a piece of fucking meat.
That's why they're going. That's why they're a piece of meat, and they know it. They like being a piece of meat, though. Yes, they do.
He didn't say that. Y'all heard him.
Who's that?
I didn't say it.
Yeah.
He just said it.
Oh yeah, they do. That's why they go in the military. They know. Ain't nothing but dicks around them, so they love that shit.
I'm just saying I heard you say it. I'm not saying I agree with you. I'm just saying I heard you say it, and maybe I agree with you, and maybe
you don't. Okay.
Take it from the Grinch right there.
I ain't never seen a military chick that didn't like getting fucked. That's why they're in the military. And also the military wives too. On top of that.
He ain't talking about the red. He ain't talking about red bulb lights and upside down broomsticks.
Yes.
BGS. You know what, sir? You ain't shit, sir.
I know. Never claimed to be, sir.
I never have and never will be. And God bless you for it, BGS.
Real quick, Nikki Haley's husband is in what? Is he not in the military?
He's in the South Carolina National Guard, actually.
Yeah, and what did we find out about her every time he get deployed? Oops.
Well.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just saying this was inspired by BGS. I'm just saying.
Hey, that Punjabi poontag, you know what it is, man.
Hey, if Mr. Z said if I'm going to Guantanamo Bay, I'm taking everybody with me. No, I'm joking.
On that note, I'm going to bed, y'all.
All right, folks. All right. Peace out.
Let me y'all take it easy.
Y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
I'd like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.